without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm sorry, I'm hearing things off mic as I open the microphone to start the day. The show continues off air too. I just don't ever want y'all to think it stops when we turn the mics off. All right, so we are here today, and we thank you for being with us. If you are coming to the Golden Ticket Seats today, we look forward to seeing you. Drive safely getting here, and we're going to have a good old time together. And we look forward to you guys and ladies being with us today. That means the Wheel of Canned Meat is scheduled to spin. That means Rock and Roll City will be in there jamming. We'll have a good time with that. So a lot going on. We have some of the staff members that are out and about this weekend. We'll talk to you about that. But right now, let's bring in the rest of the Good Time Gang. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Boys.
What's up, boys? How are y'all?
I'm good.
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 Everybody good.
Just laughing at what we were talking
Oh,
about.
I know.
Buddy.
If I was to ask y'all, if I was to just say the following.
I love you too, bud.
Well, I do love y'all, but that's not where I was going with
okay.
that.
Ain't it?
If I was to say, hey, guys, at 11 o'clock, let's head on over to B-Dubs, where would you think I was wanting to go?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
But yeah, Buffalo Wild
Okay.
Wings.
So yesterday, Amanda sent Braden a text.
BWW is more correct.
Well, B-Dubs, Dubs plural, but y'all knew the
Right.
minute I said that, I have not
Yeah.
prepped y'all for this.
yeah.
I have not asked y'all about this.
B-Dub. Right now, I got a wing in my mouth.
So yesterday, Amanda and I are headed on a walk, and she goes, hey, who's B-Dub? And I said, what are you talking about? She goes, one of Braden's friends, B-Dub. Who's that?
Oh, no.
Oh, stop it.
And
You
I
start
said,
going.
no, listen,
Amanda
I said,
Helms.
I said, B-Dub. I said, I don't know B-Dub. And she
This
said,
must be a new friend.
She said, well, I sent him a text. And she said,
I know where he's going.
she said,
No.
he was playing. She goes, you know, he was playing golf. I said, yeah. She goes, well, he said he was headed over to B-Dubs, and I asked him if he was going to get anything to eat. He's got to be hungry. Why don't you stop and get something to eat on the
your
way?
way to B-Dubs?
And he said, Mom, we're going to B-Dubs. That's why we're going to, because we're hungry.
Yeah.
And she, this whole time, and however,
You know, I don't like that B-Dub character he's hanging around.
Hey, ever since he has said that, and this must have been about a year ago, she thought that B-Dub
my
was somebody
goodness.
of his.
This whole time?
Yes.
Why does B-Dub not ever come
Helmsy.
around?
She said, well, I don't understand. And I said, babe, I promise you, everybody knows B-Dubs is Buffalo Wild Wings. And so then it got to, well, I guarantee you Caroline and Maddie don't know. And I'm like, I bet they do. Wouldn't go there.
I'm going to go that route.
Would not go there. They're going to know it. And
Listen, on the
this
way to
whole
B-Dubs,
time,
it was a guy's
this whole time,
house.
she thought she had never met the only friend that he has
Oh,
at B-Dub.
Look, I know you are hungry, but you need to stop before you get to B-Dubs because you can get you something to eat.
Guys, this whole time she thought B-Dub
who's
was a
B-Dub?
buddy of his.
Have you met B-Dub?
Kind of a weird name, but yeah.
You know, Braden, he talks a lot about B-Dub. I'm not too sure. What's he like? Have you met him? What's his parents like?
The Dubs.
Those are moments where you go, this is too good right here.
She wanted to.
B-Dub
I'm sorry,
character?
Amanda. It's just too
She
good.
wanted to battle with me about it
Yeah.
that everybody would make this same. And I said, nah. I said I wouldn't battle on this one. Like there are battles that you need to fight. This is not one of them. Our 11-year-old's not going to know. She's going to know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I promise you. And I said I'll ask Greg and Speedy in the morning, and I can assure you it won't take 3 seconds, and they'll both
Now
have
I'm
the
Oh,
answer.
so she was trying to defend?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. She said no, nobody knows it as B-Dubs, and I said no, everybody.
They even market it. They market it
Right.
that way.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I said you're right. Everybody. I mean, not nobody. Everybody.
Everybody. I'll tell Terry, and we'll do this sometimes. I'm like, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
You know, just to mess with her. She'll tell me something, and I'll go, honey, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
That's what
She
you
was-
need to say.
she's so
Hey,
sweet
babe,
and
everybody
innocent.
knows that about me.
Sweet.
Everybody knows that.
Sweet and innocent about it. She was just like, hey, do you know this? Who's B-Dub? He's the only one I hadn't
I
met.
bet you got the
Gosh
I
almighty.
was like, what are you talking about, B-Dub? Well, Braden said he's going to B-Dubs. And then they're all coming. Then they're all coming back over here to watch the NBA game. And I said they're going to Buffalo Wild Wings. B-Dub's not a person.
It's a place.
Did you say it in that tone?
About the fourth time when she was,
She kept repeating B-dubs?
She kept repeating it. She didn't want that to be real.
Gosh, that's good.
And I'm like, baby, I hate to tell you, but that's a real thing. But when he said, because look, she's looking at her phone, she's confused. She's going, well, I wanted to make sure he had enough money to stop and get something to eat on the way to B-dubs. And I said, they're probably going to eat at B-dubs. That's why they're going there. What are you talking about?
Yeah. It's uncontrollable.
Is B-dub's mom feeding them?
Does B-dub like to grill?
B-dub is not a person.
It's not funny. A person. Thank you, Amanda, for that.
B-dub.
That's so good.
Why do they call it B-dub?
Of course, at the end of the conversation after we finished, I said, hey, thank you for 5:06 a.m. because this is when I will bring this up.
Right.
Oh, yes.
I said, well, I got to get to the bottom of this. I got to see if anybody knows what I'm talking about when I say B-dubs. They're not going to know.
Oh, yes, we do.
They will, too.
Yes, they will.
And then they'll be hungry when we're done talking.
We're going to really talk about it. Well, that's good
So that
stuff.
gets us started.
All right. Well, thank you, Amanda, for that. Yesterday, I had a meeting. And we've done this. I'm not the one that holds the corner market to this one here, but we've committed to stuff, and you realize once you have a meeting about it that you're like, oh wow, so this is a lot more than I thought I was going to do.
We've all
and this
been
is
there.
not a bad
We've
thing.
all been there.
This is not a bad thing. It's really more of a reflection. It's really more of a reflection on us not paying attention to what people say until it finally gets real. And you have a meeting about it, and you're like, "Oh,
yeah,
okay."
I've done that several times.
Well, I was honored to be asked to be a part of the Alabama State Games, which is the Olympic.
Are you going to run the torch
for the state of Alabama? Their opening ceremonies are tonight. If you're listening live, the Alabama Sports Foundation's 41st, by the way, 41st.
Well, they've snuck this by me 40 times.
Anyway, they have awarded over $364,000 in scholarships for the state in the opening ceremonies over the years. They're giving away about $50,000 today,
wow.
And it's just going to be a pretty cool deal. Under the show notes, not show notes, but under events at rickandbubba.com, Helmsy's provided like a link there you can click on, and you can actually watch anywhere in the country online. It's streaming, but this is where I wasn't paying attention. It's also televised statewide, live. Okay, live. Okay. They have partners statewide.
You're looking live.
We go to Calvin Wilburn.
Yeah, and so
at the Broad Jump.
So it's going to be like
send it to Calvin.
And like in the Huntsville market, WAFF has it. In Birmingham, WBRC has it. These are different markets in the state of Alabama, and it goes on down and through all the markets throughout the state. So I said,
gonna be all
and
that.
so I was talking to them yesterday, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, I'm just your hype guy, right? What do I do? Just scream, hey, welcome everybody,
welcome to the state
and
games.
She's like, well, we want you to all the mascots from all the universities and different places.
You got to interact with mascots a lot, I've noticed.
Yeah, I do. And I was like, she's like, so you'll bring them out, and then there's about 3,000 athletes that are here that'll be a part of the parade of athletes and the opening ceremonies. Families will be there. When I got there were bands like doing sound check because there's a concert afterwards, and all this. And I'm like, oh wow, this is a lot going on here. And she's like, oh yeah, and then we want you to be part of the the scholarship giveaways and different things like that. So there's going to be like $21,000 scholarships awarded. 2 $5,000 scholarships. It's up to like $50,000, I think. So anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I thought I was just going to go there and be hype guy on the wireless.
Now you got more to do.
And
you got more responsibilities.
And y'all's favorite that y'all make fun of me on is interviewing kids. And apparently they want me to interview kids on TV.
Kids and mascots.
About what they're doing, why they're here, what sport they play.
Yeah.
Are they having a good time, stuff like that. And she's like, that portion will be live on TV.
You gonna bark or anything like that?
She said that won't be on in the arena. That'll be just TV. I was like, oh, so I'm having to do things for just TV? She goes, oh yeah, you'll be on TV all night.
Oh,
And I'm like, what?
I hope it's on the main channel.
And I'm like,
did
oh,
you
my
react
goodness.
like that? What?
Yes, I did. I said, what? I said, I'm on.
Yeah, but it's not going to. I wonder, is it going to be on some kind of side station? Because it's going to take over programming like on our main Fox station.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping so.
Yeah, let's go live to Legacy Arena at the BJCC.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait.
Oh, yeah, my friend.
What
So
time
for the
does
opening
kick off?
ceremonies. Do what?
What time's this kick off?
I think it's 7. I just know when I have to be there.
You think
but
I ain't going to watch that? You're wrong.
Let's go live to Legacy Arena at the BJCC for opening ceremonies of the Alabama State Games.
You and JJ.
41st edition.
I'm Calvin Wilburn. I'll be your
Now
host tonight.
let's send it live to Fox 6's JJ Pruitt.
Yeah, and then they'll go,
Hey!
interviewing Vulcan, Calvin Wilburn.
The reason he's saying that, Helmsy, is did you know Vulcan has a mascot?
Oh, yeah. He threatened me at the UAB games.
Yeah, he's called, you know what he's called? V?
V?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. All right.
There's another group.
And I hang out a lot with Stanley, with the Stallions. He's there.
Stanley the Stallion.
Yeah, you got he's funny.
Y'all know each other. Y'all work together.
Oh, he's a funny dude. Well, he's a mascot.
I like you introducing them. You got their bio.
Oh, yeah, sure I do. And that's what I thought I was doing, that, running around. I'll be the...
So you're going to have to interview some of the athletes.
Well, that's what I got texted last
got you
night.
any questions, or you going to come up with on your own?
Well, that's actually a great
Speedy.
question, buddy.
Speedy.
So that'll be if you're around the country, those are options for you to enjoy the fun.
I can't wait.
And hopefully you don't have secondhand on me.
No.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Are you somebody who likes deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, me, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. Now, how will I know which one's right for me, Rick? Well, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, here's one thing Helix knows. There's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save up to 30% off your mattress order, plus a free gift. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigvox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
The gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me.
All right, 23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE BE BIG is our number. All right, Sykeston, Missouri. Rick Burgess and Sherry Burgess are headed your way to Minor Baptist Church for their marriage conference this weekend. Look forward to hearing how that goes, praying for safe travel, and I know all of you are excited to go see them. Again, Rick and Sherry at Minor Baptist Church this weekend in Sykeston, Missouri for the marriage conference. We just talked about me being at the Alabama State Games opening ceremony tonight at Legacy Arena at the BJCC. That's 7 p.m. You asked Greg and Helms. That's 7 p.m.
7
Tomorrow,
p.m.
the UFL. You know, Stanley's going to have a whole long night, too.
You might as well just spend the night there at the stadium.
The UFL has their first playoff game because the UFL, this is their first year, where the USFL and the XFL, they combined forces. USFL has a conference, XFL has a conference, and the USFL, where the Stallions are, what the Stallions are in, and Michigan, they're trying to see who is going to represent them in the big their Super Bowl version of the championship game. And so that's at 2 p.m. If you're around the country and you're like, hey, that's great, that's happening in Birmingham, I have no chance of getting there. It's on ABC, 2 p.m. And then St. Louis, and I think it's San Antonio's playing to see who represents the XFL. And that might be on Fox. I can't remember. But anyway, so that's going on this weekend. Look forward to seeing a lot of you out and about. I love the stay in it's from a distance. Whenever I'm running around, you know, that's the battle cry. Did you just?
No, like,
oh, I thought
I
you
wasn't
just
doing a bird.
gave her the birdie. I was like, you're on TV.
I was when you're like,
because we do have to remind you a lot that we're on TV.
Yeah.
Speaking of being on TV, Helmsy, did you know that Greg was on Dr. Phil last night?
Here y'all go again.
Huh?
Here we go again.
I did not.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, he is.
Can't wait to hear it.
Huh?
Can't wait to hear
well,
it.
I just I didn't know until I turned it on and I saw that you were on Dr. Phil. But here's a little excerpt of him. Yeah.
People, I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the thinnest neck I've ever seen. How it holds up that head. He's got a neck that's about a size 6. Very unattractive guy, both inside and outside.
That's Greg talking about Adam Schiff. And I did not know
his neck can't support his head.
He did. He said,
"What? How do you?"
Please listen to this again.
People, I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the thinnest neck I've ever seen. How it holds up that head. He's got a neck that's about a size 6. Very unattractive guy, both inside and outside.
Very unattractive.
But my favorite is that he just throws in about 15 seconds of talking about Adam Schiff, and then he goes right on back into it.
And don't forget, I mean, he physically described what his problem with.
Which is why I thought of you, because that's your breakdown, kind of like Miss Alabama that's in the news. Can I just tell everybody we know?
That's it.
Okay,
we got you.
We got you.
We were all surprised.
We got you, and don't really know how we even approach that.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
I've ever seen how it holds up that head. He's got a neck that's about a size 6.
About a size
Watermelon head. What is wrong?
He does have a little old neck.
He really does, but I don't know what that has to do with anything.
I don't know. Have you ever seen Adam Schiff blink?
No.
Boy, he'll just kind of stare at you, won't he?
Yeah, he's got that neck.
Yeah. All right, so we're rolling through everything. We're just rapid fire. Did you say it was National Donut Day again?
I think I saw an article that says it.
Well,
I thought we just had National. Of course, we always have it. It may be
think
National Powdered Donut Day or something. Who knows?
Let's see here. Here we go. National Donut Day, Greg. You're right. Deals and freebies. Oh, you know I'm in.
Yes,
Dunkin' and Krispy Kreme and more. If you got a craving for a donut, now's the day. Friday, June 7th. There's no better way to celebrate than grabbing a delicious treat for free or at a discounted price.
You know, and I'm not trying to trash anybody.
Here, which means you're about to.
But I went to a Dunkin'.
Uh-huh. Oh, no.
A week or so ago.
A lot of people listen.
No, I'm just saying. Everything I asked for, they didn't have.
Oh, really?
So I'm fine. I've never done this. I said, okay, I guess I'm out. Never mind.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I need this. We don't have.
I gotta know
we
what
don't
you
have
asked
those.
for.
Well,
Yeah,
I 2 apple fritters, and
Okay.
then I was going to get. They didn't even have. I said and then the fritters. We don't have any.
Right.
I thought, well, that's a good thing they're on the menu. And okay, give me a dozen.
You were at the one on campus.
Give me a dozen glazed donuts. Well, we got 3. I said, just forget it. Seriously, good God.
They really.
I'll stop.
Is that what you
I'll
said?
stop and get a honey bun.
You screamed good.
I do think.
I said, just forget it.
I
My
think
God.
they've turned into more of coffee focused and not food focused.
Well, then get it off the menu.
Greg, I'm not the guy in the orange telling you these things.
Right. He didn't
okay?
work at Dunkin'.
I don't work there. I'm just
have you a little bit like 7 Brew.
I'm
if
seeing
you're
this
going to just serve drinks.
Well, I know. I'm seeing this too. And they'll do those They do those breakfast sandwiches too.
I bet they don't.
So
I bet they don't.
I'll tell you who
That's
else will do
interesting.
that though. If you ever tried to order like something to eat at Starbucks, let me check and see if we got it.
yeah,
I guess
You
they
gotta
have a
get it
certain
early.
amount they're going
They
to put,
do.
and they ain't doing any more.
they
I
do.
guess, but if you're Dunkin' and you're open, I expect you to have a donut.
Yeah, apple
Wow.
fritters not asking a whole lot at a donut shop.
Well, Dunkin', Krispy
I love
Kreme.
this. Give me a dozen of the glazed. Well, we only have 3.
That's
Yeah,
I can't believe.
right.
What time of day was
I said,
this?
damn, can you cook, Kenny?
Greg, what time of day was
It
this?
was an afternoon.
Well, that's probably
But you're
what it was.
open.
I know.
It
Little
wasn't
man.
closing time.
You little man won't.
You were
Greg.
nowhere near closing
Greg,
time.
again, I'd like to point out I'm not wearing
If you ain't
orange.
gonna- let me tell you
and I
this.
don't work there.
If you can't give me what I asked for on the menu, then shut the doors.
Okay.
Just shut it down.
Somebody might have wanted 3 glazed.
I guess.
Yeah. You feel better?
We're going so many we're gonna cook a day, and that's just it.
Okay.
Well, anyway.
For anyone living with everyday aches and pains, I got a question. What are you missing out on in your life? What would you do if you felt better? The answer is likely a lot. Well, I want to talk to you about our friends at Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement developed by doctors that's been incredibly effective, even life-changing for so many people, including me. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. In about 3 weeks, you'll know it's working because you feel the difference all day, every day. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, Relief Factor can help. Give it a try and visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4 or ReliefFactor.com. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and find the information under the sponsors button. So here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Go now to ReliefFactor.com Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed. And we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So you woke up with a scratchy throat, congestion, a runny nose, and a cough, and you know you're getting sick. Well, you could tough it out, get worse, or take time off work, or hope the doctor can see you in a month, or wait 2 hours at an urgent care, or you can do what I'll be doing. With my new medical emergency kit, match your symptoms to the doctor-recommended prescription and start on the right meds to nip it in the bud. This kit comes with doctor-prescribed meds to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly what to take and when. It includes antibiotics for strep throat, UTIs, bronchitis, and more. No waiting to see the doctor, no waiting at the pharmacy. It's all in the kit, and your medical emergency kit is not a first aid kit. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. You want to order yours in minutes? Get 15% off at urgentcarekit.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, and get 15% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day with.
All right, it's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, I got a little bit of information. I talked to one of our coworkers, Dana. By the way, listen to WZZK Middays with Dana. I'm sorry. That was my liner for
Good job.
she was in the break room getting ready for her day as well, and she said, hey, Dunkin', they don't really make anything in-house anymore. It's all it's all shipped into them. So I guess what happened is you were mid to late afternoon, and by then they were out.
Well, everybody else in the world that's in the restaurant business, they'll give you something to eat up to closing time.
Right.
It just goes to show you, Greg, they've shifted like all these other places, too. I'm a drink company. They even changed their name.
Yeah.
We got plenty of them.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to change my name, and I'm going to focus on drinks, and we're going to have a limited inventory. And when it's gone, it's gone.
Well, they should have changed their name completely because when you hear Dunkin', you think of a donut.
I do. I agree.
You know?
I agree, Greg. Now, I think they are trying to brand
going
it.
to Krispy Kreme, I'm sorry, we're out. You're a donut place. How are you out?
No. You know what, though? You know what's funny about that? There are a lot of people that consider them a coffee place. The younger generation they don't think like us on the donut because they did go through the rebranding.
And see, like my sister,
I'm with you on
I was
this.
telling you,
Enough of 'em.
I was telling you in the break, my sister, if there's a Dunkin' anywhere within driving distance, she's going there to get coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And
you see it on the shelves in the all grocery stores, and you know
she thinks that's superior to anything else.
I'm gonna go
Matter of
ahead
fact,
and say
when she'll come stay with us or whatever, she's like, "Where's the closest Dunkin'?" You know, because she's got to have her coffee.
I'm not one of these people who are just, I got to have this brand coffee and I will drink nothing else. Coffee's coffee to me. Some's a little better than others, some, but not enough. It's never that much difference. Whatever's there is what I'm going to drink.
Right.
You know?
Do you know that the original Dunkin' Donuts was called Open Kettle?
Well,
That was the name of it.
Open would be the wrong term now. They're open, but they ain't got nothing. So at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you just got to go what they got.
I guess so.
All right, I need 2 donut holes. Well, we got 1. Okay, give me 1 donut hole. And I want an edge off of a fritter where it broke when you were bringing it out of the oven. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all don't do that.
All right,
I'll be honest, I don't see a lot of traffic going through there. I don't.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
down on them.
I don't.
I don't know how, and this happens not just geographically there, but everywhere. There are 4 coffee shops within a quarter of a mile of each other where you're talking about. And
2 of them are side by side.
I know.
Will they make it?
And I don't know how they survive.
And 3 of them are major brands.
Yes.
And one's the locally owned.
Yeah.
And we were talking in the break. Do you think a lot of these college town restaurants and places, whatever, they just go, "Hey, we make our money during classes and stuff. We're going to have our off months during the summer and holidays when kids go home, but while we're in session, that's where we make our killing."
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that how they make it?
Yeah, I think you got
Because like you're saying, I mean, it's
But
sometimes
there's
these
also-
college cities, they're just ghost towns during the summer months. There's still people there. Don't get me wrong, locals and all that.
That's pretty
but-
gonna town. during
Yeah,
the
but
summer.
it's tough to support
Compared,
those businesses compared to what's normally there.
Yeah.
Well, Dunkin's got some specials, Greg. You might want to check before you head that way. Krispy Kreme today. The Krispy Kreme customers can get $2 original glazed dozens with any purchase of any dozen.
Of course, they're the walking dog of the donut world in my book.
Yeah.
They've got Shipley Donuts has a big special going on today.
What about Cothran's?
Cothran's there. He loves them.
Cothran's on the list.
I got to tell you, there's
They used to be a Shipley's.
Yeah.
And then they changed.
That's right.
Just so you know. Yeah.
I didn't know 7-Eleven is big in donuts. Did y'all?
What? We don't have a lot of 7-Elevens anymore.
7-Eleven loyalty members
think
can
we have
get
any.
a glazed donut for $1 at 7-Eleven
7-Eleven
stores,
sells donuts.
as well as Speedway and Stripes locations.
Oh, they don't make them. It's just like the little Krispy Kreme kiosk.
Okay. Tim Hortons. Have y'all heard that?
You know Tim Horton. I went to high school with him.
They have a special day. Voodoo Donuts.
Don't know them.
I don't know either. And Duck Donuts.
Don't know about the
Don't
duck.
either. They've made the list here in this New York Post story I'm looking at. National Donut Day today. So
Yeah,
if
the
you got a donut fix now today, you go.
I don't
go
eat many
check 'em out.
donuts.
The
I don't
7-Eleven.
either. I don't either.
We don't have them anymore around here. I'll tell you what we do have, who are buying up everybody.
Here we go.
Is Circle K.
Yeah, they
Yes,
They've
they
bought
are.
every gas station within 10 miles of my house.
Yeah. You all right?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them, but boy,
Okay.
they come in and just scooped up. I mean, tons of them.
Yeah. They will. They
What
will.
about the ones, Helms? I don't want to talk Speedy. He don't know. Right there where you cross 431, you got them. And they basically bought out Mapco. A lot of their stores. They didn't buy them all.
I know
at
what you're talking
once.
about right there on the left.
But there's 2 of them right across from each other.
Yes.
They were Mapcos. Now they're both Circle Ks.
Okay. I know. You can look at me because that's the cut through, and you take a left to go to back to.
If you want to go your route. Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah,
do
I
you-
like that route.
Do you
better.
go in both of those? Give
No.
them equal
I
time.
always go to the one on the Alexandria side.
I know there's research
Really?
into that, but I'm assuming it's
Other
just
one's kinda
because
small.
people we've
That's-
talked
I
about.
always go to the one.
Yeah,
the-
it's
the
convenient.
bigger one,
It's
'cause it's convenient and their bathroom's nicer.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And the research must
Their
just
pumps
say,
are slow.
But
Now, I'll
they're
say that.
Oh, I know, but they're
Yeah.
right there
Goodness.
across from each other.
maybe I guess their research just says, look, there's so much traffic at this intersection.
Yeah.
They must.
And convenient,
and look,
it's all about convenience, and so we need them on both sides of the road.
the one you're talking about that you normally, on my way home, you can't get in there to get gas. I mean, it's crowded. Like I say, that area, they made the right call.
What if you were
It's
trying
so
to get
crowded,
gas
we got
headed
two
to,
places.
headed to Dunkin'? What if you were trying to get
Well,
gas
I
at
could,
that
at least
place?
I could get gas. Good thing Dunkin's not in the gas business because you might get it, you may not.
To your point, Speedy, on the way home yesterday, I had to stop and get something. It was food, and I made the
Did you go to
decision. I made the decision to get something on the right side of 280 that I didn't like.
But you didn't
It
want
was
to
the same type food,
Right.
but I didn't want to cross.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so-
that makes a difference. On
So I went
280
with
especially.
while I was eating it, I was questioning, hey, should I have just had that inconvenience for the better food or my preference? But I didn't because I didn't want to deal with the traffic back and forth, and it would have probably taken me 2 minutes.
Right.
I do the same thing. So there.
So there. All right. So we're rolling along. I saw this. By the way, Super Regionals college baseball, men's college baseball starts today,
Is that Birmingham Southern?
and
Here we
that's
go.
Division One. And
Your mom's listening.
And then also I saw the College World Series, and Beth Mowens was on last night, and it looked like Oklahoma was beating Texas. It was 1-2
Yeah,
playing
they set
it.
some
Oklahoma
record.
did win.
They won
They
it.
did.
Yeah,
So-
because I saw it was like the 8th ring this coach has won.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question because I need help on this. When they get to the final, this is the World Series matchup. Is it a one game decides all?
No.
All right. So this will be the best of three.
It's already, but I think it wasn't that it?
Was that it? Oh, so they
Yeah, I
won
think
the
that
night
was
before
it.
last. Okay,
Yeah.
I missed
Yeah.
that part. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I know that Beth
I think they do
Mowens,
best of 3, and I think it completed it last
Okay,
night.
got it. Well, I know Beth Mowens broadcasted her 30th NCAA women's softball World Series. So
How
she's
about
been
that?
doing it. I didn't know she had been in it so long,
Oh,
but I
Beth.
did see that. So sweet too.
Man, we
Came out.
got it. Y'all,
But,
friends.
Y'all buddies. You
We
ain't got
got
it.
I saw that they announced yesterday, starting this season, the NCAA will allow commercial sponsor advertisements on the football field during regular season football games and all three divisions. The organization announced yesterday. The NCAA Playing Rules Oversight Panel approved the recommendation from the Football Rules Committee, and the rule allows for corporate advertisements to be placed in 3 spots on the field.
Good.
A single advertisement centered on the 50-yard line, of course, along with no more than 2 smaller flanking advertisements elsewhere on the field, and it can be done on a game-by-game basis for the entire season, and the story goes on and on and on.
So you're going to do away with your emblem in the middle of the field?
Well,
Probably have both.
It just says that it
They're
can
gonna allow
can
it,
do
yeah.
that. And look, I'm gonna tell you right
They have
now.
to do that.
That's what I was gonna say.
It's-
How else are they gonna pay for
They
everything?
pay that. They got to pay that lawsuit off.
What you're gonna have, what it's gonna end up is about every other number. You're gonna have an advertisement above that number. I mean, how else are they gonna pay for everything?
Like I said, just that one lawsuit to get everybody to chip in to pay.
You know what's and I don't the Power 4, you know, they voted on all this. The mid majors were kind of left out of it. Okay, I don't think they had too much of a say so from what I have read and heard. And they're having to foot a high percentage of this, and they're not the ones that were even doing it in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all this is going back to really football players at the Power 4, and so all these mid majors are having to write these high percentage checks for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They didn't even have anything to do with it.
that's
Yeah.
true. You're right.
The story goes on to say, to
Think
your
about
point,
those.
Helms,
Think about those teams that don't have a football team.
yeah,
Oh,
Like the
yeah,
Big
they gotta
East
pay
deals
it.
a lot
Yeah.
with that, and
Yeah.
they're having to pay for things that are going on. They don't even deal with those sports.
yeah. It says the new rule will give schools an additional opportunity for revenue, which they're seeking more of following the landmark House versus NCAA settlement that will result in more than $2.7 billion of back damages and new revenue sharing model with athletes.
I don't get it.
You know, the
wow.
more this stuff unfolds, and I've seen it the last year, I'm starting to see other coaches within our industry go, the heck with this, man, I'm out. Like I saw somebody resign yesterday. Can't believe they resigned. Caught me off guard. Awesome program. Awesome facilities.
Can't deal with it no more.
And I'm like, am I jumping? You can look at this one of two ways. Either I'm just an idiot for jumping into this business now, so late in life, or there's more opportunity now.
Yeah,
to get into
this
business.
There'll be a lot of openings.
Right. But it caught me off guard. Like I was like, really? And it wasn't resigned to take another position in the same. I'm going into other opportunities in other fields. Yeah. And I know this guy, and I'm thinking, this guy's just done with it. He's just done with it.
Yeah. I mean, anything goes. There's no guidelines, nothing.
Wow. It's just you just don't know where it's going to stop. And you got to these schools have got to come up with extra revenue, and so they're looking at places where they go, we've never seized the opportunity on this, that, and the other. That's as simple as a logo.
Yeah.
And we could get a season sponsorship, or if they said it could go game to game. Every school doesn't have to do it. So you might see some schools implement it and some schools may not.
But at the end of it, because I can't stand at the end of the day, at the end of it, it's still about who can raise and get people to spend more money, even in that sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Golly. Well,
nowadays it's a little different, but you're in NASCAR in the heyday. So and so drove. That was his sponsor, and that's all he had.
That's all he had.
Now, every race they got a different sponsor because they got to piece it all together.
Yep.
There's so many like little bitty stickers you can get for $1,000,
and they'll have a completely
$5,000
different paint scheme with a completely different sponsor from race to race. It's crazy.
And real quick, to give Oklahoma their due, their fourth straight NCAA victory, and it was a sweep over Texas. Then the final score was 8-4 last night in the Women's College World Series Championship. So congratulations to the Sooners. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Whatever happened to Tony Horton, the guy who created the revolutionary P90X?
2017, I was knocked down. A very rare type of shingles that went straight into my brain. My body was completely wasting away. I started researching everything related to building my muscle back again. That's when I learned about the potential of HMB plus vitamin D3 and what they can do when it comes to helping build new muscle.
So Tony developed high-impact protein by Power Life.
Just add 1 scoop of high-impact protein to a glass of water or your morning smoothie and enjoy the effects of that boss molecule and factory worker combination. keep reshaping your body each and every day. More energy, burn more fat, and probably drop a few pounds along the way.
High Impact Protein by Power Life is a tasty once-a-day powder that comes in either whey or plant protein. Go to mypowerlife.com and use code ORGANIC to save 30%. Tony even offers a 90-day guarantee. Go to mypowerlife.com or text ORGANIC to 511-511 today.
All individuals are unique. Your results can and will vary. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 7 minutes. I almost did that, y'all, by the way. Straight up. 7 minutes till top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by our friends at the Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. Most of us are thinking about our summer travels. Actually, I was talking to Terry about that yesterday, what we got going on this summer. And right now, you could win your way to a great summer trip. The Ultimate North Alabama Kayak Bass Fishing Road Trip giveaway is on right now. Helmsy, I know that you love fishing when you can, and this kayak fishing is a real deal. I got lost in some reels and went down that rabbit hole, and there's some folks that are influencers in that arena, and they do real well for themselves, but they catch some big bass too.
Oh, yeah.
It looks fun. But anyway, that is going on. Their big giveaway, the Kayak Bass Fishing Road Trip giveaway. It includes 2-day guided trip for your kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover, plus a Yeti prize package, a pair of Wally X sunglasses, a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, plus $500 spending money towards the Ultimate North Alabama Kayak Bass Fishing Road Trip package. It's about a $2,000 prize. So you sign up to win at alabamaroadtrips.org. That's alabamaroadtrips.org to enter and win the Ultimate North Alabama Kayak Bass Fishing Road Trip giveaway. And make your summer one to remember. That sounds like a lot of fun right there. And you could win, so go by and register today, alabamaroadtrips.org. You can also look at rickandbubba.com and just click sponsors and there's all kinds of things you can click there. You got the store, you got upcoming events, boom, sponsors, and you can go there that way too. All of our national sponsors are there.
How about that?
Come on. All right. There's
back.
a funny, kayaking, you have to kind of balance yourself a little bit too on some of them.
I was going to say, it depends on which one you get.
Yeah, there's funny. There's some of the one you fish in, it looks a little bit wider.
It's a little more stable.
Yeah. But there's a funny reel about
it's
this.
not all safe. Remember, I dropped my stuff. It was a fishing kayak I was in.
Yeah. This guy was trying to balance, and he was right there on the pier, the dock, and the guy that I guess the guide was trying to tell him what to do, and he let go of him, and he didn't know more. He was like wobbling, and he went under. Quick.
Soaking wet.
Back to the sponsors on the field. You know where it's going to end up too. In the end zone, where you normally have the university's names. I guarantee you it'll end up there too. Some big sponsors,
sure.
And the players' uniforms are going to end up looking like a NASCAR suit. For them to cover all these expenses. Yeah. But if you're missing that NCAA approved sponsorship logos on the field of football games during the regular season, you got one big one at midfield if you want, and then there's some designated areas on the field for smaller ones. And not everybody has to do it, but you'll see some of these schools to cover their expenses do that.
Do you think in the next 5 years we're going to see football helmets with logos? We're going to see coaches with patches on the shirt.
Yes.
Yes, is that where it's headed?
Yep,
I guess
I do. Because why? Because that's
right now
that's an area that they haven't tapped on.
Well,
right now there's revenue sitting there,
but
waiting on you. And
what about these companies that let's just take Jacksonville for instance. You see what this logo is? Adidas. We have an Adidas partnership. Are they going to like other logos being there? They don't like that. We can't wear anything else but Adidas. So is Adidas going to go, hey, wait a minute, you got a partnership with us and our logo's there. We're not going to allow you to do that.
I don't know.
Does it go that far?
I don't think so because I know they provided the clothing for you in a deal with the school, but y'all didn't get it free. You still had to pay for it.
We do, but we still can't wear other stuff.
Right, I got that. Even though some teams do, but anyway, like they'll have sponsorship with Adidas, but yet some of the guys they'll wear Nike batting gloves or whatever.
Well, they don't have
all the time.
they don't have a true. Then they could get in trouble.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying.
They don't have a true sponsorship with
but
Adidas.
It's just like with the Braves. I know that bothers
Quick
Greg.
yellow.
You might have like a little logo maybe on one of the sleeves or something.
Yeah,
Chico's bail bonds. Remember Bad News Bears?
Yes, I know.
Their sponsor.
Something about you with your hands in your pocket saying that, something.
I'm just saying. I think that the point is there's going to be a lot of conversations that people have not thought of at this point.
Yeah.
And to your point, Greg, when you say there's no rules, there's no regulations, nobody knows what to do. These things are going to continue to come up, and why don't we get in a room and hash this out now?
They're going to have to.
Instead of waiting till it happens and somebody gets reprimanded for it, and they're not going to do that anyway because they're scared. It is on every front.
Rules.
Guys, I told y'all there's a we use this software program. It's a compliance thing that we have to use, and a lot of there's a couple of them out there. We use a particular one, and they've actually created a module that will allow us to pay the student athletes, and it'll go right to their account.
Well, we better make sure we get that done.
I mean,
that's
the world we live in.
That is insane. Good night.
Wow.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. The main show will start. If you're headed this way, part of the Golden Ticket seats today, travel safely. We look forward to seeing you. Fun day ahead of us, and it'll start next with the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There has to be some sense of control of every border that we have, not just this one down here, because it's only going to get worse, especially with this administration now that has no clue what they're doing or has no plan for it. And we're going to try to help, but they're not listening to us right now much. They think they've got control of everything. That's the reason they won't admit anything.
Well, let me ask you this. We're talking to Senator Tommy Tuberville, who represents Alabama. But what about the common sense? And you just mentioned it, okay? I want to know, are you having conversations with the other party, with the Democrats? Do they not see the common sense of we have a pandemic and all we all hear is keep your mask on, get vaccinated.
Social distance.
Social distance. We must get to the other side of this, and by golly, you're going to give up some of your rights and give up some of your life because the good of the country, because we must get the herd immunity. We must have use the vaccine and the antibodies and the distancing, and then we have a border where people are pouring in that are unvetted. Does no one see the lunacy of that?
It's the biggest super spreader event in the history of the pandemic.
And we're spending trillions of dollars to supposedly try to fight it. Now, this heist of money that they just passed is $2 trillion. Very, very little of it went to the pandemic. It's all a payoff to the cities up north that their buddies and mayors and governors that have no clue of how to run a state or a budget or a city. They've destroyed them. I don't know what they've done with the money, but we're just taking hundreds of billions of dollars and throwing at these people, say, fix your problem, when they are the problem.
Yeah,
So,
it reminds me of bad parenting. When you have a child that's out of control, and every time the child gets itself in trouble for the decisions they made, you come bail them out, and you're thinking that's going to solve it. Until they face repercussion for the way they're behaving, they don't stop the behavior.
Exactly, and nobody's held accountable. And I would say this: I do talk to a lot of the Democrats. I try to make as many friends as I can because we're going to need them. And some Democrat, with this filibuster looming, somebody, and I'm talking to some every day, I tell them somebody over here is going to have to stand up and say, we're not ruining our country.
Right.
We're not going to continue to do this. And it's going to have to come from a Democrat because they have 50. They have us. And if one of them, just one, would stand up and say, listen, we're not running our country. We're not spending the taxpayers' money anymore like we've done it. And we're not going to ruin our education. And if they don't stand up, one of them can save the country, can save the United States of America. And I told them that. I said, you could be a hero in history of saving this country. And I just hope it's soaking in. But, if they pass this filibuster and go to a 51 vote margin of passing anything that they want, and if they pass this H.R. 1, this voting bill, folks, it's over. It's over.
It's gonna make
party. We can sack our bats.
Yeah, it's gonna make everything that was wrong with this last election the law of the land, and it's going to override every state. State sovereignty is going to take a beating in this, and it's just going to make every election open for mischief and wrongdoing.
And you're making.
And I'm not saying the other Republicans have done everything right now.
No.
Let's don't get this. Let's don't go down that road. This is about America and about getting God back in our country and about fighting for the principles of what this country was built on. But look what our federal government's done. They've ruined our education. They've ruined the post office. They ruined our borders. They've ruined everything that they touch. They ruined. And now they want to take over, basically tell the states, y'all don't know what you're doing. We're going to take it over for you. My God, what a mess that would be.
Yeah, and they're also trying to ruin the military. Put that on the list.
Oh, they've done that.
The PRO Act, talking about the state of Alabama that you represent. The state of Alabama has always been, or has been for a very long time, a right-to-work state. 27 states total are right-to-work states in our country. This would affect them all, including Alabama. Talk to us about the PRO Act. Just kind of educate the voters, because, as you said, there's 27 states that are right-to-work states, and if the Democrats get their way, then those right-to-work laws are going to be in jeopardy.
Oh, they're going away.
They're going to be gone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about control. That's all it is. And again, I gave a speech on the floor this week and about it. And as you said, Rick, right to work state, you have the option to choose. This PRO Act would say, listen, we want everybody to be unionized. And I'm going to say this. Unions have helped over the years build this great country that we live in. But there's a point where people get an opportunity to make that choice. Right. And what they want to do is say, listen, you don't have a choice. We're going to unionize. Biden has jumped in on this Amazon voting in Bessemer. He had no business doing that. The people of Alabama are smart enough to choose whether they want it or not. If they choose to do it, that's fine. But give them the right to do it. Don't federally say you're going to all be unionized. And look what we've done. We're the car manufacturer in the South, 40,000 jobs. People have good jobs, and they came because it's a right-to-work state. And so people need just to understand that. And it's a situation right now. They're hitting us from all angles. And, close to 50 executive orders. doing away with everything Trump did. They're trying to keep our eye off the ball. They'll go here one day to another place the next day, and we can't keep up with it. I mean, they are changing this country, but they said they was going to do it, and the people of this country voted Joe Biden in, and they're going to fundamentally change the country. Well, they didn't lie to you. They're doing it, and you're going to lose more rights than you ever thought about losing. And again, my passion, y'all know this, is education. And my goodness, and we can't even get teachers up north to go back to work. They're telling us we're not going back to work. We like that check.
And 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour. This hour starts with the national anthem. It's 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already knocked out the kickoff hour. Thank you, fellas. There goes Greg right through the camera. And as we start a brand new hour, we welcome you now. Eddie Van Adler, speaking of the YouTube experience, now running that for you. And he settles in and goes the rest of the way with us. If you want to catch the Rick and Bubba Show live or archived, that's fine. It's totally up to you. Catch it as it's happening or catch it on demand. We have all those options available. You can find them at rickandbubba.com. So whether you're with us live or archived, we are thankful you're here. Golden ticket seats are headed our way today. Looking forward to meeting some of you from all over the country, usually, right here in the golden ticket seats. The wonderful wheel of canned meat. We'll spin today. There's a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. We'll cover it all today, mixed in with the stories of the day and your phone calls. But first, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, in the master of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba.
What's up, Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere? Welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Yep.
the world.
Everybody now. Everybody say. Everybody say. Bubba, good news. It's National Donut Day.
Well, what a special day that is.
Is there ever...
Why are we not having fireworks in a parade?
I look at that the way your parents used to do anytime you came up to them and said, how come there's not a National Kids Day? And they would say, every day is National Kids Day.
Mm-hmm.
And I would think that every day is National Donut Day, wouldn't you? I mean, is there a day that no one honors a donut? I don't think so. A donut finds its way being honored by somebody every day.
Sure.
Yeah.
It is a great honored thing, isn't it?
You know, I know that Jerry Seinfeld did his deal on the Pop-Tart and all that. I still haven't seen it, and I think Helmsley's still the only one that's seen it. But anybody else seen it? I still haven't. So I keep forgetting about it.
It just doesn't grab me.
Yeah, I probably should have seen it last night instead of getting hung in the docuseries that cost me sleep. But anyway, the donut, when somebody hit that was a eureka.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know how did they ever accidentally come up with that?
I don't know. I don't know the story of the donut
oddity,
like I should.
Yeah.
And so, well, here's the good news, donut lovers. There should be specials at donut places all day. I mean, so this is where the speedies come alive. If you're a speedy and love a donut, today you get a donut at a discount. Right. A lot of places.
I want to know who doesn't love a discount.
Well, I'll put it this way.
I mean, who doesn't love a discount? Who's going to turn down a discount?
Well, you're right. Let me say this. I think I understand what you're saying, and there's a little bit of a difference. I think we all love a discount. I just don't pursue discounts.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, you're in pursuit of a discount constantly. And so what
it's almost like ruling your behavior.
It's like you probably wouldn't do a donut until today.
Right. That's... I happen
I'll
upon,
go with it, okay?
Yeah, no, I happen upon discounts. As a matter of fact, this woman, Greg and I are constantly, which is a pleasure, going and, running errands for Mom and this kind of stuff. Well, Mom, of course, is a speedy. She pursues and loves discounts. So if you've asked my mom at a register, would she like to, the answer is yes. Get into whatever club or whatever.
Okay.
I mean, her keychain has got more swap things hanging off of it. And so I was running into a drugstore to pick up something for Mom. And she says, now use my discount.
Oh.
And I was like, I don't want to, I'm good. And she was like, it's on my keychain. All they do is swap it. And you did this, Greg.
Right.
So I go
Just
in.
do it. She told me that you refused to do it.
Right. Well, when you go in, two things, and this is like we talk about all the time, like with Mac Daddy yesterday. Let's don't spook him out of the green field. If you're doing it, I can be spooked out of the green field easy at the register, real easy.
Oh yeah.
This is starting to get a little complicated, and then that's the end of it. And so I got up there. Have you ever gone there? And we've talked about this in general before, but specific. The person not only offers some sort of discount or some sort of club points or whatever, they're aggressive that you will take them.
Oh,
I mean, they're aggressive about it. I know they all get some kind of pat on the back for that, or they earn points for that. I don't know, and I understand that. I don't mean to be insensitive to that because that's not my nature. But I go up there and she goes, "Well, you going get your discount, aren't you?" And I said, "I'm good." And no, you're in here. I said, "No, I'm not in here. I know I'm not in here." Well, is your wife in here? No, ma'am. My mother's in there. Well, what's your phone number? And I was like, well, I actually have her thing right. Well, give it here. And so she swipes it, and she goes, see there, that was $3. and I thought, okay. And then I really did it because I knew when I got back to Mom's apartment what I was going to get. Did you use my discount?
And she did me some way.
Yeah.
And if you go in Winn-Dixie with her, she's going to grab that page as you walk through the door and see what kind of coupons.
Greg, it's like being with Speedy. It really is. And so anyway, National Donut Day. Enjoy that.
If some showed up today, it wouldn't hurt my feelings.
No, well, there's Bubba. If there's ever been an opportunity,
today's the day.
With people rolling here on National Donut Day, I think you're sitting pretty. I think you're sitting pretty, friend. All right, we'll jump into it. Do we take on the Biden thing right out of the gate?
Well, and we've got
did this
somewhat. I'm going to say breaking news from some people who are on the ground at the D-Day celebrations, and I'm trying to kind of weed through this here.
Okay. But did happen what everybody was saying might have happened yesterday? Did that happen?
I don't know.
Did you see Babylon B?
Maybe so.
Rick and Bubba.
Week. Do like Ronald Reagan, with the air traffic controllers.
Yep.
Fire them. So you're fired.
Out today, assessing damage to his house from yesterday's wild tornado ride. And, of course, remembering those that have major damage, injuries, and loss of life after yesterday's horrific tornadoes ripping through a large portion of the Rick and Bubba viewing and listening audience. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. I mean, really glad to be here. Honored and privileged.
Yeah.
Thank all of you for your support and your love over the past 27 years.
Bubba, it has finally happened. The current president of the United States, President Joe Biden, finally held a press conference.
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
How many days has it been since he went in?
65 days.
65 days.
Well, trust me, after the one last night, it'll be longer than that before you see him again.
Well, we've got a couple of clips we'll play for you, but there also these photos are showing that he's been given like a notebook kind of
3-ring binder, Rick.
3-ring binder to tell him who to call on and what he's supposed to do. And there
Cheat
it is.
sheet.
Yeah, a look at.
And all his
one
talking points.
One of the Zoom shots even shows pictures of the reporters, so he knows who to call, who's friendly and who's not.
So we've got some highlights from last year, from last night. I'm sorry. I'm looking at some of them here, but let's go to one of the videos. I think the first one that we have. This is just kind of a rambling mess here. I don't even know what the title this one. Do y'all know what?
Rambling mess.
Rambling
That's
mess.
what you tell.
Rambling man.
So here it is.
So the best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway, we're going to get a lot done, and if we have to, if there's complete lockdown and chaos as a consequence of the filibuster, then we'll have to go beyond what I'm talking about. Okay, hang on.
In his binder.
Sorry. Oh, sing me, Miss Kim.
Oh my gosh.
See, he's not looking to a reporter to call. He's looking down to see who he's supposed to call next because they've already screened their questions.
Can I tell you who I'm really
go back to the first thing. Yeah. Did you see where he got tangled up and just said, yeah, whatever?
Yeah, can I tell you who I feel bad for? The sign language person.
Yeah.
For the love of God, she doesn't even know. Can you imagine trying to do the sign language of this? I mean, even at one point she stops and like, I don't know.
He's even got the order to call on him.
Right. It's
he's just acting out of play up there. So.
He's got pictures of them. He's got everything.
And not very well.
There's number one.
Yeah, so anyway, I can hear that one again because I would like to hear that just the first part, not the whole thing, just that beginning when he I'll pot it down after he does the whatever. I mean, because the whatever.
So the best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway.
Rick, he just gave up on it.
Did you see the sign language person?
Yeah. I mean, just gave up.
Oh my gosh!
And Rick, basically, what he's saying here: look, the Senate has rules, and even though we have a majority via the tie break, we can't get things through under the filibuster rule. And if we can't get our way through, then we'll just change the rules.
Yeah,
this is basically what he said. So we're going to do what we want to do.
So this one has come up before, but
forget transparency and working together. That's over.
Now we get into the president talking about how long he served in the Senate. So here we go.
With regard to the filibuster, I believe we should go back to a position of the filibuster that existed just when I came to the United States Senate 120 years ago.
Okay, is he just using that as an exaggeration? I want to give him benefit of the doubt.
I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt. He was trying to make a joke about that one.
Because he said this before.
Right.
Do you think he's just joking around?
Does he not know that when he makes a joke, he's supposed to smile or laugh?
I'm just trying to.
Maybe take a pause and smile.
Right.
Let it breathe for a minute.
Do I wish it was presented differently? I do.
See, he looks like he's reading.
We should go back to a position of the filibuster that existed just when I came to the United States Senate 120 years ago. And that is that it used to be required.
Can you not, Joe, if you're going to make a joke, you're supposed to smile.
Well, if you
at that time, I'm not sure it was a joke.
If you
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. So, somewhat breaking news involving the president being in Normandy for the D-Day. I thought D-Day was already done, and we already had the speech.
But it's several days.
Yeah. He's there for like 5 days.
It's the 80th anniversary. It's a big deal.
Yeah, and then we had what we will talk about later.
Yesterday, very odd. And it may explain today.
Yeah, that's that's exactly what I'm thinking. So we think the president may have had something unfortunate happen that comes along with Alzheimer's, dementia, which is unfortunate and sad that may have happened while he was trying to be part of the presentation there yesterday. We'll unpack that in a minute unless Randy can add something to that. So we do know that Jacksonville State University is there, their band, the Marching
Southerners, right,
as part of all this, which is, we all have great ties there.
And Boaz High School, we were informed yesterday.
That's right.
Okay. So there's a lot of activity with this. This is not just a small stage.
So there's a developing story that if you're part of the thousands that are there, just as we're here to see it as just people from all over the world, the public. That may have been impacted in a surprise move today, and we have someone there that is connected to the show and that we've known for years and years wants to give us an update on what just happened. Randy Jones from Jacksonville, Alabama, joins us. Randy, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, guys. How are you doing?
We're good.
Now, Randy, where are you at exactly?
So right now I'm at the La Tapisseria at Boaz, matter of fact, it's the city where the Allied forces actually didn't destroy this city during World War II because they wanted it as the headquarters.
Wanted his headquarters.
So yesterday we had an incredible day at the Britannia American Cemetery where, like I say, Boaz Band, Albertville Band. There were bands there was a choir from Australia. No, I'm sorry, not Albertville, but Boaz. I'm sorry, not Albertville.
Just be careful.
We had a band. Had a choir from Australia. Some other bands. It was quite an honor to be invited. And so they brought over, parents, like the band members, a lot of other folks. And we've got like 8 buses. Let me put it this way. We have 8 buses ourselves, Jacksonville State. And then you've got everyone else. So we're headed today, we go to Utah Beach this morning. And let me tell you, first of all, yesterday, it makes you proud to be an American. When the Chicago Police Department's bagpipes were playing Amazing Grace with all the grave sites behind them, it's really special. And it makes you realize how important this day was, this week is, and what it means to be an American. And I would challenge me to come over here and just see what the sacrifices were. So that way being said, so we're headed to Omaha Beach today, where they were actually going to lay a wreath at the beach and then have a performance. So we're almost there, and our tour people come on and say, we're so sorry, the president has decided to have a special ceremony, a special program today at the cemetery. So they've closed the cemetery. So here we are, thousands of people on the way there to perform and to see Omaha Beach. And because of Joe Biden, the cemetery is closed, and so everybody's shuffling around now trying to figure out what to do and where to go.
So Randy, where was he supposed to? Was he supposed to be there and just shut it down, made it private?
No, he actually had a. From what we understand, he had a schedule where he was, leaving to go to Paris today, and but all of a sudden, at the last minute, he decided to have something at Omaha Beach and close the beach and close the cemetery. So he's got thousands of people now, veterans, band members, choir members that were headed there. We're just trying to find things to, something to do now.
Isn't it funny that they're probably doing? Do you think, Randy? I'm just speculating, and you don't have to speculate with this if you don't want to go with us. That yesterday, what we are thinking may have happened to him was so embarrassing. They now have changed the plan, and they're trying to come back and get a better optic and some photo ops and all that to try to repair yesterday a little bit.
No idea. I didn't see yesterday because we were busy doing, our deal in Britannia, but so I don't know. But all I know is that we literally were headed that way, and I mean, all of a sudden, policemen everywhere and military everywhere, and they said, well, the president decided to have a special ceremony today, so that's where we are. So these great marching Southerners and Boaz pirates and folks from Sarasota, from Michigan, from Australia, they're now just trying to figure out what to do because of Joe Biden.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Do you make any friends with this move today, Bubba? I mean,
Randy, did the band did get to do their performance they were there to do, right?
Yesterday.
Yes. Okay.
Yesterday.
Right.
But not today.
Right.
And today was the public ceremony. Today was the public ceremony at Omaha Beach.
And
Omaha Beach is,
and now it's been shut
that's
down.
ground zero.
Now
it's request of Biden.
Down.
Now it's a private ceremony, and the public is shut out, even though people traveled there from all over the world for this ceremony today.
Well, Randy, if you've not seen the video, it looks like the president may have had an accident yesterday.
Yes.
That or confused about where to sit or something.
Yeah, then the Babylon Bee said that Biden drops the first bomb on Normandy in 80 years.
Yeah.
That was their headline.
Well, now he dropped the second bomb. Well, now the second bomb's been dropped. The fact that, you've got, we've got our Marching Southerners, which is the #1 band in America.
Of course it
is.
is.
As you know,
of
the Sullivan
course.
Trophy. I mean, and that's verified, and they've got the trophy for it. So they're sitting here now wondering what we're going to do. Because literally he decided to have a special ceremony up there today, and they closed it.
That's tough.
Well, Randy, thanks. Thanks for the update. And
At least you didn't travel very far.
Yeah. The good news is,
Randy, what time is it there, by the way?
This afternoon.
What time is it here? It's 1:30.
Yeah. Okay.
1:30. Beautiful weather, and like I say, this place is very moving, and we just left Utah just to see what these guys went through. Yesterday, Jack London spoke at the ceremony, and he actually, I would challenge every one of your listeners right now to just pull up D-Day and just pick out one name out here and just find out about that one person. Mm-hmm. I've got a history, where they came from, love to this country, to sacrifice. And people had jobs, and they just said, hey, we had a veteran speak yesterday, 98 years old, from Puerto Rico, was going to law school in Puerto Rico, was in New York on holiday, was watching a war movie, left and went and signed up for the Army.
Wow. How about that?
And he was there yesterday. And see, those guys today were going to Omaha Beach, but guess what? President Biden closed the beach.
Wow. Randy, thanks. Appreciate it very much. And I hate that for everybody involved. Yeah. What a hassle. What a disappointment.
Try to enjoy the rest of your trip and travel safe.
Yeah. How about, I know they may be trying to fix some optics from yesterday, but doesn't this just give you a new set of bad optics?
I don't know if it's optics. I'm going
you've upset a lot of
I'm going to
people.
try to be as kind as I can here on this. There may be some security issues that we don't know about.
Well, that's
I don't
true.
know. I don't know.
But just the idea.
Yeah, I mean, you've got thousands of people coming there for this, and now you shut it down. I mean.
Yeah, I understand why they would need to make it private for security, but my point is doing it at all and disappointing all these people when you had your time yesterday.
Right.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back and we'll unpack what appears to be the trouble yesterday. Hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you appear to be losing it on a lot of other fronts, that's probably not a good joke.
No.
Or you need to really make it clear.
All right, and then
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, though.
And then he gets in this thing, this Jim Eagle one. Have you heard this
one?
About all right, so here we go.
What I'm worried about is how un-American this whole initiative is. It's sick. It's sick. Deciding in some states that you cannot bring water to people standing in line, waiting to vote. Deciding that you're going to end voting at 5 o'clock when working people are just getting off work. Deciding that there will be no absentee ballots under the most rigid circumstances. The Republican voters I know find this despicable. Republican voters. folks outside this White House. I'm not talking about the elected officials. I'm talking about voters, because it is the most pernicious thing. This makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle. I mean, this is gigantic, what they're trying to do, and it cannot be sustained.
Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle.
Yeah, I don't know who
it's
Jim
a bird.
Eagle
It's
is.
a bird reference. Crow, eagle. I didn't know it either. Speedy filled me in on it. So he's saying that the eagle's much bigger than the crow.
Okay, all right.
Rick, I didn't know either. In the kickoff hour, I sounded like an idiot trying to break it down too. I thought there was somebody out there named Jim Eagle that evidently had done something majorly wrong.
Yeah, I see he's trying to make an analogy here. I see now what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's
a bird reference.
Yeah, I would disagree that the things that he claims are going on, if you got to the bottom of them, I don't think they would be.
I don't think anybody who ends voting at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't know. And how about this? It's going to be really hard to beat the Jim Crow laws. I don't think there's anything in modern time that even compares to the Jim Crow laws. I'd have to disagree with the Jim Eagle comment. Have we solved all our problems? We haven't, but we're not doing Jim Crow.
No, this. I think what he's doing is trying to justify this HR 1, where they're going to force these voting standards on everybody that will make it extremely easy to steal an election. Nobody wants that. We want everybody to legally cast a legal vote.
Do you think?
And that means you sign up, you prove who you are, you cast a ballot. This thing now where you can just do whatever is crazy. And I think they like it because they won with that format. So they're wanting to force it on everybody permanently from now on.
Do you think because you could tell right then on this thing we got to Jim Eagle, he left the script.
Yeah.
And now he's rolling. Yeah. And the other one, he was trying to stay on the script but wasn't quite sure where he was on the script, and that's when we got there, whatever. Right. But do you think it terrifies them when all of a sudden he gets that, because he gets that glossed over look. There's a look that people have, and sadly we know it because we have people we love that have been through this horrific aging process of dementia and Alzheimer's, and there is a confused look that goes with it. And if y'all do see it, right? Because I see it as clear as you can possibly see it. All right, so I've noticed something, and Adler had to face it today, and I've caught myself. There's two things I'm working on in my own personal life. It was brought to my attention last night. I noticed I did it again this morning to Adler, and I apologize to him for that. And then there's another thing that my wife has noticed that she said, and she's put a study in the field. She's asked Greg to examine it. She says that I've developed this new laugh that I'm doing. And she said, and I got to tell you, I'm not crazy about it. And she said, it's almost maniacal. You've got some kind of little evil laugh you've started doing. And I think you mentioned the other day that Betty dropped a laugh out that reminded us of an evil laugh of an evil laugh of our past.
I told her, I said, cut that one out. Go back to the other one where you screech.
Have y'all noticed I'm doing a new laugh? Greg said he's noticed some slight change, but Sherry says it's there, and every now and then I'll just show there it is. That's what I'm talking about.
Can you give us an example?
I don't know what she means, so it's hard for me to do it. She said it has a little bit of like I'm the villain in something kind of. Somewhere in there.
Well, you've always had one of those.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I didn't think it was new. I thought it was just part of my rotation of laughs. And so
you moved it up?
I guess it's in a hotter rotation, but so just give that. And then this is the one that happened to Adler. I mean, it happened to him today, and he's about to have an epiphany on this when he goes, "Oh yeah." So we had the trip to McGee, Mississippi last night, and we were in the truck a lot. Bones is on the way back, which was kind. He said, "Hey, I'll drive. That way you can catch a little sleep if you need to. I know it's going to be a short window before the next Rick and Bubba show." Well, when you get tired, you start acting weird anyway. And I'd never noticed this. We know that Greg has rude Tourette's. And Bones says, I don't know what it is with the Burgesses. Y'all are all very quirky. And I said,
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We're back. Relief Factor. Look, I'm going to tell you, I take it every day. It is a game changer. So many of you have emailed us and reached out. You're part of the 70% of people that have tried. There's over 1 million people now that said, you know what, I'm going to try Relief Factor. And 70%, 7 out of 10 people say, I saw results that were game changers, including me. It's all natural. That's the beauty. There's a lot of things out there that you can take for aches and pains, but the problem is most of them are not designed to be some daily supplement without having bad side effects. But Relief Factor you can, because it's all natural. It's 4 botanicals. There's been studies on all of them, and of course this time of year. We're a little more active. I mean, we're on. People are riding bikes, getting outside, taking walks, or going swimming. Doing water sports, all kinds of stuff. So if you're not going to be able to enjoy these things if you have chronic pain. Now we do have an email from Paul who listens on TuneIn, and this is something that we all did for a while and playing softball as grown men. And he said I got to where I couldn't play softball. Because I was hurting so bad, and I got on Relief Factor. Now I'm back out there playing like I'm 35 years old. Thank you so much. And he said for him it happened in a really, really short time. Usually takes about 3 weeks or less, somewhere in there, for you to know whether it's really working for you or not. So why don't you get yours now and go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. You can also call 1-800-4RELIEF, and because you listen to this show, you're going to save on your first order. Look for that link as well at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So let's look at this Biden thing, because now it's led to what I guess was an unexpected private ceremony now there at Utah Beach today. So we just heard from someone who's part of thousands of people that, I don't know.
Beach shut down.
Can I tell you something? When you travel abroad like this and you leave the country, this is months and months of planning.
Oh, Rick, and the money spent on
super expensive.
Yep.
And you get your itinerary down. And I guess where you heard the anger from the caller is we all went here knowing that the president would be doing something yesterday, so that was in our itinerary of what we could and couldn't do.
Right.
But today we thought that he was going on to Paris, and we all have tour guides set up for Utah Beach.
Right.
And now we're shut down because the president wants to do a private deal. What we're asking, does it have anything to do with what happened yesterday? Because I didn't know what to do, and we've said this on the show a number of times now. Many of you, and we are fans of Babylon Bee. Well, I know that if Babylon Bee is doing a parody, a lot of times that's when I figure out I need to go find the real story.
Right.
So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Sherry starts laughing, and I said, "What?" She goes, "Did you see Babylon Bee?" I said, "No." And she says, "What does this mean?" They say the president has dropped the first bomb on Normandy in 80 years. Well, I didn't know. I said, I have no idea. So I kind of let it go. Then you sent something to the team text.
Earlier,
yeah. And I was trying to piece all that together.
Yeah.
And then finally, somebody just texted me and said, "Did the president crap himself?"
Right.
And I said, "Oh my gosh, now this is all coming together. I understand what's going on now." So
Bubba was actually onto it towards the end of the show, but he couldn't figure out why he was getting breaking news notifications.
Yeah, why he was being ushered off stage.
Yeah. And so right after the show, the video was released, and that's when I sent to the team, Bubba, this is what you were wondering about.
Look at the veteran behind him. He's kind of like, what's going on? See the guy right there?
Rick, never mind.
What? He's not a veteran?
No, I just think his mouth.
Please welcome.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry.
I think that's the way his mouth
stuck like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
Well, at the guy sitting right behind him. He looks concerned. Or his head tilts.
His head tilts normally.
Is Biden, is he having an accident, or is he confused about the chair? What is
the media is trying to protect him. One of the stories we have, the headline is confused on where to sit. But most folks don't look for a chair like this.
And they don't do like an air squat for a full minute.
No.
Jill, look at Jill. She's about to tell him something. Hey, don't sit down. She's going to cover her mouth and scratch her mouth. She's about to, don't sit down, don't sit down.
Or did she say, don't poop your pants?
Please don't poop your pants.
All right, my only thing
What's
is...
that smell,
clench,
Joe?
Clench, Joe.
Let me walk through, which, by the way, part of this is you lose the ability to clench. That's why it happens.
Oh.
Let me, because the brain's not talking to the clench like it once did. Listen.
Wow, that's quite a breakdown.
Listen to me. This is I want to stay factual with this as we investigate. How soon after this did she usher him off the stage?
I don't know.
Shortly after.
Shortly after.
All right, so if I'm just confused about a chair, I don't get ushered off the stage. If I'm just confused about a chair, you don't usher me off the stage.
Was the ceremony over when she took it
I
off?
think the president was a little not our president, the France. I think he was
Macron,
because he still had to speak.
He was caught
right?
off guard by them leaving.
Okay,
yeah.
And so there he's still on stage. There's Macron,
He's
and he's
like,
going to
where's
run
he?
over to some vets here.
I'm going to say this
Shake some
again.
hands.
If he was just confused about a chair, you simply correct him and he gets to stay. For him to be ushered off the stage, I think the potential of the other is still there. Why would you usher him off the stage if he's just confused about where to sit?
Or is it just standard procedure?
I don't know.
usher
Was
him
the
off?
France? This is
Look
fair.
how he's walking right here.
This is fair. Okay, to Joe, to our president. Did the France president, was he supposed to leave too and double back to go say hello to those
was this
veterans?
just a part of the ceremony when people leave?
Because he came back up.
Because it's edited.
Did he do that because he was that's what he was originally supposed to do?
Right.
And President Biden didn't join him because he had an issue?
Or
were they both supposed to leave and he went back?
That's
I don't know.
possibilities.
That's a possibility. Now, I want to
be fair.
They're
I wanna-
saluting. They're saluting as he walks by.
I want to. Well, yeah, he's going to salute when he walks by because now he's leaving.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The whole bunch was.
I think they're covering their noses.
All right, go
That's
back.
funny.
Let's go back to this again. Now let's get back to what is not up for debate. It's not good either way.
No.
Now one is worse, no question. But him crouching down on the stage like that is bad, no matter why he's doing it.
If you stop
weird
there and don't go
situation.
to the other, it's still really
that and try
concerning.
it out
Yeah.
right there.
This is where I think
My
we
goodness,
need
y'all.
to
Please,
incorporate the song "Every Day I'm Shuffling" to his intro
Bubba,
because
that
this
also,
is
that
not
also
good.
looks like he's walking for another reason.
Y'all.
Yeah.
This is just
shell
this
of a
is
man.
Not
It's,
good.
it's a
Now-
shell of a person.
You know, I told Bubba this in the break, and we didn't say it yesterday, but we saw it yesterday. When you just look at him debating Trump 3 years ago,
Oh,
It's a dramatic.
the
Huge
the
difference.
change in 3 years has been unbelievable.
Yeah.
And we were talking about how we didn't have it together at the debate.
Mm-hmm.
But he looked like a champ at the debate compared to this. So
Very uncomfortable moment. A lot of people with headsets running around. Did you? I look at a lot of people confused.
Okay,
What
so
are we
then
doing?
I made the mistake of saying I want to go and get as many news resources as I can
Okay.
and their discussion of it. Now he was confused about a chair. He certainly looks like he was hunkering down. Sadly, we've all seen this and know that is part of it. The latter, really both of those. And then I saw insiders inside the White House that will not be named saying that this happens a lot at the White House.
What?
That he can't.
An
that
accident?
he's lost control of this.
Oh man.
And that they have to deal with it at the White House every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this
now
is
I
when
don't know whether that story's true, but it was a story.
Every day, Rick?
The quote was every day, and I could go further, but there's no need to.
This is a very uncomfortable moment we're showing now too. I think Taps was playing. I'm not
What is he
sure.
doing now?
And he just turns from the band.
What is he doing?
And
Look, she
and
put
nobody
her hand
knows
over
what
her
to
heart.
do.
Where's he looking?
Nobody knows what to do.
See, do we even have to
Look at-
comment?
look at
now
the French
everybody
guy.
thinks, well, I guess we all should turn around.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Is there a flag or something back there?
Maybe, Greg.
I think maybe he's just turning to the veterans. To be honest with you,
Or is he
because-
whispering, "Where's the can?"
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Right.
What looks like
Who's
Walter.
that punk?
It looks like Walter.
I will tell you, he turned on his own. Look at the whatever First Lady of France, whatever you call the wife of the president there. She really was the first one to go, what is he looking at? Did you see her?
She also was the first one to notice his semi squat.
Yeah.
Can I see the semi squat one more time?
Or the
I
air-
don't know.
air
I don't,
squat.
I don't know why he's doing it. It's not good either way. It's not a good presentation.
If he was trying to sit down
Bubba,
in a
this
chair,
is
he
the
did
Normandy.
it in slow motion.
We are on D-Day. You realize that, right? So, can
Yeah,
anybody
air squat.
identify what he's looking at there?
No, it was just confusion on
Greg,
X.
did you see the other three were not going to turn around? So
No.
if he's turning around for the right reason, wouldn't they have already turned around too?
I don't know, something.
You see them
something
looking,
doesn't
going.
wash there, does it?
You could see her looking at her
The
husband, going.
presentation of this whole event was not very
All right, here we go. Let's watch this right here.
Okay.
He's he's talking to
Of course, that thing's in the way.
Macaron. Now there's a.
He does seem to look behind him for a
Now,
second.
what
but
is this?
What are we doing?
What is this? Here's
He's got
Chip.
his hand down trying to find the arm of it.
Is it?
Not time to sit, Mr.
But why was he sitting?
Where's the chair? Oh, it's way back there. Are those chairs way back
Watch
there?
his left hand.
All right, so let's
I
chalk it
think
up.
he thought he was sitting.
Okay, I'm gonna stay there. It's still not good.
Yeah, let's go with this.
It doesn't look
maybe he's not having an accident.
I think she's
and
gonna
maybe
stand up, Joe.
maybe he's just having a really bad kind of a confusion
To
type
Bubba's
episode.
point, you can only get him ready for so many days.
And Jill, that was when she shuffled him off. It was towards the end of the event. Their on stage priorities were done, but instead of meeting
Hanging
and greeting, she was like, "I need to get him on out of here."
he's
Been
in a
there.
bad spot.
Been there.
Yeah.
Been there. All right, so Speedy also mentioned something, the pressure that Jill Biden is under. She's gone to Hunter's court case and now has to go deal with this. On both ends, she's dealing with her husband and her son. And, I mean, it is a
And
mess.
former daughter-in-law.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a few details.
Probably
in the
not
old
getting
trial yesterday.
Probably not getting to see her patients.
No.
Rick and Bubba.
We're quirky people. And he said, has anybody ever told you that you have song Tourette's? And I said, well, he goes, just all of a sudden out of nowhere, you'll just start singing a song. It doesn't have any beginning and end.
Both of you
We
are
don't
like
even know where you got this song.
Yeah.
And it just comes out of nowhere.
It's a
And
good call.
He goes, you don't say, hey, man, do you like this song? So he said, I'll be driving. All of a sudden, I hear you go, if you feel that you can go on. And then I'll just kind of rock back and go back like I'm trying to go to sleep. And I realized today, because it was on my mind, that for some reason I stood in front of Adler's cubicle today in his little studio, and I sang It Was Just My Imagination by the Temptations with no reason. He doesn't know why I'm singing it. He doesn't know what I'm doing. And he's staring at me like, are you going to sing the whole song? Are you trying to get to the chorus? Which the truth was I was trying to get to the chorus. And so I've realized that I uncontrollably sing songs, and it has no rhyme or reason to it, and I do it almost like it's...
I think you're singing it in your head,
Right.
and then at some point it's like lava. It just overflows.
Yeah, let me apologize to you. I'm so sorry for that.
You know, I kind of felt like I needed to apologize to you.
Yeah.
Because I chose. I chose to try to have a conversation. I
I'm
was like,
so sorry.
Hey, good morning, Rick. So now I'm speaking way too loud in your face, and you're singing in my face.
I know.
We're both two crazy people, I think.
I don't know, but have you noticed that I'll just sing?
No, I'll even take it a
Yes.
step further. I think you and Greg both are so well versed when it comes to music that a lot of times what you're singing has to do with the conversation that's happening.
Well,
I'll even go that far with
Well,
it.
this morning there was
Actually, what you're singing to us in our conversation makes sense.
So what I was singing uncontrollably was that I don't know that I can make this ride. And if you feel that you can go on. So am I picking a song of my feeling? But what was my imagination this morning? That didn't make any sense.
No, yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
That song was already playing in your head, Rick. You just blurted it out. You do it all the time.
So I do have song Tourette's.
Yeah, but I don't think we ever named it. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
One that you really makes no sense is after the show, like we'll all be in our offices checking email, and I will hear from Rick's office very loud, very passionately,
Oh yeah,
just real loud.
Yeah, I'll drop in.
I'm
line
like, is he
six
doing
tonight.
the jungle? The jungle's sleeping tonight? What's
Yeah,
going
I love it,
on?
yeah.
Usually there'll be a song that might be brought up. It may be in bumper music in the last hour. And we'll all keep singing it after the show. I don't know if you notice that.
But Bones says that I do it like for no rhyme or reason.
You do.
Like we haven't listened to
Greg's
the song.
the same way. It's almost like instead of sign, you do that.
Well, you know what I think it may be? Because there's people have been trying to diagnose all of us for a long time, and we all have. We're a very quirky bunch. And so the other day when I mentioned on the air that I actually am calmed by caffeine, I don't get energy from it. I'm calmed by it. And a person said, by the way, that's classic in the sphere. What do I call it? It's not the word.
ADHD. Spectrum?
The spectrum of ADHD. Said people with that problem, caffeine calms them.
Yeah.
It doesn't. They don't get hyped. They calm. Yeah. And I think that the singing is me settling myself.
That's good.
I think is what it is.
That's good. That's
good.
Now, Greg does the same thing. He'll just walk past the office and just be like, blue on black,
and just go on by.
And then he's gone.
But have you noticed other members will pick up the song?
Yes.
It's almost like we're doing Pitch Perfect, where they just keep doing the same song.
A lot of times it's
passing
like
it around.
telephone. It's like and then sometimes we'll change the words. Like, I'm about to eat some peanut butter. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, right. When we start that the other day. Yeah, but I just rounded
Pass
the
it over
corner.
here.
I mean, the first time Adler sees me, I just realized I rounded the corner with, but in reality, she doesn't even know me. It was just my imagination. Once again.
What I think is the hard part for me to get through it is you have a look in your eye as if it's a concert.
It is.
And you have a mic and a spotlight, and
Right.
I'm sitting in the front row.
I know.
And you're really bringing it. And
Right.
I'm like a ticket buying person that wants to be in the concert, but sometimes I don't want to be in the concert.
I know, and that's what makes it weird.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
how about this though? But I'm trying to put on a great show.
So soulful.
I mean,
Your eyes are so soulful.
I'm trying to say, if you'll just hang with this, I think you'll be okay.
I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I'm not going to sing the home song. Just know that I've got a tidbit for you that may help you today. Let's go. Active day today. We've got a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. Bubba and I got into a really deep conversation yesterday with Leighton Gray. He hosts the podcast Gray Matter. He's given us an update on the state of Canada, and it is not pretty. Why do we care? Well, he's saying the government that's in place right now, it might as well be the Chinese government. There's much more to talk about this weekend. So grab that wherever you get podcasts. So that's this weekend. Tonight, Speedy with the Alabama State games at the BJCC Legacy Center. That'll be on TV as well if you want to see how to watch it anywhere in the country. And apparently, Speedy will be part of the broadcast. You can go to rickandbubba.com under events. The link is there. Tomorrow, Protective Life Stadium, Speedy there with the UFL and the playoff game. He'll be there with the Stallions and the Panthers. Tomorrow, the winner goes to the UFL championship. That is happening tomorrow as well. Sherry and I leave out today, and Lord willing, we'll be in South Missouri tonight, tomorrow night, and Sunday morning. A men's event tonight, a women's event tomorrow morning, and a marriage event tomorrow night. And then I'll be speaking Sunday morning at Minor Baptist Church, Sykeston, Missouri. You can go to all of it or some of it. That link is there too. Looking forward to seeing all of you there. Golden ticket seats are en route and will join us, and we'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat coming up a little bit later on in the program as well. Helmsy has been to get a physical. You heard that on the show. Even got a little best of moment out of that. Helmsy was heard saying that he just sensed that age was eventually going to catch him on some of these things, and I understand we have the numbers.
It's caught me, boys.
Hey, we have the numbers.
It's not good.
What's wrong, bud?
46, is that right? Your age,
good.
46?
46.
Yeah, 46.
Yeah, that's about when it all starts coming apart.
Yeah. I had everything checked. I had a great visit with Dr. Harmon a couple days ago.
Sure.
And I actually saw him, not the nurse practitioner. I thought I was seeing a nurse practitioner.
Please don't
I
get
saw
that
him.
started. Nurse practitioners, until we clarified, we were just talking about gender and low T. What do you mean? You putting down nurse practitioners? No. Matter of fact, I've a nurse practitioner has diagnosed me many times.
I think sometimes they're more thorough than the doctor.
And I've had good experiences either way.
On
By the
matters
way,
of pharmacy.
that office over there, one of the most efficient places I've ever been on the planet. I keep walking in thinking today's going to be the day. I'm disappointed.
they are.
Yeah.
Like today's the day where it's not going to run as smooth as it normally, and it's never the case.
Great
They're
office.
so great. Anyway, spent a lot of time. We talked about a lot of things. We talked about asthma. We talked about low T.
Sure.
We talked about all these different things you talk about. And blood pressure was fine. So, I got in there. My weight was what it's been, which was good. And the blood pressure, so I'm sitting there feeling good about myself. All the things we're talking. He listens to my heart, however he's doing. He's telling me to breathe out and hold my breath and look here, don't look, and everything's fine. So then I go get the blood work done. And we tested for everything. Every single thing we tested for. And so y'all know I tested for low T too.
Okay. Throw it in
now,
there.
that came back fine.
Okay.
All right.
So there's no issue there.
Okay.
But I do have an issue, and I'm not happy about it. My cholesterol's up.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Join
What
the
is
club,
it?
pal.
So, and I guess it's the LDL is high.
Oh, that's you don't want that.
Don't like that.
But here's what I don't like hearing. Here's what got me, and this is what made it real to me. Need to put you on statin.
There it is.
Yeah,
And
Little
that's-
standard.
And I just don't want to be on a statin.
Little old stat never hurt nobody.
I don't know. He's
Hams,
prescribing
don't do
me.
it.
Hams-
Don't do it. Hams, I think you got to be careful with every medicine because they all have side effects. But I think in this case, the statin family of drugs has been researched more than any drug in history, and they do a lot of good. If you look at the numbers, they obviously help with heart disease and strokes. And if he thinks you need to be on it, I'd get on it.
And I told him. So Amanda,
You
of
just
course,
got to find
Amanda
the right
gave me some
one.
shut up
Find
juice.
the right one that works with you.
I said, you know how I'm about medicine. Everything's got side effects. And she, you know what she looked at me? She said, "Let me tell you what the side effect is. If you don't take it, you're gonna have a heart attack."
Well, that's what I was going to
And
tell
I was
you.
like, "Well, thanks, hon."
Let me jump.
That doesn't
on-
sound good.
Let me draft with Bubba here. So we have bad cholesterol genetically throughout our whole family.
Yep.
And so I was the same way. I wanted to delay it because even though there's nothing that doesn't have side effects, it's just which one's worse, to Amanda's point. And about your age, maybe a little bit older, I might have been 50. My doctor said, "I understand that you want to stay off these as long as you can, but let me tell you where we are now.
Mm-hmm.
You're so old now. Any side effect that's going to affect you in any way that matters, the heart attack will kill you before it does."
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
so you have heart disease in your family. I think that we can maybe you not have that experience, and any side effect that you will have, it would take more years than you're going to live to affect you. And the only thing I will, to Bubba's point, I will prepare you for, though, but the first one they gave me, the leg cramps were so bad, I couldn't even sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had to change it until they found one where the leg cramps were minimal.
There's a lot of options
Right.
out there, and they
Yeah.
can get it
Don't
dialed
like
in
it.
for you
Don't
if
like
the,
leg
if
cramps.
the first one doesn't
you
work.
ain't-
I'm not into leg cramps.
Hey,
Rick.
thumbs down on the leg.
Well,
cramp.
if
But there's a lot of
just
choices,
tell him, and
see.
they'll give you.
Yeah.
They found
They change
one.
it,
I
yeah.
still get leg cramps, but nothing that's devastating. It happens
Right.
I'm on a normal basis, is what I'd say.
It's
because
amazing.
we all get leg cramps on a
Yeah.
normal basis.
Oh yeah. There's some.
Yeah.
Hey, without statins, I get leg
Yeah, I
cramps.
do too.
sometimes,
Yeah,
so.
But and then I found a way to, and you can also find a way to remedy that too if you do still have them a little bit. But this is the best one for you. There's a natural deal, I forget what it's called, that you can take for leg cramps, and that'll help too.
We talked. So I guess it's official. And I messaged him back and I said, yes, I'm okay with going on that. And he responded and said, I'll get that put in for each pharmacy. So I guess I'll start having leg cramps.
Maybe not.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, maybe not. And if they do, just switch to another.
A couple things he does want me to address is he wants me to have a colonoscopy.
And there it is.
Yeah.
And he said, listen, the way your schedule is, you need to do that this summer, because I know based off the way your schedule works, you're not going to get it done if you don't do it this summer. He also wants me to see a dermatologist.
What?
Yeah, he said it's because I told him we were talking about everything, and I said, listen, no, he didn't recognize anything. He just says that because I've been out in the sun all my
understood.
life,
All right, okay.
and I started talking about Speedy. I said, Speedy and Greg scare me to death with this stuff. Every time they go in, they're cutting on them,
Yeah.
they're freezing,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm not big on
Look,
that.
I go every 6 months like I'm going to the dentist.
I know.
For checkups.
I know.
I go for skin checkups.
I said, and
Poor little fairy.
honestly,
got one next week.
Not everybody's like this, but I feel like they're cutting to cut sometimes. Like, hey, let's just get rid of this squamous cell and this squamous cell, and I just don't want to be cut on, and I don't want anything frozen.
So you want squamous cells?
No, but I don't want to leave cut off. And Amanda had something cut off this week. Of course, it's hurting, and I'm like, nobody wants that.
I know.
So, but I told him I'd go see a dermatologist.
Okay.
So high cholesterol.
So I got to
What
get
were
on
your
the
numbers?
statin. I can tell you, I'm looking at them right here. LDL result was 162,
Yeah, that's high.
and the normal is 50 to 130.
Yeah. Triglycerides okay?
And then the cholesterol was 215, and normal is 100 to 200.
Yeah, you
A
ain't
little
that
high.
bad.
Just a little high.
You're not that bad.
I'll put you on 40
I'm done.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by FirstCup.com. Go enjoy this delicious coffee. Use the code Bubba. Save 10% on your first order. Become a subscriber. Save an additional 10% at FirstCup.com. Use the code Bubba. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us.
It brings me to my knees.
A brand new hour has begun. The national anthem will get us started, and then we'll jump into another hour. The Electric Light Orchestra. For those of you that never knew what those three letters stood for.
Yep, that's it.
Well, Bubba, we've got much to discuss from the weekend. I often come back from a weekend, and sometimes I have weekends I just kind of disconnect and get away from what's going on in the world. And then there's that anxious feeling as you creep back into the office and you get in the studio and there's a stack of papers there, and you're just like, well, I wonder what's happened.
Here we go.
Wonder what's happened since we've been gone. And so unpacking some of the bizarre headlines that we'll work through today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new one out over the weekend, our interview with Oliver North. You can go consume that on your time. If you didn't catch it over the weekend, it's available wherever you get podcasts. So take a note of that. We have Bubba Stories from the Road. We've got your birthday weekend. I hope it went great.
Oh, it was.
Hope you had a good birthday, buddy.
We'll recap that starting with Friday. It was a great weekend. Love these weekends.
Yep. So we've got that.
Hey, birthday cake.
The cancel culture has put Cinderella in the crosshairs. Got that today. That ought to be a doozy. Somebody keeps mentioning something about Lil Nas. Anybody heard anything about that? That was my number one email and text over the weekend. I had.
You mean it wasn't the ship that was blocking the Suez Canal?
No.
What if you're that guy? What if you're the guy that did that?
By the
shut
way,
the world trade down.
Yeah. Have you seen the backlog of boats behind?
Did I hear
it?
$9 billion a day? It's costing.
It's costing $9 billion a day in supplies coming in.
Yeah.
If we didn't already have supply problems.
Did you see Babylon B? They said Chick-fil-A went and moved it and got it moving again.
That's so good. I will say, speaking of this, that is hilarious.
I did not see that.
Well, I'll try it. I tried to go to Taco Bell yesterday in Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. And the place is always doing great business. It was closed, and it said there was this. I don't know if it's got any. It can't have anything to do with this, but it said due to not being able to get supplies, they don't have enough for whatever the delay is getting them their stuff. That they didn't have enough to fill a menu, so it's a limited item, so they shut her down.
Bless you, Taco Bell.
So you're telling me
I really wanted a quesadilla.
So the Suez Canal shutdown could have affected.
Now I don't know if that's affected it, but
something
their supply chain has been held up.
What if you're that guy? Back to y'all's original question.
Maybe it's all the chips they're putting in the vaccine.
Yeah, could be that. Greg, what about? People. What if you're the person that got turned around?
Oh, Rick.
They got
Rick, I think I'm stuck.
They got it floating just a little bit.
They said, but it ain't what it needs to be.
No, it's not.
And I saw that.
How do you wedge that thing in there sideways to begin with? I mean, who wasn't paying attention? I thought all that was done with computers. Now I thought it navigated for you through things like that.
And I thought, don't you, when you come in an area, you give it up, and somebody professional drives you in that's used to it.
Yeah.
You know, there's these guys that just take the ships in.
No, no, you're right. They bring them, and then they I guess a local pilot, I guess is what they call
he
it.
meets you out there and he brings it in.
I know nothing about the Suez Canal, far as that part of it, but I know you can drive a bass boat through locks and dams here in Alabama. I know that.
The only one that I can think of, if you'll remember, the guy that took the cruise ship to wave at somebody and flipped it over.
Yes,
you remember that?
yes.
Gosh, that's good.
That was another oops.
Yeah. So,
hey man, my bad.
So we'll.
I mean, don't you have a depth finder on that thing? Come on.
Surely you do.
I mean, every bass boat's got one of those.
If that canal is that important for world trade, you better have everything you need.
I mean, why don't they have something pulling you through there like the Okefenokee Swamp you hook onto and it carries you right down the middle of it?
Because there's a conspiracy that was done on purpose.
Here we go. Oh, here we go. Sure. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Like everything
Look
else,
at all the boats behind it.
You're going to see a lot more regulations put in after we get this thing out of the way on how we do this.
Yeah, there was concern because of all the shipping boats that are backed up. Adler just showed you in the Gulf there behind it that it's ripe for pirates now. So you even see they're in a bit of a circle formation, trying to protect themselves.
Ooh, Captain Phillips.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, Captain Phillips.
We go 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you guys for being with us today. We'll chat with you this hour at the number we just gave you. So we've updated a lot already on the program. Kickoff hour's done. We joined the guys. We discussed some Biden stuff from yesterday, that weird incident on the stage. We talked to someone that's actually there in Normandy. It was going to Utah Beach today. There was some kind of the president's now going to do another speech. Then other people say he's supposed to go to Paris, which is what he's supposed to do today, which is what they were told. So we've done all that last hour. If you miss all that, catch the archives today. Bubba, we know that we've talked about, Gunnersville Treaty. We've talked about pranks gone bad on the program. We just had another one go bad not too long ago. Certainly don't want to revisit that. Still kind of recovering from that one. But, Gary is a guy who's made it clear that, hey, I mean, if I can't do pranks, I just, soon have my leg cut off.
Yeah.
And
he
he
won't anything to do with it.
He won't have anything to do with it. So I was, when Gary, calls or reaches out, you don't ever know. You don't know what's going to happen. You just don't know. Hey, what do you think about that dead cedar? You think I could cut that down, make some turkey cows for it? And I said, well, you gonna pay us for the cedar tree? I do fun stuff like that. so anyway, so he, hey, I get a call like at 30 minutes before the show starts today. I think, oh no, something bad's happened. I said, Gary, hey, what's going on? I tell you what, I'm a tired old man. I'm down here working on my pier down at Lake Mitchell. And people won't show up, and I'm thought, is he just calling for a? I mean,
he's just
I said,
up
Gary,
and
Gary,
calling?
I said, the show's starting.
Is that who you were talking to in your office?
I was
wondering.
I was
about
like,
that.
Gary, are you okay? Well, I'm tired. I said, what? I got that, but I mean, is anything going on? No, I was gonna update you. I know you and little Sherry heading out this weekend, and we got a problem down there with the pump and the well. Okay. Hey, I put that breaker in there and replaced it. Right. Okay. Hey, it's working. Okay. Any other? Got a leak we still need to address. Okay. Anything else? Gary, you okay? You ain't gonna believe this.
Oh, yeah.
He said, somebody's done hacked my, and he called it, hey, somebody's done hacked my book face. And I said, I said, do you mean Facebook? Hey, hack, you ain't gonna believe what they're doing. I said, what are they doing? Y'all gonna love this.
Giving away turkey calls?
You're gonna love this. Well, apparently so I just gonna give you a heads up. They sending flyers to all my guy friends and from me saying I love you.
That's good stuff right there.
He said, I noticed that Terry was a little happy. We showed up today to work on the pier, and he was thank you for the flyers I sent him. And he said, and then it was kind of awkward because he said, hey, just so you know, Gary, I love you too. And so apparently somebody has hacked Gary. of all people, which I mean, let's face it, he had this coming.
Yeah.
And they're sending flowers to people from Gary saying that he loves them, including his guy friends.
Well, you know he's hacked immediately if you get that.
Oh yeah. So I don't. So if you receive flowers from Gary, so I immediately asked. I said I'd love permission to share that on the air. And he, well, I mean, I guess if you want to, you can't have nothing. You can't even have Facebook. And
so what does a tired Gary sound like?
He sounds just like this right here.
just a little laid back,
a little scratchy.
Hey, let me tell you something. I'm working good grief. I ain't never. It's hot as a. And then he accuse you things it's hot as. And you can't say what it's all hot as. And
not in public.
Hey, I had to redo this. I bet I put in $3,000 worth of lumber.
Oh boy.
And I'm like, okay. It's like he just wants to lament.
And that's his deck at the lake, the big.
I guess, Yeah. Down there at Lake Mitchell.
People were on him about that deck when we because he did something. He did something. Everybody's like, "Good night." Is it going to fall in?
Well, he
I
needed
guess
to do
that's it.
something because you get splinters all over the. He had to pull a splinter out of Maddie's foot.
Yep, you're right. I mean, I had to replace the whole thing. My deck and down there at the pier. He said, "Right now I'm feeding him little catfish." Have you ever seen him put up videos of him feeding the catfish? It's weird. I mean, this is. Hey, you gonna be what are y'all doing? And I said, well, we're about to start the show.
So Gary was bored before the workers got there. Is that what it was?
I guess he was he was standing out there on the pier. I thought somebody had passed away. I was
had him a cup of coffee. He wanted to call. He wanted to talk.
Right. I mean, if somebody calls you before we start to work,
you answer what's wrong is what you do.
I mean, today it was.
Is everything okay?
Yeah.
That's how you start.
That's I did. I said, Gary, everything all right? I'm as tired as I can be. Okay, well, I don't think I'm tired's an emergency.
You're right. I'm tired too. It's not even daylight.
Hey, have you heard what Randy Jones is doing? And I was like, well, how does he know that? He just called me from Normandy, and so thank me for the flowers.
I'd love to hear him break down Biden on stage. That'd be good.
Let me tell you, and we all know these people in our lives, and I'm trying not to be one. And Gary is definitely in the category of, hey, it's over. It's over.
Yeah. Oh, he's okay.
Hey, let me tell you something. This country is lost.
Yep. Okay, it's over.
It's done.
I mean, every single time. Hey, if we don't get Trump in there, I'm telling you, it's over. And Gary, do you think it's already over? Probably. We ain't never going to get this thing turned back around. You can't even have a country. And so we'll see. But apparently,
turn off the lights. The party's over.
That's it.
Heard that yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
From Mac Daddy?
No,
birthday
someone
boy?
very similar though.
Okay.
They won't be named. So
well,
very similar.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but do we all agree?
Greg?
If we were in a courtroom, if we were in a courtroom right now, and a judge was going to rule on which point of view the judge thinks is the truth, and we just heard the presentation of turn out the lights, this country's over, and now we have to get up and say it's not.
Right.
Does anybody feel good about our case?
It's hard.
Other than just being hopeful and not want to be pessimistic.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hard.
Which we want to be optimistic. I think that's a better way to go. But I'm just saying.
I prefer that.
But if you had to give the facts to support that the country's not over, and there's a way to turn it around, you wouldn't have a whole lot to work with.
No.
And when you see these stats that people give you about countries only lasting a certain period of time, years, and we're gaining on that number, and you see where we're headed, you think, wow, okay, there's some truth to this.
Yeah, and you could see, I don't know why this happened. Sometimes you, just like last night when I got caught in the docuseries and I couldn't get out. But, I mean, for some reason, not a couple of weeks ago, Sherry and I got called into American history. I don't even know how it happened. This is the life of the empty nester. I mean, you don't even know how you got there. I looked at her, I said, how did we end up in documentaries about Ben Franklin and George Washington? And she goes, I don't know, but it's very interesting. But when you go and look at all that, how it all happened and what needed to continue to go on for us to survive, and as y'all have said, we're at that birthday mark where you look at all the other empires the world has thrown out there and superpowers, their lifespan is about 300 years, give or take, and it seems that they all collapse for the very same reasons. And we're just doing it again.
More than the years. I think you have to look at the stages they go through and what happens and how morality takes a dive and all this. And you're definitely seeing it with our country too.
Yeah, but if you go back to the original setup and you say, here's why we did this, and this is why we set these parameters, and here's how it needs to work, it would be like us being a team, and the coach has given us a game plan, and we have not just disregarded it. We act like we don't even remember it.
Right.
Yeah, and he's like,
we're way off.
This is not the plays. We're not running the plays. Somebody needs to holler Oklahoma. I mean, Omaha.
The average empire survives 250 years. We are at, I think, 246.
Yeah, we'll be 250 in 2026. Is that right?
And the way we were and where we're headed, where we're at, it's not pretty.
No.
At all.
First sign's high cholesterol.
Thank you for that.
Rick and Bubba.
Good movie.
Greg, your house okay, buddy? Yeah. Praise the Lord, man. We were blessed. It could have been, if that baby jumps just a little west. Yeah. When I say a little, I'm talking 40 yards maybe. Right. Or less. You saw the picture.
Yeah.
Now, you don't understand. It's right in the backyard, just trees just twisted off and roof damage. But and I got a little bit on the front, what do you call that, facial board, whatever all that is. I got some of that. But basically everything's good.
Right. When
it didn't even have a broken window.
He said he pulled up Mr. Buddy, came out of the garage.
He did. Had a look on his face like,
hey, buddy, you should have been here.
I made it.
Mr. Buddy's like, hey, you missed it. But and I got a lot of trees down on my property. A lot of them. Yeah. Tons. Snap like twigs. Oh, yeah. And a bunch of them uprooted and laying over. Oh, sure. Yeah, Lee got to deal with that. Got the whole root ball sitting there. One gigantic one. Yeah, oh, yeah. Right in the front yard. Sure. But, hey, I'm not complaining at all. No. I'll fire the chainsaw up and have fun.
15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba.
Over the weekend, Bubba, we start with the final main event of Marty Bubba. And Marty Bubba, we did this with the birthdays on the show. This means his birthdays go over several days like Mardi Gras. It's Marty, whoever the person is.
Yeah, your family actually brought that to the table, and when I saw it, I quickly adapted.
Yeah,
I like that.
We started.
Just like shaving in the shower I got from Speedy.
That's right.
Yeah. The little things we rub off on each other.
So Bubba's
I don't know what I've rubbed off on y'all, and probably none of it is good, if any.
We actually, so Bubba actually turned 57. Yeah. On Saturday, the official birthday, and so that was kind of so tell us about your birthday weekend, because it really was your birthday weekend this past weekend.
Well, no, it all started here, and I appreciate y'all. We had a great time Friday, and I want to thank Eggers and Speedy for getting that birthday cake. Wow. Hey, wow, that birthday cake.
Yeah, that's a good
That get you through the weekend?
As I was driving in this morning, I was discussing with myself. I think I probably ate too much birthday cake over the weekend. I know that's surprising.
That's very surprising.
So I'll be birthday free for a few days on birthday cake. Right. So, that'll probably test to see exactly how good the insulin is still being made in my body.
You hit it hard.
Yeah. Too hard. It's just hard to quit.
Right.
I found myself eating a piece like after every meal. Just dessert. But you just keep on.
Right,
And you don't get tired of it.
Yeah. And I would have thought that maybe that Red Lobster scare might have had you going in with a different attitude, but it just...
You know what? That and see, all of that together was bad.
Yeah.
That last week was bad.
Right.
I mean, we gotta make some massive corrections today. Last week was a cheat week.
Right.
And it was bad.
Yeah.
Bad. I thought after that meal, I felt like a little bit like Thanksgiving. Did y'all? Did y'all overeat like I did?
Yeah.
Probably not like you did, but close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was one of those things. Rarely do I eat to the point I go, well, I don't feel good. And that was...
Yeah, it's no fun. and it's supposed
But you know what?
It's supposed to make you not want to do it again.
Right. Well,
And it doesn't work for about a day on me.
Yeah.
Then I forget.
Yeah. Well, I think,
kind of like back to drinking. Hey, by the way, never again.
No, I ain't doing that again.
I'm not drinking now.
Looking back, I think I've probably skipped Red Lobster too much.
Yeah.
And then I tried to catch up all at once. So what I've got to do, I've got to like a pressure cooker, I got to bleed the pressure off a little bit every now and then. So I need to go by and get me some Red Lobster every now and then, so I don't just build up to an all-out massacre.
And I've got
shrimp.
And I've got to restructure that of coming some sort of bizarre
only I could come up with this kind of a game plan that somehow me trying to overeat at Red Lobster was my gift to you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's true, man. We felt like we were letting him down.
I'm like, what kind of sense does that make?
Right.
I mean, what
like I'm making Bubba proud.
What am I doing?
Look, Bubba, look at me eating again. Another help.
We had a,
Look, Bubba, I'm trying to have a heart attack. Happy birthday.
Yeah, we had a big table. Everybody was in a good mood, and
well, you had requested that.
Look, it really reminded me of the term a feast.
Right. It's the best I've ever seen you do. I mean, I think it was a month out. You said get this down on the calendar, and everybody had to put underneath have a good attitude.
Right. Be in a good mood.
Yeah, you'll be in a good mood.
Because sometimes
everybody's
and I kind of felt that way. With
I'm
all
too
the
busy. I wish I didn't have this day.
Plumbing things. So
I've got all kinds of stuff going on. I just keep putting off.
We got the leak stopped, but now
That's right, baby. 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Well, this next story is not good for the secondhand embarrassment people out there. Not good and not good at all. These are the kind of socially awkward things that there's some of us that lean in like Greg and we can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, the more awkward, the better. And then there's the Speedies of the world that go, this is absolutely a nightmare.
Oh, this is terrible.
For some reason, I take on the role of the person, even though I'm not involved. I sweat. I have temperature rising. My heart rate goes up.
Yeah.
So
it all varies to me. Some of them I lean into. Some of them I run from. I can't really tell you why.
Yeah.
It's just it is what it is.
In total transparency on my end, I sent this to Ad because I actually had to stop it after he told a reporter thinks this man is Vince Young interviewing him. It looks like at a pro-am of some kind, and he lets her know he's not. I had to stop it, so I didn't finish the whole thing because I couldn't handle it. It's
pretty bad,
and so I don't know who the guy is, and I just got to tell you, I'm totally transparent on that. I just know it was an uncomfortable situation.
So Vince Young, being the Texas quarterback that won a national championship with a scramble, and then went on to play in the NFL.
Right.
Correct.
Yes, indeed.
And this guy is the coach at the Citadel. A position coach and maybe a former player from there too.
Okay. Yeah. And I look, I'm just going to tell you this too. I don't even know where they are. I just know it's an uncomfortable situation.
I want to say it's like the pro-am type that Bubba played in. I want to say
that makes sense.
Because it happened yesterday.
Well,
and
are they at the memorial?
No.
This was
talking
earlier?
about for senior. I thought it was for senior for the players.
All right.
So this is that horrible thing that we watched. That
This is brutal.
The Samuel L. Jackson confusion with what's his name that they get confused for each other all the time. Oh,
Lawrence Fishburne.
Lawrence Fishburne. You remember that horrible moment?
Yeah, with the reporter on the Seattle TV station.
Oh, yeah.
This is a rough watch.
Yeah, we'll break it down together because I blacked out. I just got to be honest with you.
All right, here we go.
Vince Young playing this week, and he's down with Florida.
It's on him too.
Yeah.
In 6 seasons in the NFL, arguably one of the best NCAA quarterbacks of all time at Texas. Picked up golf about 4 years ago. What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over at Citadel, which I'm a football coach. But the thing is, the great thing about golf is I'm not only competing against myself, but I'm competing against everybody else.
She stays with it.
This is your first pro-am ever played, and what's the best part of being out here?
Well, being out here is a great thing, and having an opportunity to play with some professional golfers is a intimidating thing, but also a great thing.
What a class act!
He really handled that very well.
He could have dropped the bomb.
The advantage of wearing
he even
a hat,
apologized for the confusion.
He did.
The advantage of wearing a hat really helped her because she just kept her head down and you couldn't see her face.
Guys, he's wearing a Citadel shirt,
and it's kind of on the guy pitching it to her too.
Yeah, he's not near the
I feel like she had bad information.
I do too.
Going
I don't think it was on her.
She probably is not old enough to remember Vince and see him play.
My hand is up.
Yeah.
I agree he shouldn't have pitched it to her, but apparently she had taken it, had all of her notes on her legal pad. She was preparing to all the things to learn all she could know about
You've
Vince
been playing
Young.
for 4 years.
Right. She had all that information. So
And
she
Rick,
may have said to him,
You're right.
Hey, pitch it to me. I've got Vince Young.
And that's what I was going to say. Maybe to his defense, he's just saying, hey, you got Vince because you told me you did.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
If you were out there, I wouldn't know. You might say, "Hey, Rick, will you come back? Pitch it to me. I got Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Let's watch it again.
Yeah.
Vince Young was actually there. That was just not him.
Was
Correct.
he? Yeah, in that trip, he was actually playing in the pro-am.
Oh, that makes it worse.
It does, I think.
Yeah.
Vince Young playing this week, and he is down with Warren.
Watch her face when this happens.
Played 6 seasons in the NFL, arguably one of the best NCAA quarterbacks of all time in Texas. Picked up golf about 4 years ago. What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over Citadel, which I'm a football coach.
Look at her face.
Oh
God!
Oh
my!
Oh, now she looks down now.
Now she realizes.
She thinks I'm gonna be on
She's
every.
hiding her face because she knows it's gonna go viral.
She's like, I'm gonna be on every reel there is.
Somebody had to have pointed either his direction and said, "Hey, that is Vince Young there," because he's there. She knows that's who she wanted to interview.
Or there's a Greg Burgess on staff.
Do you think?
And he said, "Hey, go interview Vince Young." There he is,
Hey,
right there.
do you think they even did? Speedy, did they even do this? Hey, there's Vince Young. Won't you get an interview with him and then hustle off to watch the damage?
I would have done that.
Right. What you got, Ed?
This is him being asked about it and how it happened.
Oh, okay.
So Everett Sands, who is not Vince Young, is going to explain what happened.
A young lady came up and she said, Vince, which I thought she was introducing herself to me. They said, can I get an interview after you tee off? And I was like, sure. And I teed off, and then she came up, and she started talking about being one of the best quarterbacks in the NCAA and playing for Texas and a 6-year NFL career. And I was like, she think I'm Vince Young. It was a very interesting moment.
You handled it like a pro on national TV. You handled it great. How quickly did your phone start buzzing?
Oh, well, it didn't start buzzing then, but about an hour after we got finished, it's been buzzing nonstop ever since that point.
Because it's viral now.
Okay, this makes it worse. So she asked him for an interview, then he teed off, which means she had probably a minute or two to really
And he
gather
thought
herself.
when she said Vince, it didn't register. He said he thought she was introducing herself.
Right.
There's a lot of women named Vince.
If she watched him tee off, they announced the people that tee off. Shouldn't she have caught that?
Well, it maybe depends on what hole.
Yeah,
Maybe,
that may not-
you
maybe
know.
she maybe wouldn't know one.
But to your point, though, she did
I
have
hope.
time to think about it. And where's her friends?
Somebody told
You know,
her that
hey,
was
that's
Vince
not
Young.
Vince.
Somebody had to tell her that's who it was.
Where were you yesterday?
I didn't do it. But it's a good one. If somebody did, if there's somebody that pulled that off,
Can you give me that link so I can send it to Andy?
Oh, he'll melt.
I
But
think
I sure can.
If I was reading
I'll
right,
send it to her.
he coaches at Citadel, and he was a former player there that was like highly decorated at Citadel.
Really?
So he thought, well, maybe they won't talk to me until he heard us.
Well, Greg, see, that's the part only you would take the scab there. See, we're all talking about how embarrassing it was for the reporter. Now let's give Speedy another thing to worry about. How that guy thought, well, I'm going to get an interview on the Golf Channel. They want to talk to me about my time at Citadel.
Right.
Yeah,
and me coaching there now.
Yeah.
And he's probably in his mind going, that's an interesting blessing.
about that.
Yeah, and so keep in mind, Speedy, he's excited because he's about to be interviewed and thinks they want to interview him. Don't leave that part out.
Right.
I want you to have that discomfort as well.
Is that? I'm assuming the Citadel's in that area or something. Why, you know what I'm talking about? Like you have
Yeah,
local
they're in,
people here.
Isn't it South Carolina?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So
That's why he was there. Yeah.
Here's some Vince Young highlights. This is actually Vince Young.
Yes, indeed.
I just sent that to Andy and copied you, Rick.
Good.
He said, I'm sorry.
Good. I cannot wait. Of course, whoever needs him to do something today, they're going to lose him for a little while.
Mhm.
He's tough in that open field.
Okay, so there's always this cordial thank you for the interview after it's over. All right, you know, the interview's over. They've walked down the fairway. He's informed her she's got the wrong person, and cut. And then there's like, hey, thank you. I mean, what's said at that
Even
point?
though you're not Vince,
I wish
really
I
didn't
could
have any intention of interviewing you.
I mean, surely she apologized.
Of course
for the
she did.
She handled it
misunderstanding.
pretty well, actually. During it.
I think they both handled it well.
Yeah. I mean, for a second, she had me convinced it was Vince Young.
Yeah.
And then there's the big argument over who was the one who did it.
Who started it all.
Yeah, the announcer is saying, you're killing me, or she's saying to the announcer, you're killing me.
Right.
Some producer, you're killing us all.
Somebody pulled a good one.
That's why women need to stay out of sports.
Adler.
That's Adler. Yes. I mean, it's just we can't. It's like it's undefeated. We can't get a hold of it.
Yeah.
It's like trying to catch an eel or something.
Right. Yeah, your ice machine is like you being a boxer or a wrestler, and there's this champion you can't beat.
Well, it's not even a machine. This is the ice maker in the refrigerator now. That's what was leaking.
Oh.
So, but anyway, we had a great weekend. Kids came up, and we got out and did a little boating this weekend. So,
So the boat's fixed.
It was a lot of fun. Yep. After we got towed in. Yep. Got that fixed.
I noticed you worked late Thursday. I was on my way home and I heard a special report from Bill Bubba Bus out. Damage.
I forgot Bubba's Greg hadn't had a chance to weigh in on this.
Guys, I was like,
No, it happened to me too, Greg. Of course,
I'm on my way home.
I
I think my house is blown away. And all of a sudden, I hear Craig Allen go, "We're going to get a report from Bill Bubba Bussy on the damage." And I was like, "What is he doing?"
You're assessing your house. I was in the middle of a tornado.
Yeah, right there at it.
Yeah, right there.
Bubba was out
called into service,
calling in damage.
Greg, tornadoes going northeast. I was going southwest.
But
Big lift gets around it.
But yeah, do y'all understand?
Oh no, Greg!
I'm listening to recovery.
This has got to break it down.
You and I had the same exact experience.
I'm flying towards the house, and I'm on that station because they've been giving you. They'd already gone back to local. You know, we didn't have a warning for about 2 minutes.
I had the same experience.
And all of a sudden, I hear next segment. We're going to hear from Bill Bubba Bussy of the Rick and Bubba Show. He's out and assessing the damage, and here he comes.
Yeah, so were you out in it? Did you get out in it, or were you from the house?
I did.
Greg, I got
second
the
report.
Greg, I got the
was
famous.
out.
In 6 minutes, we hear from Bill Bubba Bussy.
You like me? Like what?
I was like, what?
Bubba, this is like the night you remember during Snowmageddon, and we were all here, and me and you were on air until like 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
Yes.
Greg, look, you know where they're having. If he can get involved, he's got to.
Oh yeah.
You
You didn't prank call him by the way we did.
No, I didn't have time.
Greg, you know what that is? Too much ham in me.
I know. I was trying to find the chainsaws.
But the promo of it was the best part.
Yes. And I pictured him doing the storm
6
report.
minutes.
I pictured him doing the report with his helmet still on. Greg, 6 minutes. Bill Bubba Bussy, the Rick and Bubba Show.
I was like,
give us a
I know-
report on storm damage.
It was funny.
Bubba was out.
It was funny unless
we don't
you
know
didn't know
what's
where
going
your
on.
car was. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was like, and then I wore. Well,
I got to know, was it informative?
yeah, it was.
He told you what the damage was.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
He painted a picture. You knew it was bad.
Yeah. Now he had authoritative Sears force on him.
Oh yeah. Now he was pro.
Yeah. But let me tell you what's funny. At one
There wasn't
point,
no good old boy thing.
At one point, though, I thought to myself, knowing that what all we'd been through. At one point, I thought to myself, is this similar to that time that Bubba and I did reports from the time trials at Talladega?
I've heard that story. I've heard that story. Yeah.
No, I was there.
Is that not a great?
Well,
story?
I think in this case,
sitting there in that den.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
lots of structural damage. Trees down.
In this case, I didn't have to go to do it. The storm came to me, so it was
watching TV.
All I had to do was look out the window.
Bad house damage here over in Eagle Point.
Greg, some really rough stuff. Just over the hill from me.
Rick, and let's see here. It looks a little backed up.
I'm looking at some trees down.
That was it. I was literally standing in the backyard. I could see houses destroyed. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, I actually had to go out that way for the first time yesterday. And because, it like, Greg, it was closer to your house than ours, but it was close enough that, like, say, Sherry and Brody could hear
That's a bad sound.
the freight train. And I actually saw the actual track for the first time over the weekend, and I see exactly what it did. Yeah, I saw where it went up the hill and everything.
Wow, that's amazing.
Wow, going up that hill was tearing stuff up.
And we've seen tornadoes, and I've seen the damage, and I've seen damage even worse. With some of these F5s, but it still amazes me because when we try to get rid of a tree somewhere, whether you're cutting it down or you're driving a bulldozer, it's a handle. I mean, a tree you got to really work and have the right equipment. And for it to snap it like a toothpick still amazes me. I mean, some big pine trees.
And then you look at the others beside it and go, why are y'all not snapping?
Yeah.
It's just weird.
It is.
Yeah.
Very strange.
I have a huge one that fell in front of the house. Huge pine tree.
You know, we saw in Oak Grove when we toured one of those tornadoes that came through there. A guy had lost it. It was like a 3-story house. He had an upstairs main floor and a basement. Whole top floor is gone. On the main floor, everything is gone except for a recliner sitting in the corner.
Never moved.
Exactly where it was. The walls behind it ripped off. The recliner never moved. Still pointing in the same direction toward where the TV used to be. I just don't know how that happened.
Wow. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba next. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Here comes the first Patriot mobile phone troll of the day. So now, America, the lines are open. The real Greg Burgess is there. Do not get in a conversation with Greg. This happened yesterday. Greg was trying to screen phone calls, and the first caller talked to Greg for almost the entire commercial break, or the entire segment of me trying to set phones up, and nobody else could get answered. So just tell him what you want to talk about, then let him put you on hold, and let's go. All 10 lines are available. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs allowed. The buzzer will grab you on that and keep the line moving. And also, at the end of 30 seconds, if you don't get a timeout from Bubba or Helmsy, the buzzer will say, and we're good, and let's go to the next person. This is designed so that more people can get on with more things to say. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you move now, you ought to get in. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. We've talked about Helmsy going to get his physical. And if you want to talk about your overall health, let me tell you where it all starts. Getting sleep and getting a good night's sleep. Some of the issues you're having, if you are having any, may be that you're not getting a good night's sleep. And one of the reasons you may not be getting a good night's sleep is because you don't have a Helix mattress. And there it is, I said it. What about a mattress that's customized for you? So go to HelixSleep.com/BigVox right now. Now, unlike other mattress companies, a lot of them out there, Helix owns their own manufacturing facility. That means each mattress made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers, and then they'll ship it directly from that facility to your door. Now, they also know this. The best way to find out if a mattress is what you want is to actually sleep on it. So you also get customized mattress. You do the sleep quiz, okay? So they'll ask you if you sleep on your back, your side, your stomach. Do you like a soft mattress, a medium mattress, firm, all that. Then that's step one. Let's customize it. Step two, let's sleep on it. You get 100 nights to sleep on it, and if you don't like it, then they'll refund and take the mattress back. Voted #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine. So go to HelixSleep.com/BigVox, BIGV as in voice, OX. Your new mattress will ship right to the door, and you'll be saving 20% by using that URL. And then hopefully, and I believe you will, you'll get truly amazing sleep because you're going to be on a customized mattress from Helix. Go to rickandbubba.com and check under sponsors, too. You'll see the link that gets you right where you need to be, and you'll get shipping free as well. All right, so let's go to the phones. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Randy in Alabama. Randy, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Rick, did you see Babylon B talking about Biden squatting on stage?
Oh yes, I talked about that last hour. You think I want to
apologize? I just got into it. I knew you had to have seen that picture. It's glorious.
Oh, dropping the first bomb on Normandy in 80 years. I mean, that is what a very insensitive thing to wonderfully say. And we have been cutting up about that one. Sent it to the team text yesterday. We were all in on that one. Speedy, Prophet Star for you. Brock in Georgia. Do we have pictures ready?
It is video 10.
Okay.
Adler.
So everybody warned me that we would get a call about this.
Mm-hmm.
Greg's screening calls. I think if we're ever going to talk about it, now's the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brock in Georgia. Brock, go ahead.
Y'all haven't discussed the elephant in the room today yet. Miss Alabama.
Okay, so this Miss Alabama, y'all had the same thing. Listeners trying to get it to us yesterday, and I understand. I don't even know what organization this is. It's not what we call the well-known Miss Alabama. It's also not Miss Alabama USA.
It's National American Miss Alabama.
I don't even know what that is. Do you?
Not exactly. Sarah Milliken, I believe is her name.
Congratulations to her.
She is, she is BBW and big beautiful woman.
Yes,
and
wow,
well said.
Good
well,
stuff right there,
she is the winner. Congratulations to her, and she probably knows she's a big girl. I mean, I don't think that's probably lost on her.
No,
but she's a plus size model.
Okay,
and she's also the host of a podcast called Girls Gotta Glow. I'm just reading from the bio.
Okay. Well, let me say this: good for her.
Yeah.
And
hey, a big win, by the way.
And good,
huge win. Yeah, huge.
And good for this organization,
gigantic, for
saying that we are not going to be, held captive to stereotypes.
Right.
And this is not going to, their beauty comes in many packages, some larger than others, and she is
unhealthy.
Yeah, and hopefully her health is not compromised by her freedom and her. I just got to be me.
I believe it is.
But we how about this? Congratulations to her.
Yep.
And Alabama will be represented well at whatever Miss America.
Yeah, there's some whatever the national pageant is for that.
Right. National American Miss.
Are you just saying look? How many times you say look?
Yeah. I'm saying good for her. I'm saying good for her.
Right.
And break.
Okay.
All right. Let's.
That's it. Greg's Screen and Falls.
Thank God for that.
Yeah.
Because I know where he would go here.
Yeah. And I would probably draft with him, so I'm thankful he's doing
Let's just
fine.
move on.
Yeah.
She will be promoting.
Still talking about it.
She will be running for the national title in Florida this November.
She has a big chance
She's representing a broader vision of beauty and resilience.
By the way, I'm not sure. I don't think she'll be running. But
that's what it says.
This is where I thought we
That's what it says.
I'm sorry.
I'm just reading the published reports.
You know what I say? Good for you. And wish you nothing but the best. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad that we're kind of knocking down stereotypes and barriers.
Yep.
Right.
How you like that?
You didn't mean it, but yeah.
No, good for her. I don't mean her any harm.
No, I'm not saying that.
Right.
And she took first place?
Yes.
Yeah, she's
she sure did. Miss Alabama in this particular organization.
That's right.
Okay.
There you go.
Yep.
And second and third?
All right.
Now we're chasing the ball of cheese down the hill.
I told you to cut your time with Greg by 50%, and you won't do it.
All right.
I won't be.
I have so much I want to say, but I'm just doing so good.
Y'all, she is shockingly unhealthy.
She is.
That's not cool.
Hey,
that's not cool.
And
she is.
Yeah.
She is.
Off and running.
That's not a good.
And we
example
shouldn't
for
celebrate
children.
that.
No.
We just shouldn't.
Why won't you go to the next caller?
Shockingly unhealthy.
I think the
celebrate
key is here that she does not let that hold her back, and she's out there doing her thing. And you can't just sit at home. Or
can you?
Good for her. Maybe there'll be positive changes in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she can be an example of improving her life.
Right. There you go.
I'm serious when I say that.
Yeah.
Well, I've always said, and we used to talk about this a lot more than we do now. But if you are overweight,
sure,
and you look, you're overweight, and you know the issues you're up against, but don't let it become a psychological downer for you. You still got to function. You still got to get out there, and that's what she's doing. I'm proud of her.
There you go.
I am too.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
I am
That's
too.
good, Bubba. Thank you for that word.
She's real pretty.
She really is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So congratulations
She
to her.
needs to improve her health. Honestly, I'm not messing around.
There is overweight and
Why
there's
won't you go to the
unhealthy.
next caller?
There's a difference there,
Yeah.
and I'm just concerned.
Right.
Listen, I'm on a statin now, so
Sure.
I can speak to this.
Yeah.
You saying that gives you free.
You better be healthy. We got to make some better healthy choices out there, or you'll end up like me one day on a statin.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So
let's see what Greg has to say. Greg, did you want to weigh in?
No.
Greg's busy, and
I will
setting
not.
calls.
If you think I'm going to make that production mic hot right now,
Yeah,
Guys.
he's waving at me like I'm a plane. He said it's also National Donut Day. I see that.
Well, I tell you
he's
what,
signaling that from in there.
I know how Greg likes the shows on TLC.
Oh,
He'll be tuned into the national. pageant.
Boy, you
No
just
doubt.
hit that one out of the park.
Yeah.
Greg really could speak to this, couldn't he? But I'm just glad he's not.
Yeah, well, we don't need him to. Rick, it's Friday. I don't want to go to the meeting.
No, I don't either. Let's go to Leanne in Sweet Home, Alabama. Leanne, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hi, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
Y'all, please turn Greg loose. Let him, please. Look, I called to say I absolutely love Greg being on this show. Yesterday morning, after a bad night at work, I busted out laughing twice out loud in my car driving home because of what Greg said on the air. Y'all, please turn him loose. Just let him go.
But listen, you got two big laughs yesterday.
Yeah.
Greg is one of those things where your doctor can say, now you can have this in moderation.
Right.
Yeah.
And, Greg's a lot. So Greg's moderation.
It's like chocolate syrup.
Sure.
It's good on ice cream. You don't want to swim in it. Or a donut in this case today.
JR in Alabama. JR, go ahead.
Morning, fellas. I was coming down Highway 77 yesterday through Ohatchee, and I come up to the intersection of 78, and I noticed there's a tennis court / pickleball court on the right, and I could have swore I seen Gary and Greg out there playing pickleball. What's the chance of that?
Well, you know what? If it was Gary and Greg, I think seeing them at that crossroads at that particular pickleball court would be likely. That's their world.
That is a happening spot.
Yes, it is.
It is so active. There are people. There's one guy out there teaching tennis lessons. Those pickleball courts are always covered up.
Oh yeah.
I always want to stop and say hello, maybe play a minute.
Let's go to Anonymous out of Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
I got me a bag coming, by the way.
Good morning, gentlemen. Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, sir. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just wanted to let you guys know, if y'all haven't heard, you probably haven't because we're such a large town in Aniana. If you'll get Adler to go on and research, there's a gentleman by the name of Richard Zales, and he owns a business known as Danny's Dogs, and it's DAWTS. Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now. We got what we needed.
Danny's Dogs. What are we talking about?
Danny's Dogs. It looks like a hot tamales and hot dogs.
Really?
Hot tamale. Hey.
But I don't know where he was going with that. We'll see.
All right, we'll be back. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so, Bubba, I almost just want to get this story over with. How do you say this guy's name? Lil Nas? Is that how you say his name?
Lil Nas.
Lil Nas. So it started happening over the weekend. I just started getting inundated with text and social media, people, whatever, and then emails about this little Nas, bizarro, weird, evil. But we do need, in all fairness, this is where we got to be careful. Anytime these things start coming out, and we've all kind of learned here. Usually when stories come out, just hold on a minute. Now, it's still bad. Don't misunderstand me. Yeah. But we want to be sure that everybody, that this is reported as clear as we can. Now, this is an artist that I know has come out as being part of the LGBTQ plus community. He was once trying to say that nobody wanted to play his music on country music because of his skin color. Of course, the fact that he basically had a hip-hop song might have had more to do with that. I don't see Darius Rucker having much issue. And in the past, Charlie Pride or anybody who released country music, usually if the songs are pretty good, I haven't seen, I'm not saying that racism doesn't exist in any industry, so I'm not saying that, but I'm not sure he was the victim of it. But it still turned out to be this gigantic hit, and I think a lot of country radio did play it because it became gargantuan as far as the song. And over the weekend, and I'm with you, Bubba, maybe he feels like he hasn't had much success with a follow-up hit or what's going on. But I would just suggest, if I was the public relations agent for any said artist,
right,
I think what I would say, if we're trying to get attention, let me tell you one thing I'd like for us to take off the possibilities. We got our erasable board out. And we're coming up with things we could do to get attention.
During the brainstorming session.
And let's say in the brainstorming session, somebody said, what do you think about our artist doing the lap dance with Satan and us pretending that we've got a pair of satanic shoes that we're going to be selling that has satanic symbols all over it. What do you think about that?
Blood
Rick?
in them.
And human blood in it. And I would look back and I would say, look, we want little Nas to get some more publicity. I don't think him lap dancing in his latest video with Satan and putting out satanic shoes is the way to go. Thank you, though, for your idea.
That was great. But I'm going to hit the old dry eraser on that one.
I tell you what, I'm gonna take this one off.
What about him passing out water, helping people that struggle with tornadoes in their neighborhood? Let's try that one.
I'm thinking maybe we drop him in and have him help other people that are in a tornado. Tornado victim work from little Nas, or is it what is it?
Nas.
I will say after I've heard what he did in his video, his name now feels different to me, but it's with one letter change, we really got something here. But so anyway, that is weird. That's evil. Now it's obvious if you talk to this artist, I assume, and we've had artists do this throughout. As long as there's been, hey, I'm going to go play games with satanic rituals, and I'm going to try to get attention, and you're going to think I'm mod. And not all these people. Now I remember this comment made by Ozzy Osbourne one time. And I don't know where Ozzy's world is now. I don't feel like that he shares our faith, but I know that at one time he was saying, "Hey, I'm doing all this. It's not." And then he got to the point he says, "But I'm starting to sense a darkness in what I'm doing." And I remember him saying, "And I hope it's not what I think it is." Mm-hmm. Meaning, hey, some of this stuff is starting to feel like it's actually real. I'm sensing the darkness in my life of all this in the spiritual realm. And he was discovering what you dabbling around with this stuff, but it really is real. Now I don't know if Nas thinks this stuff is fake and he doesn't believe any of this, and so he's just playing games, or he really believes all this and thinks this is who he'd rather be with, Satan. I don't know, but I will say if you're trying to say I want my music to be consumed by country music fans or to be consumed by a larger audience, this is not the way to go. No. Now, you may have some people that think you're sharp, but that number is going to start shrinking. Now, we're living in a time, maybe there's more people who rather see this than not. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm miscalculating how bad it is out there. I know it's real bad, and if you're ever going to do it, maybe this is the time to do it. But this is so wicked and so sinister. But I think, Bubba, we've been trying to get to the bottom. We need to clarify.
Well, when I started seeing the story over the weekend,
which I thought was fake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did too. To begin with, I thought totally fake. I knew that it probably was less than accurate on some level, but
it had to be. Yeah.
As you look into it, Nike says we have nothing to do with this. They bought shoes and they're modifying them post us. So
we got 8 minutes now to the top of the hour. How about you? Coming up, Golden Ticket Seat guest will be here with us coming up next hour. Wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat coming up a little bit later on. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. Leighton Gray, our guest. One of the most sought-after legal minds in all of North America. If you've seen the documentary, The Essential Church, and I would highly recommend, it'll get mentioned in the podcast, he is the lawyer that represented the two pastors in Canada that the government arrested because they were having church during the pandemic. So he has got a lot to say about the state of Canada. Pretty important since they're right there on the northern border. So the chat with him, and also what is the state of Canada, what's going on with how the Canadians see what's going on here. It's a real interesting interview this weekend. Grab it wherever you get podcasts. Okay, so do we need to start developing some sort of pickleball theme? I know this pickleball cult that's taken over the world, and everywhere you go, I made the mistake of trying to have a little fun there, and was nearly, I was challenged by pickleballers everywhere. That I was talking smack. My wife has started learning pickleball from some Friday morning pickleball group. I've seen pickleball rackets get upgraded in my home. I'm yet to play. Bubba's, went from the injury in pickleball, overcame that, has come back to pickleball. Helmsy seems to be opening his mind to it. What's going on? And I understand, Bubba, you and Helmsy were talking in the break.
We've both made purchases this week. I think we should probably tell y'all about.
Go ahead, Helms. What'd you get?
I bought the entire family a pickleball paddle.
I
Everybody?
bought 5 pickleball paddles this week. We're taking our yearly trip to Port St. Joe, Cape San Blas coming up.
Yeah.
And there are pickleball courts there. And I'm trying to understand the game better because I know whether I like it or not, it's coming into my world. And so Braden plays a ton, and Bubba's now playing. I feel like Bubba and I we're gonna have some time on our hands coming up. We'll probably maybe pickle together.
Oh my gosh. Y'all gonna be pickle partners?
And so I'm
pickle.
trying. And plus we're painting pickleball lines on 2 of the 12 Jacksonville State tennis courts to bring people out because there's a lot of people that want. So I want to get involved with them, and I want to show them that it'll help. And so I bought 5 paddles. I got me and Braden little better ones because we're going to be more competing on this. And I got
next question.
Now I got Amanda, Maddie, and Caroline all a nice paddle. It's not the best, but it's a nice.
All right,
paddle.
that's what I asked you. Did you buy a Bubba level paddle or a Speedy level?
I
paddle?
bought a Bubba level paddle for me and Braden, and I bought
Speedy
the girls a Speedy level. But here's the deal: there's a certain company, Diadem, that I get really good discounts on for tennis stuff, and they also do pickle. So I
now you know what's happening.
fun of
now.
that.
No. Here's what's
I've
going to
made
happen.
this purchase, and Bubba's made a purchase too.
You just opened the
getting
door.
real serious.
You just opened the door to Speedy. Ask you about that deal and if he can get a discount
That's
too.
a good point.
All right, but go ahead, Bubba.
Can I use your login?
Well, no, just from an organizational standpoint, and people that know me know I like my backpack. So, I have a backpack
He
for
loves
hunting.
a
I have
backpack.
one for work. I have one for travel, whatever.
baby
So I
got
went ahead
backpack.
and got me a pickle backpack to
Nice.
put the pickleball stuff in just to keep it
No, you
organized.
didn't.
Now, what deems it a pickleball backpack?
It's like a tennis bag. It's just a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
For that
Pickleball
kind
paddle.
little paddle.
We were all making fun of it.
But I mean, if you go to the court, you want to carry something to drink.
Pickleball.
I like to carry a towel.
I do too,
You want a place for shoes and all that, and it's hard to do.
Some
You
talcum
got it
powder.
all up on the arm. Yeah. Oh well, you got that. That's daily
Rusty
anyway.
Body
glide.
You got your pickle pack.
So I just have it together, and that's I kind of organize via backpacks.
I got you.
Smart.
I have one Windows laptop. I'm kind of embarrassed to admit.
Can't believe you didn't have that.
But I got it to do some programming on some equipment that's the only way you can do it. So I have a Windows backpack.
Okay.
It's got its thing.
Sorry.
So all I do is hang backpacks and go get the one I need.
So
for the
you
job.
have a pickle pack, a Mac pack, a Microsoft pack, a hunting pack. What else?
At least
tennis
that
pack,
many.
Tool pack.
Do you still have a tennis pack?
Oh yeah, and I got tool backpacks too for various things. I got one that's more for the bigger hand tools like for woodworking and that kind of thing, and then I got one more electronic.
How do you
based.
label all these, or do you just know which is which?
I have
label.
seen. I'll tell you McCorkle's the one that I kind of look up to on this. He was the one that led the way on using backpacks to organize.
Is your backpack sensei?
And yeah. And so I've heard of people putting tags on them. I kind of just know which one is which,
Well,
and that way you can switch them around.
I haven't gone to the bag. I haven't gone to the bag
that's
yet.
my work backpack. I do have a bulletproof backpack.
Nice.
I call it a bulldog.
This might help the whole pickleball thing.
Hey, you never know around here.
This might help the whole pickleball thing. This is the World Pickleball League. This is the #1 ranked women playing each other. And
that's Anna Lee Waters.
Yes.
Singles?
Doubles. And
How did you know
she usually
that?
plays with her mom, by the way.
How did you know this?
That's impressive.
See, I'm just telling you.
Funny
It's in
how
that world.
we were all making fun of pickleball just 2 months ago.
Listen,
and
I will still do my research on things.
Y'all, this is quick hands.
That's Anna Lee. She's not playing with her mom though. That's not her mom.
It's about to get intense.
Yeah.
That's what doubles ought to look like.
Yeah.
Except one of them ought to put
Wow.
it away.
Bing, bang, boom.
See, the ball, the rules are set up to keep you from being able to dominate. In other words, you can't serve for aces. You've got to let ball bounces. You can't get on top of the net. You have to let the ball bounce. You can't get on top of the net. It's meant to slow the game down, so to speak.
Yeah.
So, and make it harder to just hit a clear winner, and thus you have some of these longer rallies. But anytime in doubles, in tennis, we try to get the point over in 3 or 4 shots. I mean, we want to get it over quick.
Yeah, we keep talking about it's like standing ping pong. What we mean by that, we know you stand to play ping pong, but what we meant, the table's gone.
Yeah, you're on top of the table.
You're on top of the table, and all you got's the net, and it's just like you're standing on top of the table play. Yep. It's more like ping pong than it is tennis. Is the point we're making?
Yeah, I think the strategy, especially with doubles, would be more tennis because you do move forward, but. The paddle and the ball is definitely more of a ping pong feel to it.
So we're embracing it, Bubba.
That was
we're
impressive.
all in.
Well, no, I'm just.
You bought a bag. I bought 5 paddles. We're in.
I bought that and 100 balls. And
100.
I did buy a dozen balls.
Look, if I'm gonna play, I'm gonna get better at it. Somebody's got to feed balls.
Did you get a discount?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, the emails are coming in. I love hearing that you guys hear products on this show, and then you respond, and then you love them, and that's how it's supposed to work. That's that win-win. We got a good sponsor that's helping us with revenue. The sponsor gets you to contact them. They're happy about that. You love the product, so it changed your life. It's how it's supposed to work. And boy, this is happening with Backyard Butchers. Backyard Butchers is a Christian conservative Texas-based company dedicated to delivering the best deals in the market on high-quality beef. And here's what you need to be aware of. If the sticker on the meat at the grocery store in the meat aisle says product of the USA, that only means it was packaged in America. It does not mean it was raised here. So when you go to backyardbutchers.com, American raised and harvested meat from right here in our American backyards to the dinner table across the nation. They only source beef at Backyard Butchers and chicken from American farms and deliver the cuts right to the doorstep every month. I've already had some of their fillets and some of their hamburger patties. Good stuff. Love it. And knowing that it came right here from American farmers also feels great. BackyardButchers.com. Save an extra 20% off the entire order by using the code BUBBA. And when you subscribe, here comes another 10% and free shipping. BackyardButchers.com/Bubba.
Not in this. Don't be blaming us.
Right.
But they are doing it. And it is post Nike, so Nike is not responsible. They're getting the Nike shoe and then modifying it in this way that we're hearing about with all this crazy stuff on here. It is very dark, and it's just I don't. I'm like you. I don't know what they're thinking.
Well, and it also, I think a lot of times these artists begin to dabble in this stuff, and before they know it, whether they believe it or not, it consumes them, and they're taken over by the darkness and what they're playing games with. And this looks this way. I mean, it's even got a Bible verse in it about when Lucifer fell from heaven, and it's really, really dangerous stuff. Yeah. And it's sad that anybody would go down this road. But we want to be fair. You may have opinions about Nike one way or the other, but in this particular case, these shoes are bought from them, and now the Nas bunch or whoever's doing this, they're modifying them to make them satanic shoes.
Yeah, that's the information we have today.
This price tag I'm looking at $1,018.
Yeah.
Which is part of the 666 thing all added together.
Right. Yeah. Does anybody? Is there a big market for satanic shoes?
I don't know. I'm really not sure what a satanic shoe, the benefit.
Right.
I mean, does somebody say, I tell you what I'm looking for?
Can you dunk with them on?
Does somebody says, if I could just find some satanic shoes.
And did I see something about blood on them too?
Yeah, they're supposed to have.
And they're copying Kiss.
They're
Remember
copying
they put blood
Kiss.
in the ink for the Kiss comic book?
Right.
It's supposed to be human blood. It's in it too. There's a dot of human blood.
All right, so back to Nike. So all people are going to see is that Nike swoosh. That's all they're going to see.
Yeah, if I'm Nike, I got to start reeling this back in somehow.
How can you modify a shoe if they buy them in bulk form? It seems like there'd be a clause in there.
Don't
or something.
you have to
see that right there? Doesn't feel right either. I mean, Nike has no control over this,
right?
Well, yeah, think about people buy stuff and modify it after market all the time.
But if you have my logo on it and you made a satanic shoe, I can't let you do that.
No.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
A brand new hour, your phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's what we will do. We'll meet back and play again this week. Thanks for being with us. Got more stories from the weekend coming up. If you want to be on the program, you dial us now. Harry Murdahl's in there ready to go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. You can comment on anything you heard last hour or the last couple hours if you listen to the kickoff hour, or
you can bring up a new topic. 866-WE-BE-BIG. The show belongs to you right now, and there are lines available. So Dallas right now, we'll start with Matt in Huntsville. Matt's listening to us on 100.3 The River. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Doing good, guys. How are y'all?
We're fantastic.
Hey, that's good. Hey, I don't know that Nike got a leg to stand on. I'm not a lawyer, but think of like, say, Columbia T-shirts. You can get one of those and get an emblem, monogramming, any kind of insignia, put on it. And I don't think Columbia can tell you what you can or can't put on their T-shirt after you buy it.
Yeah, that's what we were wondering. And Bubba brought up the point of how people modify automobiles and still have Ford and Chevrolet or whatever on it. But I don't know. How about this? I bet we're about to find out.
Yeah.
Look,
there's some lawyers about to get in a fight for sure.
Yeah. Or the other thing is this. It could be, and I'm not saying I don't belong to Nike. Don't know anything about Nike. Don't know how they see the world. But we may find out that Nike doesn't care. But I think the clarification that has to be made is the one Bubba made, because all weekend long, everybody thinks that Nike released these shoes. And, like you would release Michael Jordan's, or you would release LeBron James, or there's so many other athletes that have shoes that are their brand, but that company sells and they pay them for it. But Bubba seems to have the clarification that this artist bought so many pairs of these and he has modified them. And that distinction.
And is now marketing them as his shoe with the Nike insignia on it.
Yeah. But it's but let me tell you, for Nike, because there's areas where we all go, well, politically we may agree or disagree, or this artist is a leftist, but I kind of like their music.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Hope all of you are having a great day. You made it. If you're catching the slide, you made it to another Friday. Well done. Lots going on this weekend. You can find all that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Speedy tonight, the Alabama State games. If you'd like to watch that wherever you catch the show, you can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the upcoming events. If you're going, you'll see Speedy there tonight. Tomorrow, Speedy hyping up Protective Life Stadium. The Birmingham Stallions taking on the Michigan Panthers. The winner goes to the UFL Championship. Can the Stallions get in that championship game 3 years in a row? We will see. That's happening tomorrow. Sherry and I head out to beautiful Missouri. What a beautiful day to travel today, too. And they're having good weather there today as well. And we'll be in southern Missouri, Lord willing, tonight for a men's event at Minor Baptist Church. Sherry will do a women's event tomorrow morning. And then Sherry and I together on Saturday night doing a marriage event. And then I'll be bringing the message Sunday morning there at Minor Baptist Church. Details also at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, and there's Bill Bubba Buss.
Rick, glad to be here.
All here. Welcome back, buddy.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, where were you?
Well, I had to go to the little boys' room like you did.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
a little hall to get back.
Did you have to do a President Biden or just a?
Well, I was, I was taking a little extra time there. Yeah.
That's a good. Bubba, look right here.
How about there?
Look at
look
at him. I mean, we got people that just kind of came a little bit of ways, and then we got people that drove 900 miles.
Good night.
900 miles to see Rick and Bubba. Found the show on XM when we were on XM before they kicked us off.
Right.
And then we're just like us,
we'll
if you
canceled by the best.
That's right. If you give us 30 days, we'll put on the weight. And they said she just had a hankering. So she started finding other ways to catch the show, and they are loyal podcast archives listeners from San Angelo, Texas.
All right.
Wow.
Yes, I'm going to add to this, okay? Because I was in a panic a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on,
Kim,
Colin.
right? It's Kim. Standing at the door, and they're letting everybody else in, and they wait to the end. And she goes, "We weren't sure if we were able to come today or not. But you said, And I was thinking, oh my gosh, have they come all this way and I didn't put them on the list?
Oh no!
The whole time she was on the list, but my point is, she wasn't even sure she was on the list and came that far.
Wow,
that's
a leap of faith.
But I want you to know,
That's a long
and show you right here, Tim, your name's right
You're
there.
on the list.
Right there.
You
I
followed
had
the
you the whole
instructions
time.
correctly.
The whole time, everything was
well
okay.
done. And
But
I
you
told
panicked
her,
me for a minute.
I told her when we played them in the playoffs when Dad was at Jacksonville State. I remember they had the ram horns on their helmet and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I saw some of those pictures the other day. Somebody has come to the family apparently, and there's a book that's being written, and they have a series of these. They've done them for colleges everywhere, and it is the greatest wins in fill in the blank programs history. And there's a guy putting together the greatest wins in Jacksonville State football history.
That's awesome.
So they're out gathering information and all that, and they were asking for some pictures, and I found that playoff game. So how about that? And now here they are sitting here right now.
Many years later.
Yeah, many years later. So and also we got Montgomery, right here.
Montgomery.
And you guys are from here, Birmingham. And where are you guys from? Coleman. Right.
Coleman,
Okay.
yep.
So, so there they all are.
We also got a pecan pie and some other goodies.
Well, I didn't want to get into who brought goodies because
Yes.
it makes people feel bad they don't bring anything.
I know.
I was looking for the donuts. I just couldn't find them.
National Donut Day. Probably would have liked to have had that. There's a happy birthday.
Oh my
Oh,
God!
happy
There's a
birthday.
sign. We got a happy birthday sign.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there it is. And Kristen, which one's Kristen?
Right
there.
there. Kristen. Happy birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
There you go.
What a way to celebrate!
What a way to celebrate. And so nobody brought donuts, even though it's National Donut Day, but that's fine.
Right. Don't get Greg into this and Duncan.
We
Don't
do
Mad at Duncan.
we do accept drive-bys. So just honk and we'll come out there and get them.
So we have
got
pecan pies. Thank you very much for that.
Ooh, I
That's
like
delicious.
pecan pie.
And so there's no obligation to bring anything whatsoever. So I don't want anybody to think that.
Yeah.
So
no obligation ever.
I don't want to ask Greg why he's mad at Dunkin Donuts.
No, he's upset. You know, Duncan has gone to this thing where a lot of the stuff that they don't make them in the building now. They're
Little
being
man didn't
shipped
get his
in.
apple fritter.
And they were out when he went to the
Look,
drive-thru.
it's ain't closing time. This is in the middle of the day, and everything I said I wanted. Well, we're out of that. Or I said, well, give me a dozen glazed donuts. Well, we'll only have 3. I said, well, hell, I'll just leave. and I backed out.
Picture that, y'all.
I mean, if you don't have it on the board,
Right. My baby brother got mad.
didn't have nothing.
Somebody get a fritter
Come out
for
of the
baby
gate,
brother.
wanted me. I love a good apple fritter, and
Everybody knows that, right?
and she at first they thought they had them. Then had to come. Oh, I'm sorry, we checked, we don't have them. I said it's like 3:30. Are y'all? When do y'all close? You know, it's a big deal. Y'all don't. I mean. So anyway, I've never backed out of a drive-thru and left, but I did.
And so they said to you, the reason we run out is we don't make everything.
They didn't say nothing to me. They said
Where are we
they were
coming
out.
up with this?
Dana's making stuff up.
No. This is true.
We
just kidding.
I
don't
saw
make them
Dana
there
in
anymore.
the break.
They have
Dana's
shipped
full of
in.
information.
So once
You
they're
got
gone,
the
they're
truck
gone.
comes in.
Yeah.
Well,
She informed us of
well,
that.
then you need to order more. You're not.
So you didn't.
I think at 3:30 you shouldn't be out.
Right.
Well, and I don't
would
know.
hope not,
So,
wouldn't you?
some have deliveries in the morning and
Not a
then
big-
again around lunch, to kind of keep things going. I don't know their situation that day,
Evidently.
but he was not happy, guys.
Do you think
at
maybe
all.
they just had a run on fritters that day?
Well, can you? Again, I guess you can't. But I was going to say, how about throw a few in there and let's heat them up?
See, they used to do like Krispy Kreme. They would make them
I
on the
got it.
spot.
Yeah.
They don't do that
Well, then they
anymore.
need to take them off the menu.
If you want to take,
just have coffee.
right? If you want to have a,
And their coffee's overrated. It ain't that good.
if you hey,
Well,
listen,
there goes that endorsement.
wow, Greg, you're off and running now. But if you want to see a little chubby fella smile from ear to ear, just picture me standing outside that Krispy Kreme when I was a little fella, little chubbalicious, watching those things being made and coming in that conveyor belt.
That's some good
I thought to
stuff.
myself, heaven can't be far off from this.
Boy, they got a special.
And I'm going to tell you this.
They got a special today.
Watching that glaze go on.
I couldn't believe it.
If you get a
spray.
How
think
can
if you-
life be so good?
I think if you get a dozen, it's just $2 for another dozen.
Up until
That
recently,
glazed.
well, they ain't
You
gonna
would
have
know.
them, so it don't matter. Up in Dunkin', up until just months ago, they discontinued them. McDonald's had a good apple fritter.
Right.
They did.
Well, I didn't know you and apple fritter.
I guess I was the
Do
only
you-
one ordering them
do you
because they
s-
did away with them.
Do you search out apple fritters at all
yeah.
fast food establishments?
I think your bigger gripe at a donut place is you don't have any donuts. I mean, down to 3 donuts. I think that's a bigger gripe than the apple fritter.
No, I mean, if it was they were closing in 15 minutes, I get it.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of that. I mean,
Well, and this was a story long ago, and I wouldn't have it. I went into a place with chicken is literally on the sign and in the name,
Yeah.
and they claimed they didn't have any chicken. I said, you don't have chicken. It's on the sign. And I wouldn't have it. It was a bunch of lazy young folks trying to shut down.
didn't
I
want
said, I'll tell you one
cooking.
thing, somebody's going to give Big Papa chicken. I said, I'm not coming out here without chicken. Y'all need to back here. I'd say, I see the chicken. We need to drop some chicken. And I mean,
frying.
you got it in the name.
Please tell me you watched them make it.
I did.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah, it could go bad.
Yeah, that's fine. You know what? At that point, if they're going to deep fry it, whatever they did to it ain't going to be on. Good point.
That's true.
Bubba taught me that years ago. You drop something in grease, you're fine.
Yeah. I mean, it'd kill anything.
Right. So, all right, we'll come back. We got more stories to jump into. Welcome, Golden Ticket Seats. They'll get to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat coming up a little bit later on. Check that off the bucket list. We'll get more of your phone calls before this show is done. We'll jump into some more of the stories that we have today when the Rick and Bubba show continues, coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, I know that this company, Apple would be a good example. They've got all kinds of things I disagree with. But when you start getting into the satanic occult world, people start drawing harder lines. And I think this is not, I mean, I know like it just, and I'm not a big boycott person, nor would I go out and tell people, you know, I don't, the whole boycott world, but I think as individuals, we make boycott decisions in our own lives all the time. And I know that that brand will be removed from our house and probably will not be purchased going forward. It's just too creepy. I mean, and it's just I don't you don't want to be associated with that. And their logo is prominent on this shoe. I mean, prominent. So
I haven't seen the shoe, but yeah, yep.
So thanks,
I haven't bought a Nike in a very long time.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
I suspect we'll hear a lot about it in the next few days.
Yeah,
from
Aaron,
the law side.
Aaron in Birmingham. Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all?
Good. Great. Good.
Good. Okay, so I read an article a couple of days ago when this first dropped that the Satan shoe is in response to a Jesus shoe that was released like a year ago, and it has a drop of holy water in the heel. I don't remember the article, but the Satan shoe is in response to a Christian Jesus shoe.
Yeah, I never heard of either one. Of course, I've heard of the Satan shoe now, but this story coming out on Holy Week too, it's just got a bunch of creep to it. Let's go to Laura in Alabama, and I would just say to the artist, just the whole video and what this person is doing is just it's just wicked. It's just wow. Yeah,
I saw one. It was a Chick-fil-A shoe. Yeah, where is that in all this?
Laura in Alabama. Laura, go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'm a first-time caller.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you. And my kids were watching Kids YouTube the other day, and an ad for the Little Nas music video came up. And, I mean, I just couldn't believe it. I looked on, their screen, and I seen the 666 and, all this stuff, and I just couldn't believe it. I can't believe that they have ads for that on a kid's channel.
Oh, well, you better believe it's going to show up on every child out there. I mean, they're going to try to get your kids to watch.
That's the plan.
That's the game plan. That's 100% it's going to happen.
It's a strategy, for sure.
Let's go to Alabama. Brett standing by. Brett, go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm curious how you guys would handle all this. Let's say an idiot bought a box full of Rick and Bubba spatulas and carved him some pentagrams on the back of them and started marketing as satanic Rick and Bubba spatulas.
Yeah,
we're curious from a brand standpoint.
Well, we would sit down with the legal team and say what recourse do we have? We'd absolutely try to stop it, and then we would find out whether we have recourse or not.
And if we didn't, we would go public and say we got nothing to do with this.
Right.
Don't buy them, throw them away.
But we would find out real quick where we stood legally.
Yeah.
Let's go to John in Alabama. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go. Hey, John, Alabama. All right, buddy. Let's go to Robertsdale. Terry standing by. Terry, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I don't mean to change the subject, but I got two shows for you on the History Channel. The Food That Built America and Modern Marvels. Awesome.
Yeah, those
Modern Marvels is good.
Yeah, look, the Food That Built America is not bad.
No.
If you've never seen it. Brock in the great state of Florida.
Okay, Rick made a statement here a while back that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are not Christians. Our name of our church is Jesus Christ, Church of Jesus Christ. So we are Christians. We are not atheists. We are Christians.
Oh, no, I never said you were atheist. But what I would do if I were you, I would research how you see Jesus Christ. It's definitely in your name. There's no question about that.
I am a Mormon, and we are Christians.
So do you believe?
We are not.
Do you believe that Jesus is God? Do you believe that Jesus is God?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that
He
Jesus
will be the God of this earth?
Right. Okay. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you calling. You and I would respectfully disagree that Jesus is portrayed in the biblical way, and again, a new revelation. I would disagree with you on that respectfully, and I appreciate you, and I would just tell you always research what you believe, and always continue to find out as much as you can possibly find out. Larry in Florida. Larry, welcome to the Rick.
20 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so unpacking earlier in the program, we had people that we know that called from Normandy. They were all under the impression that President Biden's appearance which is now going to be the wrong kind of, I think you'd say infamous over famous, yesterday, and that they would be able to freely go to Utah Beach today and marching bands play, and the ones that are there, even some from our own state. They were told today that President Biden has decided to do a private event at Utah Beach, and they will not be allowed to go there. And of course, they're very upset about that. And then why would they do that? We were kind of thinking, if you saw yesterday, this may be them with an attempt to do some sort of better optic, or come up with something that might be helpful after yesterday's, what a lot of folks say was harmful, watching him crouch and whatever he was trying to do, and there's all kinds of theories about that. But Bubba, you said that you just found something out that makes a lot of sense.
Well, there's an article out today that says that Biden may be trying to recreate the Ronald Reagan speech that he did there, and that he needs these clips for the Democratic National Convention coming up.
Right.
And that they believe that the whole event was closed to the public so that they can take multiple takes and edit it together.
That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Can we see Reagan's speech,
Bubba,
from there?
Right.
Just to see what it looks like.
By the way, this president trying to do a speech to compete with Reagan would be like me saying, "Hey, Adler, go with me. I'm gonna recreate Michael Jordan." and I have a basketball in my hand. I mean, that's absurd. Bubba, there's actually an ad that is being called "When Your Candidate is Joe Biden." Have you seen this yet? So we have that. So let's play this, and then Bubba, Dr. Phil is. He had Trump.
Oh, gosh, we got to see that.
Listen,
so they got to see that.
So here is a ad when your candidate is Joe Biden. Here we go.
When your candidate is Joe Biden, what do you have to do to get him elected?
On Memorial Day, I proudly stood with a black man.
When your candidate is Joe Biden, you might have to flood the country with millions of illegals. You might have your party oppose legislation to strengthen laws against non-citizen voting. You might view Americans victimized by illegals as acceptable collateral damage because you want to win elections. When your candidate is Joe Biden, you might need your surrogates in legacy media to create hoax after hoax in order to distract from your mentally deteriorating candidate's mounting failures. You might even use that same media to help you stir up racial animosity when you see that your opponent is gaining minority voter support. When your candidate is Joe Biden, you might need a dark money-funded legal campaign to fight election security laws. You might want to make sure that people don't need identification to vote, that mail-in balloting is as prevalent as possible, and that signature matching is not required. You might want to count votes for days and weeks after Election Day. When your candidate is Joe Biden, you might have to launch a lawfare campaign and Soviet-style show trials to try to jail the other candidate beating you in the polls. You might need to have the same Soros-backed prosecutors who release violent felons onto the streets magically turn a misdemeanor records-keeping charge into 34 felonies. You might need federal prosecutors to charge your opponent with the exact same crimes with which your candidate was not charged, because he wasn't competent to stand trial. When your candidate is Joe Biden, you might try to hide the fact that he doesn't know his own granddaughter, especially when he is so affectionate with other children. When your candidate is Joe Biden, you might have to try to gaslight the American people to believe that all of this is normal. When your candidate is Joe Biden, all of this might be your only shot.
See, how old are you, 17?
Oh, my gracious, alive.
It's
pretty
great
strong,
ad.
isn't it?
It's a good ad. It just kind of takes everything we've been saying over years and puts it all in a minute and 44 seconds. So,
can I help you with this Dr. Phil thing? Because if you don't do something first, that one Greg Burgess over there is going to have a come apart.
Okay.
3D, his breakdown of Adam Schiff.
Really?
And then you can get to other things.
Okay.
But
The
if you don't get to that one first, that's all he's going to talk about.
Okay, so
Classic.
3D.
Well, you just want to run the whole list there?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. We can, but you better get to this one
Well,
first.
we will. Don't worry.
Yeah,
3D's ready to roll.
Here we go.
These are not stupid people. I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the thinnest neck I've ever seen. How it holds up that head. He's got a neck that's about a size 6. Very unattractive guy, both inside and outside. And people say, oh, that's such a terrible thing to say. That's okay. Very unattractive guy. Here's the thing. These are bad people. And
his head looks like a watermelon.
How does this tiny neck hold it up? Very unattractive person.
Inside and out.
These are bad people.
His breakdown of his neck. How do you deny his neck? How does
he hold his head up?
I claimed earlier that Greg was on Dr. Phil last night.
That's vintage Trump there.
All right, so now we'll go back to three.
I don't know how it holds it up.
Three.
Very
the
unattractive.
The neck is so very unattractive. Not just unattractive, very unattractive. 3A. Here's Trump talking about when Dr. Phil called him up for an interview. Here we go.
So you and I talked the other night, and I work in trial sciences for a lot of my career, and so I have a particular interest in the dynamics of the trial setting.
you know, it was interesting when you called the other day about doing an interview. A lot of people want to do interviews, and I don't just agree to them very easily. But I've always had great respect for you. I watch your show. Some of the real good ones, and some of the less intellectual ones, and that's okay too. But it's always been you've always been very special, and I knew that you were, in some form, very much involved with trials, and I found it to be very interesting that you would take this up. It's a very important thing.
Well, I wanted to, and I know that there was some news coming out of Georgia today, there was some news coming out of Florida today, that they're stepping back from this. And
very good news.
I called for the other day, and I don't know if you saw it, but on Merritt Street Media, where I now do my show, I called for President Biden to stop all of this now. And of course, a lot of people said, oh, he can't stop it, it's a state case. Well, okay, that's an explanation for stupid people, but for people that understand how this works behind the scenes and all, I say the same thing. They need to stop this. They need to stop pursuing you. Since you started your campaign in 2015 to run for office, there have been so many attempts to get you off the board even before you started your campaign. Then once you were in office, 2 impeachment opportunities, they changed the rules to try to make it high crimes and misdemeanors if there were business conflicts, and in this case,
never ends.
It seems to be never ending.
Yeah, I think we can also get in 3C. Let's skip B. 3C, here he is saying that he thinks he knows who controls Biden, being interviewed by Dr. Phil. 3C. Here we go.
What is the hardest, darkest moment that you can think of in this journey you've been on the last several years?
You have to be very strong. You're fighting off very evil forces, and they're very smart forces. There are people that control Biden, totally true. I think I know who they are largely. But there are people that control him. They're very smart, very energetic. Possibly they're real believers, you know, what their sick ideology is.
Here's an audience member. Is Dr. Phil helping Trump with people that he needs to win this thing? Here's an audience member on Dr. Phil talking about it has changed her view. So Dr. Phil is maybe farming and producing some harvest. Here we go.
So watching your interview today, I think it actually gave me an interpretation that I've never had of him before, and us not seeing him more, it actually kind of hurts people on judging him. I guess if that's what the media wants to do, then they're doing a very good job at it.
Yeah, you bet.
How about you just acknowledge this? If we don't get this kind of stuff, if we're watching the stuff we normally watch, they just create an image of him, and we need to be a little more educated on who he is. There's a concept.
And if you notice, she didn't say it directly, but what she's saying is we're not seeing Trump out there because of these trials, and it is. What's funny, the true election interference are these trials.
Yeah, no doubt. Which is, I mean, they're all they are is a weapon. Yeah. And they are they're effective. But Dr. Phil going out there, and he's had enough. So there you go. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
We're going to run down these economic numbers on B.
Yeah, we can. We'll hit those when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get more of your phone calls in before the day is done as well. The wonderful wheel of canned meat, making dreams come true later in the show. Rock and Roll City for the Tubers today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These are not stupid people. I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the thinnest neck I've ever seen, how it holds up that head. He's got a neck that's about a size 6. Very unattractive guy, both inside and outside.
Bubba Show, go ahead.
Yeah, hey there, big boy. How y'all doing this morning?
We good.
Larry, we're doing good.
Green grass and monkey acres to y'all.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, I heard the guy talking about the Genius shoes earlier and the Chick-fil-A shoes. And they're one and the same, but it didn't have holy water. It had Chick-fil-A sauce.
Had what? I couldn't.
Chick-fil-A sauce.
Oh, that's funny.
John and Nike. John, go ahead. John, go ahead and what says Nike, wherever you're. John, wherever you're from, go ahead, buddy.
What is this the same John that we tried earlier?
John, buddy, I don't know what your problem is, but Natalie, you can't hear us talking to you, so won't you just give it up and let somebody else talk? Let's go to.
We're trying.
Let's go to Dana in Tuscaloosa. Dana, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
I was working in Minnesota when the swine flu started. The epicenter of that epidemic. And it was completely different than COVID. You can have animal to human transmission. In swine flu, it was because of so much close work with the pigs. But the way COVID mutated and has changed, it has reacted more like the HIV virus than any other normal human animal transfer virus.
Anybody?
So I guess she's trying to say it did come from the lab. Is that what she's saying, in her opinion?
Honestly,
I tried.
I didn't.
I was trying to follow it.
I couldn't track.
Get to the end.
Couldn't track with her at all.
It's on me.
Yeah, me too.
I think
your pig noises. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I know, and it scared me. That noise scared me. Just
I don't know. I just, sometimes you go into certain teachers' classes and they don't grab you.
Right. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know for basketball people, we're down to 8, and I know that Greg, the cancel culture, back to our caller a minute ago, that thinks that there's, I guess, one person who won't tell us his name. He just keeps wanting to be called him cancel culture.
Yeah. Oh, cancel. He's been busy.
Yeah, well, we don't even know his guy's name. Well, no, it's not
He's
a
not
person.
a guy that's going around canceling.
I didn't really understand that call.
It's kind of an action.
But anyway, cancel culture, we were told we could not enjoy the Oral Roberts University story, not allowed to like it.
That's right.
Not allowed to celebrate it because of their biblical view on marriage. You can't even. It's not. This is not what we want.
Rick,
want them to lose, Rick.
It doesn't reflect what the NCAA says about it.
Right. There you go. So anyway, whoopity-doo da day. NCAA.
I'm surprised this quarterback for BYU's not getting a lot of grief. Cancel him too.
Well,
Since the draft's coming up. They haven't. They haven't.
Let me say this about Oral Roberts. If you disagree with that, don't play for him. Nobody's capturing people and forcing them to play.
Right.
Right? These
Right.
people
Well,
that are
see,
there
that's
don't
where
have a
we-
problem with it, and they were pretty good.
That's
So-
where us as individuals need to make our own choices.
Right.
Had them quite the run until Arkansas stepped in and
Well,
said, no, sir.
I was going to
Arkansas
say,
still rolling.
if you went ahead and pushed through and were celebrating the Cinderella story, it's
Yeah,
over.
it is.
If you hated it and wanted it to go away, it went away.
Yeah.
Arkansas took care of that, whichever end of the fence. They either broke your little heart or they finally got rid of this dangerous.
Of course, they got the Baylor Bears tonight, and I want you to watch because there's a couple mullets involved. See, I think this is the way I can get you involved with basketball, Rick. Baylor has this. I mean, he is big, tall, lanky, with a nice mullet, and he fires it from all over the place.
Is it a great mullet?
Oh, it is. It is.
And what's this guy? How do you say Gonzaga or Gonzaga?
Gonzaga.
Okay.
I hear people say it
The
both
Zag.
ways.
So they got
I
a
have
Zag,
to,
right?
but yeah.
They got a
Gonzaga.
guy I looked up, and I thought they were doing a story about Screech dying again because he looks just like Screech did. Not Screech as a kid, but as
Yeah.
an actor with the same mustache and the same hairdo. And they say he's a handful.
He is, his
Hey,
last
the
name's
center-
Timmy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He can fire it up
Big
there,
boy.
too.
Yeah,
But I
he-
did. I thought, my
he
goodness, they're
looks-
doing a special on Screech going on there.
He looks as unathletic, really, to me,
Yeah, he
when you
does.
see him, but he can put the ball in the
He's
hole,
tough,
you
too.
know?
Yeah.
Of course, you ought to be tough. You're that big. Like, I'd be tough if I was that big.
I bet.
Nobody'd mess
Hey,
with me.
what
I
you gonna
promise
do
you
with
that.
it?
What's he about,
exactly.
7?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'd stand on the street and make people pay me to live.
Yeah.
Guys, have you ever been around a 7-footer?
Oh,
We had that one come to the
7'4".
sports stars that
They
day.
have to duck
Yeah.
to go through door
His
frames.
head
There's
was
mullet.
up in here.
Look at mullet.
Oh, yeah.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. As we work through another one today, fieldofgreens.com. Yes, everywhere I go now, there's Field of Greens talk breaking out, and it feels good now more than ever. Proper nutrition, taking care of ourselves, boosting that immune system it's always been important, but it may be more important now than ever. And we know the research. We know about fruits and vegetables, and we know we need them. We know how many servings we need. But knowing it and actually being able to pull it off, that's two different things. But you can now with this organic superfood. Now, these are not watered-down extracts that you most commonly find in some of the other products that sound maybe similar. This is organic superfood. It's whole fruits and whole vegetables. In fact, each fruit and vegetable was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like your heart, liver, kidneys. I mentioned the immune system, very important. And only Field of Greens. You're not going to find anybody else that does this. And this is really all you need to know. A better health promise. Now, here's what they're saying. You do what we tell you and take this as instructed. And if your doctor does not see the benefits, then you get your money back. So, and I know my doctor's thrilled with the current state of my health, and I know that there's been other things I've done, certainly, but this has played a big role in the nutrition side because of the obvious problem. It's hard to do that in just your everyday diet, especially if you're as busy as we all are these days. So get 15% off and free rush shipping by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BIGBOX, that's B-I-G, and then V as in voice, O-X. Save that 15%, get that free shipping, and I look forward to hearing your story too. All right, so we're continuing Dr. Phil, who has decided that the state of our country is so unacceptable that he's getting involved and in a big way. And that monologue he gave the other day that we played, I thought was as clear and concise as you're going to hear.
Yep. Good job on that.
Which is probably why Trump started saying I'll be on the show.
Yeah.
Because he realized that Phil's in his camp right now. But there's also, it doesn't matter how you feel about the candidates. One of the things, as an American, what impact have these candidates had? What has it been like when Trump was president versus how it is as Biden?
Let's take a look, Rick.
Dr. Phil, just like Bubba, what's crossing the street? A possum?
Well, if a possum crosses the road and he makes it, he's 1-0.
Here is Dr. Phil laying down the numbers. Here we go.
Everybody calls it inflation, but affordability. When we talk about gasoline, under your administration, averaged $2.57 a gallon. Under Biden, $3.61, 40% more. Under your administration, homes averaged $320,000. Under the Biden administration, 31% more, $420,000. Under your administration, interest rates 3.8 average. Under the Biden administration, 39% more at 5.3%. Okay, now let's look at the border. Under you, average 1.7 million border crossings. Their official number is 6.4. That's from Homeland Security. It's actually about 13 million because I know I've been to the border. I've talked to the border guards down there, Brandon Judd. I've talked to Jason Jones. I've talked to the people that actually know the numbers. They say it's between 10 and 13 million. So my point is, when you look at the actual numbers, plus the things you just talked about, lower taxes, higher tax revenue, you look at that and you would say, my God, he should be running unopposed. I mean, why?
And these numbers, I appreciate it, and these numbers are really, I don't know who made them up.
Very conservative.
As an example, I had gasoline down to $1.87, not $2.57. Right. It's now almost at $4. It's going to be at $5 very shortly. Right. It's going way up.
I took very conservative numbers so people couldn't argue.
Well, interest rates, I was at 2.6%. They have 3.8, and now they're at 9%, 10%. You can't get money. So we did a great job.
We did Greg, all what was missing there is a very great job.
Hey, you don't have to say it. I'll say it for you.
Right.
We did a great job.
We did a great job.
We did a great job.
Well, the numbers are what they are, and you heard Dr. Phil. He said, look, I'm going to go conservative so that no one finds something that goes, well now you took the lowest one ever.
Yeah, listen to what Dr. Phil said. He said the average was.
Right.
Trump said it got as low as.
Right.
So
Yeah,
they were looking at two different things.
Bubba, we have a reporter in London, video 4, thinking that he or she is just grabbing a random person to discuss the state of America and the Trump trial. What the reporter doesn't know, he or she, I'm not sure which one it is, actually has stopped Don Keith, not the one we know, but a political commentator that gives you what's going on in 2 minutes. And
he's got a pretty good little speech.
You can tell the reporter thought they were just grabbing some random person off the London streets. So here we go.
And my final question, Donald Trump this week was found guilty on 34 charges. Mm-hmm. What do you have to say?
Well, it's 34 charges, but it was one crime, right? So they charged him 34 times for the same thing. It's lawfare. It's exactly what they're doing to Tommy here. It was a kangaroo court. It was a kangaroo case. They basically took even the people in the district attorney's office call it the zombie case, because it was one where the statute of limitations was up, and then they managed to somehow revive it by connecting it to another obscure law that says, okay, if you committed this crime with the intent to commit another crime, then we can charge you. So that's what they did, and they brought in this highly conflicted judge. We know his daughter's raised millions of dollars or been paid millions of dollars by Democrats. A guy named Dan Goldman paid his daughter millions of dollars. This guy, Dan Goldman, was also the same guy who advised Michael Cohen as to what he should say on the stand to Donald Trump's defense team. Listen, they had the former chairman of the FEC, a guy named Bradley Smith, prepared to come in and tell the jury. He's the leading expert on campaign violations. He came in and was prepared to tell that jury that this was not a crime. He's the leading expert. The judge would not allow him to tell the jury that it was not a crime or that it was not a campaign contribution, the money paid to Stormy Daniels. But the judge wouldn't let him say that because he said this judge is a narcissist. He said, I'm supposed to tell them law. This judge is not an expert, okay, on campaign law. Antonin Scalia, one of the greatest Supreme Court justices of all time, said, campaign finance laws are so intricate that even I can't understand them. But Juan Merchan thinks he knows more than the former chairman of the FEC, but he wouldn't let this guy tell the jury why it wasn't a contribution, but he let Michael Cohen get on the stand and tell them why it was a campaign contribution. So that was exculpatory information for Donald Trump that he would not allow. I think it's going to get reversed. If the appeals court in New York doesn't reverse it, they're going to reverse it at the Supreme Court.
Wow. There's a random guy to grab to talk about it.
Exculpatory. If you wanted an interview, you got one.
Exculpatory. The minute he said that, we all just got real silent.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I love we all put on those faces.
Speedy, that's evidence that would clear Trump.
Jimmy, look, all of us stopped and went, it's a good point he's making there. Well said. Random person on street. Don Keith, political commentator, not the author.
Yeah.
Who writes books about submarines.
Both of them very smart.
Yeah, both of them very, very smart.
Very
Don
smart.
Keith actually was the ghostwriter of We Be Big.
Yep.
He interviewed us and tried to help us put all that together as best he could.
They're not intelligent, though, Bubba. Only you are.
That's right.
No.
They're smart, though,
remember
but they're
when,
not intelligent.
Remember when Captain Kirk said this? I wasn't even here.
But you know what? The way I look at that is he meant that vicariously through me to you because he thought I was you.
Yeah, right.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Let's come back and go.
The greatest compliment from one of my favorite people in the world, and I wasn't even here.
That's right. Still counts. We'll come back. We'll talk to you. Speedy goes to the phones. All 10 lines are available. America, it is your turn. 866 We Be Big if you want to be with us. Don't forget, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new one out this weekend, wherever you get podcasts.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The exact
Rocking it.
hairdo I had.
I did.
That's
That's,
it.
that's you. That's your
my
hairdo.
Hey, he can go.
Who do
he
you
can
think,
play.
if they get to the championship game, or I don't know, where would they? I guess
They would meet the first game of the Final Four. I
Would
believe.
they really?
You're talking about Gonzaga and Baylor. Yeah.
Baylor is. When I saw them play, I was
You'd
impressed.
have Mullet versus the Stash in game one.
I enjoy them while you can, because I'm sure they'll be put on probation before it's over with, like a football team. So.
I have no idea.
They're real good all of a sudden.
I don't know who's in it. I just knew that Oral Roberts got beat, and I was actually at a small group last night from church, and only way I knew that Alabama got beat is there was an Alabama basketball fan in the small group that kept wanting his wife to leave, and she wasn't because she was being chatty. And he
that was a tough loss,
and he couldn't get out of there. And we were told him, "Hey, you want us to put it on TV in here?" And also he goes, "No, they're already down by 11." And he had his Alabama basketball shirt on. I thought, so they must be struggling.
Yeah.
Well, it went to
overtime.
Yeah. Here's the thing. They should have won. On paper, they're the 2 seed. UCLA is the 11 seed. Mm-hmm. By all measure, Alabama's supposed to win this and probably win it by double digits. Okay, but when you go 11 for 25 from the free throw line, you shoot 25% from the 3-point line, which is not normally what you'd more like.
And that's
30,
what they
35.
live by.
They do live and die by the three.
Yeah.
On top of that, and I think this was probably more important than anything, the defensive player of the year and the player of the year in the SEC, Jones, got in foul trouble early.
Like the first 45 seconds.
And did not play 15 minutes of the game.
All right.
So you add those 3 things up. They still went to overtime, and the kid from Pelham, Reese, hammers a 3 with no time to send it to overtime, which was fantastic. And he usually gives them a big jump off the bench, and he was hurt for most of the night too. Didn't play for 13 minutes. So they had a ton of things going against them. I hate it they got beat.
I thought y'all were describing the Jacksonville State football game.
Yeah.
Well, that was quite the ordeal, too.
Nate Oates has done a great job in his second season, completely turned around. And, Rick, he kind of, he has the mentality that we would have played well under in our days of basketball. He wants you to shoot a 3 or a layup, nothing in between.
Yeah.
And when you live and die by the 3, you can really blow some people out. You can catch up in a hurry, but when you're cold, man, it's ugly.
Mm-hmm. Stay away from injuries. Stay away from fouls. They turned the ball over 14 times too. That's not going to help. But that's pretty normal for them. You take away this 1 or 2 of these things I'm discussing, they easily win 6-8 points.
Mm-hmm. But a great year.
I was frustrated by it. I couldn't figure out if I was more frustrated at Alabama basketball yesterday or JSU football.
Well, I heard the JSU football game was ugly.
Oh, it was goodness. I don't even want to talk about it.
Yeah, I didn't go to it, but I heard they had a lot of turnovers and penalties.
Yeah, it's hard to win turnover that many times.
Mm-hmm. And they were on quite a roll. They'd only lost one game this season, which sounds funny because it was a hyphenated season, but that was to Florida State before that.
All right, wait a minute. So this just continues with the few games they got in the fall? Well, that's just weird.
Mm-hmm. Like their record going in was like 6-1 or 7-1, something like that.
And then
it was 7-1.
This is the finishing of the season?
Yeah, and they'll go through a full-blown playoff.
Yeah, the playoffs will be next month.
All right, so
and they're having the championship game in Texas just like they normally do, but it'll be like May.
Yeah, end of May. All right, so today you have Baylor and Arkansas, 9:57 or 8:57 tip, and it's Central Time. And then Oregon State and Houston. So I'd like to hear from Bucky Beaver at some point today if we could. Oregon State, Houston, 7:15 or I guess 6:15 tip Central Time. And then the other four that'll be tomorrow will be UCLA, Michigan, Gonzaga, and USC, the Trojans in it. So please, Rick, watch Baylor tonight. It's going to be a late tip. Just watch the first few minutes before you go to bed. I need your commentary tomorrow on the mullet.
Okay.
And they've got another guy on the bench that has a mullet too. So and sometimes they're out there together.
Mullet's back.
Can you? I don't know if it's just me, but I loved Houston when they had the Phi Slamma Jamma days. And so it's good to me to see Houston back really playing at a high level. I mean, I don't know how good they are. I haven't seen them play.
They're 2 seed. They're really good.
They were entertaining back in the day.
Yeah, I heard somebody talking
to that lady
because I don't follow it. I don't know anything about it. But I heard somebody talking, and I
Couldn't
heard
have been more shocked.
Some teams you just mentioned.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls coming in. Speedy has got some of those set up and ready to go. If you want to join us, you can. We will start with Patsy out of Hoover, Alabama. She's listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. If you want to join us, lines are available. Patsy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go
Good
ahead.
morning.
Hey, Patsy.
Good morning, guys. I know you all talked earlier about Biden and what he did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I did not get to hear that, and I did not hear what he actually did. But a lady was telling me this morning that it really came out about his Alzheimer's. Could you just kind of fill me in real quick on that?
Yeah, well, we don't know exactly what happened. We're just going to be factual. He begins to bend over like in some sort of either searching to sit down when he hasn't been asked to sit down, like he's either trying to find a chair or he's hunkering down because his body is beginning to remove human waste.
Looks like he was using a diaper.
Yeah, and he's trying to control it, stop it, or can't, or something's going on.
Good. No.
So it's the semi-squat, as if one were to be in the woods, say, for instance. And
right.
And then they kind of shuffle him off the stage not long after. We don't know whether that was prematurely or what. It did not look good. Now, there are different theories out there on what actually happened. But what we can tell you is they seem to be trying for a redo today. As Bubba just talked about a story that just broke, they've now made Utah Beach private, and they won't let the public there. That's angered a lot of people there that were there for
the thousands of people who were there to see it.
And he's going to try to do some sort of speech there that I guess they want.
According to the New York papers, he's trying to get a backdrop and get a something that he can play at the Democratic National Convention that will bring echoes of the Ronald Reagan speech that was there.
Yeah, and
you know when Reagan was there, by the way?
When?
It was 40 years they were celebrating.
Wow, now it's 80.
Can you believe that?
Yeah. You want to hear a quick snippet?
Sure.
Yeah, if we can, I would love to.
Absolutely.
All righty.
We're here to mark that day in history when the Allied armies joined in battle to reclaim this continent to liberty. For 4 long years, much of Europe had been under a terrible shadow. Free nations had fallen. Jews cried out in the camps. Millions cried out for liberation. Europe was enslaved and the world prayed for its rescue. Here in Normandy, the rescue began. Here the Allies stood and fought against tyranny in a giant undertaking unparalleled in human history. We stand on a lonely, windswept point on the northern shore of France. The air is soft, but 40 years ago at this moment, the air was dense with smoke and the cries of men, and the air was filled with the crack of rifle fire and the roar of cannon. At dawn on the morning of the 6th of June, 1944, 225 Rangers jumped off the British landing craft and ran to the bottom of these cliffs. Their mission was one of the most difficult and daring of the invasion, to climb these sheer and desolate cliffs and take out the enemy guns. The Allies had been told that some of the mightiest of these guns were here, and they would be trained on the beaches to stop the Allied advance. The Rangers looked up and saw the enemy soldiers at the edge of the cliffs shooting down at them with machine guns and throwing grenades, and the American Rangers began to climb. They shot rope ladders over the face of these cliffs and began to pull themselves up. When one Ranger fell, another would take his place. When one rope was cut, a Ranger would grab another and begin his climb again. They climbed, shot back, and held their footing. Soon, one by one, the Rangers pulled themselves over the top, and in seizing the firm land at the top of these cliffs, they began to seize back the continent of Europe.
Yeah, good luck. I go back to my analogy about me with the basketball, heading out to see if I can't, show what only Michael Jordan could do.
Yeah.
That's a tall task for Mr. Biden today.
Boy, it's quite a contrast, isn't it?
Whew.
Miss O'Ronnie.
Sure. To the phones we go.
40 years ago.
Yep.
By the way.
Yep. Zach and Clay. Zach, go ahead.
How can it be?
This one's for Bubba.
Yeah.
So we all remember Bubba being a time traveler,
Yes.
traveling back in time and trying Dr. Pepper for the first time.
I did it. No, I did a test. You talking about the test or you're talking about something else? When I sit at my desk the day I turned 40 all day?
Yeah, but both that and the first time you tried Dr. Pepper in Jacksonville.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
I remember that. I just don't think it'd been in our area. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So, Bubba, what can you tell us about the future of the election?
Yeah, well, you didn't travel.
I waited all day for me to show up, and I never showed up, so I guess that means I never get to. Because, if today somebody pulled up with a time machine, I'd go, well, I got to go back to March 27 of whatever year I was 40 because I'm sitting at my desk waiting on me.
That's right.
And so I didn't, so I don't think I will.
Randy in Tennessee.
Does that make sense?
It actually does.
It does.
Randy, go ahead.
I set a point in time that I was going to meet myself, and I never showed up.
You never showed up?
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Randy.
Hey, I'm coming into Chattanooga right now. I'm coming down the mountain.
Yep.
And there's a big old electronic sign over the interstate that says secure your load. I didn't know if Biden was back in country or what. Just checking.
That's good. Michael in Birmingham, ZZK. Michael, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
All right. I got two questions. One is about Hunter Biden's trial. If we go through with this, they convict him. Can Joe not just acquit him? Not acquit him. Pardon him from it?
Joe,
and then all things done, and we've wasted taxpayers' money, right?
Joe has said, President Biden has said he will not pardon Hunter Biden. Now, he has been asked this numerous times. He said, I will not pardon him. I don't think you're going to have a problem. I have a strong feeling in Delaware, where the Bidens are the strong arm of everything, that the fact that Jill showed up and sit on the front row meant you better acquit.
Yeah, I agree.
So I am very skeptical there'll be any charge at all when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think Biden would have said that unless he knew the deck was already stacked.
Georgia, Mike standing by, another Mike, but this one in Georgia. Mike, go ahead.
How y'all doing, gentlemen?
We're good.
I want to talk to y'all this morning about in Lawrence County, Georgia, Highway 80 East. The DOT is messed up big time.
What'd they do?
They got a sign in East Dublin that says bridge out 9 miles, and then there's no other sign until the bridge comes out with about 25 roads that run into it. And so I had to turn around and go around another way. But the bridge out sign is right there where they're doing the construction, a half a mile away from where the actual bridge is out, and you got to turn and go back and figure out how to go.
Well,
No detour signs.
So what you're saying is,
we'll
sir,
get right on that.
you want to pass the bridge out signs until you get right up to where the pavement ends. Is that what I'm hearing? Because you had a 9-mile warning,
No,
it sounds
that's
like.
the way they got it. Right. That's the way they got it now, Bubba. It needs to be further on back up a hill with more signs, because I turned off of a road not even in East Dublin. Somebody told me that sign was in East Dublin. That says bridge out 9.9 miles ahead. They need to move these roads up a little bit further. And then after I figured up on the hill, so that, if you do turn out of one of these side roads and going towards Adrian, Georgia, then they need to move it up the hill so there's something a little bit forward.
I don't think you can be too safe with a bridge out.
9.9 miles.
Is he saying that it says 9.9, but then a half a mile in, the bridge is out? They need to. It's not where it's supposed to be.
I'm not
Is that what he said?
I stopped listening.
It gives you 9 miles heads up, but it's only about a half a mile.
Well, he ain't happy about it.
No, he's not.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Popped up, but they said the Pac whatever has done quite well.
Yeah,
they kind of dominated March Madness.
Well, they could easily have 3 of the 4 Final Four teams.
Wow.
Well, they had like 7 in it.
They're definitely going to have one in either. Well, and Gonzaga's not in their conference, but they're out in the West Coast. The West Coast is dominated, and then UCLA with that win last night. If they were to get by Michigan, they're in, and then Oregon State. And Oregon was also out there. I mean, they have had. The Big Ten was supposed to be the best conference this year, and they only sent one team to the Sweet 16. Complete failure on their end. And then the Pac-12 was not supposed to make that much noise, and they have been here just dominating. So,
Well, they play a lot more basketball. Their football teams hadn't been anything in a long time.
Well, that's why they call it madness.
The Big Ten, I mean, they've
That's
laid
why
some,
they call it madness.
they've laid some eggs.
And to our discussion in the kickoff hour, Gonzaga they're looking, if they were to win 32-0, okay?
Unbelievable.
That would be a 45-year record. Has not happened since Indiana 45 years ago. I got a stat this morning. I don't know if this is accurate, but the last 26 games they've won by double digits, or they've won 26 in a row this year by double digits. Think about that a minute. Wow. Speedy and I were talking about this. I feel sorry for these teams that get out in the first quarter and they'll get like 6-7 points up, and they think they have them something, and then they end up getting beat by 12 or 15.
Yeah. So they could walk all the way to the end.
Mm-hmm.
If Gonzaga and Baylor play, who do you think would win?
Gonzaga.
I think Baylor.
I'm going Stash over the mullet.
I'm going Baylor.
I have no idea.
They're both very good teams.
They are.
They're both very good teams.
I hope to get to see that.
I mean, the highest level to be undefeated at this point in the season is amazing.
There are no Oral Roberts, but
yeah, right. I have not seen a ball dribbled on the court. I have no idea.
I'd like your first dribble to be watching the mullet tonight.
It's all according to how the night unwinds.
I know.
Yeah, maybe if I think of it.
I'll send you.
What channel is it on?
CBS.
Okay. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
What time's that tip?
First game starts at 6:15 Central Time.
When's Baylor though?
Oh, they're late. It may be 7:15. They're late. 8:57 or 9:57, wherever you live. He'll never make it.
You won't see it. You won't see that one, buddy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so this is, I'll tell you, if you are ready to get the UFO folks started, I mean, we have a story, and we're just going to let Marco Rubio. So you didn't think I was going to say that kind of name. You thought I was going to come up with some name that was kind of out there.
Right.
This is actually Senator Marco Rubio, a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He has been privy to classified information, and he is extremely concerned involving UFOs, and here he is in his own words.
On that Senate Intel Committee, man, I saw you guys are supposed to be, the government is going to actually have to put out everything they know about UFOs to the public. I guess that's not
Well, for me, the whole thing was this, and that's why we put that language in there. And then people think about space aliens. For me, is there's stuff flying over military installations, and no one knows what it is, and it isn't ours. So for me, that's logical. You want to know what it is. I mean, it's common sense, right? Stuff's flying over the top of your most sensitive installations, and it's not ours, and no one knows whose it is. You should find out what it is and tell us.
I mean, are we going to get like the friendly aliens, you think? If you think, honestly, should people be worried? I mean, I guess that's the better question.
Well, I think the worry is it's the stuff flying over our facilities and we don't know what they are. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the concern. Maybe it's got a logical explanation to it. But, people want to know. I want to know what it is.
I mean, who's a bigger threat right now, do you think? I mean, people are always talking about, like, China's a big threat, but shouldn't we also be worried about what's else out in the universe?
Well, I wouldn't take it one step at a time. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying that's what it's all about. Like I told you, I don't know. I don't know the answer to what it is, but it's stuff that's there, and people.
So you're on the intel committee. They don't even tell you what's going on?
Well, I think they tell us what's going on. I mean, there's stuff flying over the top of our military installations, and they don't know who's flying it. They don't even know what it is.
So this guy wants Rubio to commit to Little Grays, and Rubio's going, no, you're taking this away. There's just stuff we don't know what it is over top of our military bases. That's what we want to find out.
No.
We don't know who's driving it.
So what you're saying is it could be then.
Well, it's unidentified, isn't it?
And you know what Rubio just said? Look, the bottom line is there's stuff flying over these very sensitive areas, and nobody knows what it is. That part I will commit to. So what does that mean? I think we all know.
Rick.
I mean, it's kind of odd.
It's real odd to hear a senator on the Intelligence Committee say that.
Yeah,
I mean, just flat out say it.
Yeah. It's one thing if it was, maybe somebody who was a little bit of a bird.
Yeah, somebody that escaped from somewhere and he's on coast to coast.
Yeah, or just there's people in our government that I would probably go, well, that guy's a bird. I mean, but Rubio he was just level-headed, saying, I mean, if we have things flying over military installments and we don't in our bases and we don't know what this is, then we probably need to know.
And Rick, I hate to go back to this TikTok
Here we go.
incident, but
here we go.
We've got Navy pilots and our most advanced fighters.
Going back to this again. Do you mean tic-tac, by the way?
What did I say?
Tic-tac.
Tic-tac.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now there was one story where they saw a clock flying, but this is not it. This is the craft that looked like a tic-tac.
Right, the little oblong.
Right.
But we've got pilots and F-18 Super Hornets trying to catch these things, and they can't catch them. And their movements are so erratic that our planes can't.
Somebody say yes about 6.5 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Here we go from the Big Boy studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. All right, so as we start the hour, we got a couple of updates that we'll give you. And Bubba, let's run that list.
All right, quickly, the Boeing Starliner did successfully dock with the International Space Station, even though they had some helium leaks. So astronauts delivered, everybody good. Successful mission.
Did you hear the interview when they got off? And that's it.
Hey, let me tell you something. This was incredible up there. I had a little bit of a helium leak. But what a ride it was.
Oh, gosh. In the Hunter Biden case, the prosecution is expected to rest today. So then the defense will have their day. That didn't take long, did it?
No, I know that Delaware is going to make sure he's held accountable.
I know. I'm sure the Delawareans are seeking justice.
Oh, yes.
Is it Connecticut?
Is it Delaware or Connecticut? Which one is it?
Let's see. It is somebody emailed me yesterday.
They're in
it's meaningless.
Yeah, it's the same area.
Same result.
Yeah. And heavy Democrat area. Rick, also
it's Delaware. We were saying Connecticut. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, he's from Connecticut. That's what I'm saying.
It's in Wilmington, Delaware.
It's a home court thing.
Oh, it's really home court if it's Delaware.
Rick, we had debated and talked about, do we need a pickleball song? And a video was sent to us of a song. It's called the Pickleball Song. See if you think this will work as our theme music.
Okay, Greg, just hang on.
It's pretty funny.
This is that family that does all the videos.
You got a lot going on in there? Oh, we got a family that does most
Oh,
videos.
this is they're a YouTube sensation.
Did you hear Greg off to a positive start?
Yeah. We hadn't even heard the first note of it yet.
My favorite point is when he built it up like it was this major sport. And also you hear ding, 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 ding.
It's all right,
That's pretty
That was
funny.
pretty funny. It was. I thought it was creative.
Wait,
I thought.
Are you okay?
Positive?
It's a little long.
Did you say positive?
I thought
Can I
it
get
was
some water or
It was
something?
pretty good. How about this? I bet
say good.
I
It's
bet if
pretty
I
good.
knew more about the game, it's even funnier
Yeah.
because the
It is
lyrics
funny.
are. But I knew enough about it.
It's
that
right up
the
there
thing-
with the
Yeah.
Boy Scout rap.
Well,
I don't know. That's pretty good.
I thought.
No, what's the fox?
I thought lyrically it was creative.
Yeah,
It-
it was.
They're a
it
very
had-
popular
it's not corny.
YouTube family that has been doing stuff for years and years, and it's been kind of a bit up to me over the years.
Oh, yeah.
Because my family
Pickleball,
brings this,
y'all.
but that's good.
Their best work
That was
so
good.
far?
I don't know about that. I hadn't seen it.
Okay.
There are other stuff, but
That's pretty good.
that's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah,
They've got viral videos dating back to like
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Okay.
Almost 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
Now, are they the ones that did the swagger wagon for the van?
You know, I think they.
You know what? You may be right.
They look familiar. Maybe they were. I don't know.
Pickleball.
They've been influencers before that was even a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. They did Trunk Monkey. Yeah. Greg, now look.
Look, don't get me watching those because
we-
I'll be out.
Yeah, we have to do a moment of silence for whoever came up with Trunk Monkey.
That's classic.
Yeah. So.
It looks like they were not the swagger wagon people.
Okay. Look, we just threw it out there. We thought maybe.
They looked similar.
Pickleball, y'all. Yeah. So the
it's a hook.
And you asked,
Gotcha.
will you pickle with me?
I don't
That's
think
what
you
I've heard
actually.
people
I'm gonna say-
I've never had anybody say that to me.
Yeah.
Or
And I
do
really
you
hope
wanna
they don't.
pick-
I don't
mean,
want nobody asking that.
I'm going to say for the third time now this week that we are not going to ever use that phrase. I don't think
Okay.
anyone should
All
ever
right,
ask
all right.
anybody that.
Okay.
I think you're supposed to say like, you want to have a dink or something like that.
Nope.
No,
I
don't
dropped-
think that's it either.
I dropped that too.
That's what they said in the
think the
music
other
video.
I
That's
dropped
not
that
what they
too.
said.
I dropped that too.
And you don't say what you said off air.
Oh yeah.
Bubba, if you and I are today, we're going to go play pickleball, or you don't have anything to do, and we're going to go to lunch. How would you ask me if I wanted to work in some pickleball?
I would say, do you
How
want
about
to go
some
hit pickleball today? So
Okay,
I'd say
yeah, that's how. That's
What
how I
about-
think you should.
I think I would try to avoid saying pickleball and just say, hey, you want to get some paddles out and hit an oversized wiffle ball?
Yeah.
And then just never have
and
to
get
say
the outdoor one, not the indoor one.
I didn't know that rule until.
What's that? What's that?
Yeah,
There's more
ball?
rules.
there's
The
different
ball-
balls.
The size of the holes in the ball is different for indoor and outdoor.
Did the
We're
head
talking
of
about
the
pickleball, in case you're just.
Did the
joining
head of
in.
the homeowners association invent pickleball? It feels that way.
It does feel like the same bunch.
Yeah, I mean, all the rules. Don't do that. Can't stand here. Watch your foot. Move it back.
And
You can't- you
everything
can't-
is designed.
Wait a minute.
to-
You volleyed. Well, I heard him throw that in
Kitchen.
Yeah, everything's designed to slow everything down. It's
Yeah.
almost like restrict your plate.
Oh.
Yeah,
there. Do you think it's
it's a
one
good
of the,
way to say it, Bubba.
Do you think it's one of these things? And I
Thank you.
think it's what you got in trouble for this week when you were giving us the update on the practice or whatever that was, the training session,
Clinic.
the beginners
It's a
class. That was
clinic,
it.
yeah. Clinic.
Beginners
Beginning
clinic.
clinic. I'm a
Beginners
beginner.
It's a
clinic.
pickle clinic.
Is Greg? Do you remember when you and I played a little ball, and so we were kind of over in what people would call the jock world,
Yeah.
and then we started getting into rock and roll and having our own band, and there was a bit, and there
What
was
a transition that was.
and there was a bit of a pushback from all the musician types that wasn't fair.
Okay.
That now we'd left one genre and tried to be in two genres, thus trying to dominate both.
Right.
Is there going to be a little bit of the pickleball people going, hey, we were just supposed to be people that need to move around, and then all of a sudden, like real athletes start playing it,
Yeah.
and they come in and kind of take it over,
Yeah.
Raise the bar.
and everybody's like, this was never intended for y'all.
Right.
This is supposed to be people that maybe are not overly athletic, that need to move around, or just people later in life that need to move around, something you can play when you're older so you're not just sitting in there sedentary. And then all of a sudden everybody starts coming in there with real athletic ability and starts dominating. Are people going to say, why don't y'all go back to the sports that y'all could play that we couldn't? Is there going to be some of that?
Probably. Are there different classifications?
Sounds like it happened to you at
single
the
A,
beginner
double A?
clinic, my friend.
Yeah.
Sound like there was a little bit of a comment made.
Yeah.
Well,
Are they going to say, you guys should be on the tennis court? Y'all don't belong over here.
Or maybe like the good paddles be on one court. Like
I'm gonna tell you what's
double
going
ball.
to
Work your way
fine,
up to
that's
those.
fine.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen.
Kind of like king of the mountain.
You
know,
watch.
win, you get to keep moving up.
You watch. There's going to be some governors put on this stuff. Like if you're a certain level, you have to use a different kind of paddle. and all that kind of stuff.
Well, the whole thing is designed to be a governor.
Yeah. Well, you're right. Yeah. It's actually based on the whole governor concept. isn't it?
Yeah. You can't get too close to the net. You can't serve too hard.
Right.
You can't hit it
Yeah.
overhead. I mean, come on.
My goodness.
They could have some course like these are for the big deals, and over here's for the bread and butter chips or whatever.
There's a pickle reference.
A lot of pickle attempts there.
Pickle metaphor. Yeah.
How about you?
Let your hair down, I say.
Makes me
Wonderful
look taller.
will of canned meat next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And make those adjustments. So, yeah, that's disturbing. Heck yeah. How about the one the guy saw coming out of the water? Came out of the water up and then
he
took
did come
off.
out of
and
the
they,
water.
Yeah, oh yeah. He had one
No.
come out of the water.
Bubba.
Look it up. Y'all read the pilots what they said. Some of them got video of it released. Huh? I do find it strange that the Nimitz aircraft battle group was involved in this, and they are mentioned in one of the great sci-fi movies, The Final Countdown.
Right. Yeah.
They are the battle group that gets sucked back through the time warp to the day before the Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor, which I thought was, the technology for the special effects were not that good at that time. But far as a plot to a movie and the twists that went with it, I thought that was an excellent movie. I'd like to see it remade with today's technology.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
But
do you remember it?
Not really. No, I'd have.
It's got so many great twists.
Have I
on
seen
these
the Final Countdown?
time things on it.
Yeah.
So they're out on maneuvers. They run into a really bad thunderstorm, and
It's
they-
not the one when
they
all
go
the
through-
Sphinx thing starts walking around, is it? Which one's that one?
No, that's Stargate.
Okay.
Yeah. They get spit back out on the day before the Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor. And they can't figure out where they are. They're out of contact with everybody, but they're picking up AM radio broadcasts. They're trying to figure out what's going on. They're picking up the Japanese Navy broadcast, where their communication. And they're trying. And somebody finally says, "Guys, I think we went through a time warp. We're back here on what was it, December the 6th, 1941."
They hear Bill Bubba Bussy doing Shoe Depot commercials on AM 18.
That's it. So, and they see the Empire of the Rising Sun's aircraft carriers approaching Hawaii and getting ready for an attack. Matter of fact, they catch one of their pilots somehow. He crashes. They get him out of the water on a reconnaissance plane, and then they have to decide: are we going to intervene in this war that could change all of history, or are we going to stand by? And it was pretty cool. The commander said, "Look, we're the armed forces of the United States military. If we're under attack, we're going to intervene. I don't care what time it is." And they go after them.
I did not know. I've never heard this movie.
And it's listen, I don't tell the whole plot, but it really makes you think, like, wow, what's going on here? You know?
It's okay. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody out there that says today I've got the Final Countdown lined up. Bubba ruined it for me.
The special, and there was a lot of big stars
Thanks,
in
Bubba.
it too at the time. But this Tic Tac video is, and the pilots communicating and all. It's disturbing.
Well, Senator Rubio has said what all there is. There's things flying over these very delicate, places, and we don't know what it is. Well, we need to know what it is. Could it just be some technologically advanced spy planes or drones from other countries?
That would probably be a good
probably likely that's what we're talking about here.
Right.
I know for some of you that's a little bit of a downer, but that's still a big deal.
It's still a UFO because it's unidentified.
You still didn't know what it is.
Yeah.
I know y'all want little grays. I got it. But I mean, it's
Hangar 18.
Yeah.
I mean, this is interesting. See, and I don't think the government, even though they're under directive to do so, will be completely forthcoming on this report in June. But I think they're probably going to start sharing more than they've ever shared before, which will be intriguing.
I think part of sharing it all, if there's nothing there, is so people can say, well, they showed us. So it's not, they're not hiding anything. They showed us.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they do that, to divert you away from where it really is.
Right. We all know these games. Come on.
Oh, look. They got you out there chasing stuff. That's not it. I got it hid where you'll never know.
That's right.
Speedy, you went investigate it with Don Juan.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So that out there, that's just a distraction.
It is.
That's all that is. Area 51, nothing but a distraction. That's to get us looking over there while they had the stuff somewhere else.
Well, I think it used to be the main place, and now they've made it to, hey, look here.
Tell you what, there's some locals in Roswell that's got some stories.
I know.
I think living in that desert will give you stories no matter what.
Guys,
military base or not.
Yeah, I talked to a guy under an overpass. He had some too.
yeah.
Sure. So it's you can find stories. They're out there.
The guy that stands out of the little museum there in Roswell, he'll tell you all about it.
He's got some stories, doesn't
he? Yes, he does.
Or it could be, I hate to bring this up, but it's happened before. It might be our own military testing to see if this technology can be intercepted before they send it overseas somewhere.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Our golden ticket seat guests are here. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, and we've developed a different take on the wonderful wheel. It's now the wonderful wheel of canned meat, and is also played by the golden ticket seat guests. The wonderful wheel of meat. Everybody. Got me yearning.
Come on, give it a try.
The wonderful wheel of meat is illuminated and ready to go. We have canned meat on the wheel. We have Rick and Bubba prizes, but most of them are no longer available. If you land on one of those, you can just pick something out of the Rick and Bubba offices there or the studio. Take a little keepsake with you today. Not everybody wins. Potential pitfalls also on the wheel. You could land on, hey, you can't have nothing. And then you don't get anything. Pip it means you're eaten by Jaws. You land on Henry the horse, the audience gets a gift, but you do not. So there's your pitfalls that are on the wheel as well. Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band, is also ready to go for tubers everywhere. They'll also let you hear them a little bit every time we get ourselves a winner. Bubba, the golden ticket seat guests are here. They are ready to go. We'll start with Haley Smalley. Haley makes her way to the wheel. What do we say? Haley,
wow, what a wheel.
Here we go for Haley. Wow, what a wheel. All right, let's go. Haley, let it rip. Here we go.
Oh, Haley with a big spin.
Not a bad spin from Haley there.
A good spinner. She also helped Helms with his medicine.
Oh, and that's something. Because he's going to be on it like the rest of us now. Here we go. Look at here, right out of the gate. Yeah! We got spam, baby. She got a can of spam.
It's fuel for the brain. Make it fry.
What a day. An autographed can of spam. Are on the green.
Do we have any more of those cans?
Yeah. Do we? Yeah. I went and bought a bunch of them. Ordered them on Amazon. What else you give me?
You have to worry about them going bad.
Matter of fact, I think that case came to me like a month ago, and it's still doing just fine. All right, next the Smalleys continue. Here comes Grayton Smalley. Yep. Grayton, what do we say for Grayton? Wow, what a wheel! I'm going to Cooperstown. All right, here we go. And, oh, now that's
ain't have nothing.
You can't
But he's going to Cooperstown.
He's going to Cooperstown, so unfortunately for him, Bubba, that is can't have nothing.
Oh, no. Birthday girl.
Birthday girl. Happy birthday to you, Kristen Caudle.
Happy birthday.
What do we say?
To you.
Wow, what a wheel. Go, Kristen, let it rip. Hey, it's my birthday. Let's see what's going on here. Kristen trying to get a win. Coming around. Hey! Glass, drink it! We don't have that glass. No, we don't. So, Kristen, here's what we'll do. Come over here. You can pick anything off this little table next to Bubba. Any Rick and Bubba keepsake from studios, from people's personal offices, whatever. You're taking a backstage pass from the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo. Right, so there it is. She's got it.
There you go. Hey. She looks official.
How about a go for the birthday girl? Happy birthday, quite like some credentials to an expo that no longer exists. Elizabeth Caudle now comes up to the wheel. You ready, Elizabeth? What do we say? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip. There we go. Let's see if we can get Elizabeth to spin a winner here on the wonderful wheel of meat. Coming around. Oh, look at this. Oh, toe pass, wear it. So we do not have that shirt anymore. So come over here, Elizabeth, and boy, just the hits just keep coming. You may be one of the few people that can wear these small shirts that we never can sell. So they're there.
You might want a little bit more cowbell.
Yeah, there's a Rick and Bubba cowbell.
Annoy all your friends.
There's an Eeyore coffee mug that represents Greg's overall good attitude. But whatever you want, you pick your own thing.
Specialty Coca-Cola with
Bubba. She's going with the shirt.
Oh, shirt or the cowbell, she says.
All right, the cowbell. All right, grab the cowbell.
Yeah,
let it rip one time. Yeah! How about a go for Elizabeth? Here we go. Go! Go! Oh, boy. The winning continues. Jennifer Mitchell now comes to the wheel. What do we say? Wow, what a wheel. Jennifer, let's go.
Jennifer didn't want to tax the wheel too much.
No, she did not, but it may have paid off for her. Yes! Meat! Now, Bubba, this is just random canned meat here. I mean, it's a random canned meat. It could be literally anything. That's not quite winning Spam, but it is winning this, Bubba. Speedy has gone and grabbed a random canned meat. Tell her what she's won.
Well, Rick, this is the much sought-after chunk light tuna.
Chunk light tuna.
Yeah.
How about a go there for Jennifer? Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
That stuff will be around when the cows come home.
You could get that autograph today if you're brave enough. Actually, eat it. So here we go. Alan Clements now comes to the wheel. What do we say about Al? Reverse. Wow, what a wheel! He's going reverse. He's dangerous. Woo! All right, here he goes. Let's see what happens here. Alan is looking to go in the other direction, and look at here. Henry the horse.
He's in the back 40. He's going to have to come trotting in.
Here comes Henry. Hey, Henry. Here he goes. Man, looking spry today.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, Henry.
All right. So, we've all seen what happened with Biden in France.
Yeah, well, we did, yeah.
That air squat was incredibly troubling.
Yes, it was.
So, as a duty to the country, I will volunteer the guy that normally follows me around during parades with a shovel for Biden. He can use it.
Yeah! Somebody get a shovel. Follow the president.
Henry was a little winded today. Did you notice that?
He was.
Hey.
It's not easy being a horse.
CG. Look to CG. Yeah.
Are you attending this weekend? So Henry the horse. All right, let's pause. Let's hold right there. We have it really works out. 6 people spun, and another 6 will spin when we get back finishing up. So if we jump in right now, somebody's going to be left hanging. Those of you that are here, maybe traveling, maybe 900 miles, Bubba and I just looked up on the local television station, and good news, Bama Bigfoot Conference is this weekend.
In Anniston, by the way.
Something you might want to take in while you're in town.
And it appears Charlie Daniels is running.
It does. It does look like that. So, of course, if they would just finally experience something. But we'll come back. We have 6 more people that are in line, out of the golden ticket seats, to spin that beautiful wheel. They'll get their opportunity when we come back, and hopefully we'll keep winning on the wheel. We've got Rock and Roll City playing for the YouTubers in the break. Enjoy that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, 2, check. Wow, yeah.
All right, face melt time. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hey.
Go for it, Greg. Count us off, buddy. second. Stop. I'm sorry. My guitar fell when I ran out there to do Henry the Horse, and it's terribly out of tune. I don't want us to look like idiots. You know what I'm saying? So let me tune real quick. There we go. I think I'm good now. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. 3, 4. Yeah, that's right. I unleashed the man bun. When you unleash the man bun, you unleash the man. That's right. I unleashed my man bun. 'Cause I put man in man bun. Yeah. I unleashed the man bun. I unleashed the man bun. I put the man in man bun. Just don't get in my van. I said, yeah. Just don't get in my van. And don't accept candy from me. And do not get in my van. That's right. Go, Greg. There's more sticks underneath you. There's more sticks right there, Greg. Hurry. Where no one can tell that you dropped a stick. It literally sounds the same when you play with one hand and two. Yeah! That's right. I unleashed the man bun. I unleashed the man bun. Yeah. I put the man in man bun. Just don't get in my van bun. That's right. Oh yeah. That was sick!
Calls are next. Harry Murdahl's ready. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to Roger in Gunnersville. Roger, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, Rick. How are you and the guys doing?
We're doing all right, Roger.
Hey, y'all did a little throwback last week, and I just wanted to bring up something to see if I could get Speedy to do the tuba dance again.
Well,
I'm a tuber.
Now, are you a tuber? Because no, people who are not tubing cannot request the tuba dance. You must be tubing.
Yeah, I'm sitting here watching you right now.
Okay, so what color shirt does Bubba have on?
Well, you got a blue one on. I'm not sure what Bubba's got on.
What do you think right there? Take a look at that.
Might be a delay.
Well, Bubba doesn't have a shirt on.
Oh my gosh, Bubba's shirtless.
Oh, it looks like it's black.
There you go. Okay. That's it. You got it done. Rick. I needed this too. Yeah. I like when he stops at the end.
Locks it down.
How about that? Whoever is playing that tuba is gone.
They
nuts.
are. I mean,
Right,
their
and I
lips
know
are
I'm not
numb.
holding it like a tuba. I know that.
Yeah.
It don't matter.
It don't matter. Yeah,
It's better like that.
Really?
Speedy, you're pretend.
Right.
Right. You're really playing that country trumpet or
See,
that
'cause
country
if tuba,
saxophone.
you would be here doing and that's not near.
It doesn't look as cool, does it?
I guess I could do.
Nah.
What about that when they hold blow into it that's not up high?
The 20J?
Yeah.
Ain't that what it's called?
Yeah.
Something like
It
that?
is.
I think
20
that's really the name of what we call tubas.
It is because it's the
And
20
then
J's.
The old above head one. I don't know what it's called.
Now the above head one to me is my favorite.
Oh yeah.
I like that.
Especially
one.
when they get spinning on.
Oh yeah, and you get a logo up on it.
Oh.
Huh?
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. The wonderful wheel of canned meat is in full swing. Hey, don't forget this weekend, a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We talked to Leighton Gray this weekend. He represented those pastors that were arrested by the Canadian government that were back during post. What were they? They weren't even trying to do it during the major outbreak. It was they waited another year or so, and were told they couldn't have church. He represented them, but he's talking more about the state of Canada. It is a really informative interview coming up this weekend. So Kelly Weldon is up next. Kelly's one of those that drove. You came from Montgomery. That's right, yeah. So from Montgomery. She got up here from Montgomery, smelling sweet, sweet magnolia. So here comes Kelly. And what do we say for Kelly? Wow, what a win! All right, let it rip, Kelly. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can get Kelly, get a winner. Let's see here. Come on, Kelly. Looking for a win, looking for a win. Ah! Meat! And Bubba, this is a random canned meat. It could be more tuna.
Rick, it is. It's chunk light tuna in water.
Oh, good. Now that's crucial.
That is.
And that's the all white meat, and there's none of that dark meat in that.
Yeah, you save that for the nuclear holocaust because it'll survive.
Trenton Shoemaker. What's up, Trent? Easy. Trenton Shoemaker comes to the wheel. What do we say? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip. Oh, yeah.
That's a spin. No need to oil it after that one.
No. Let it rip. Anybody want to give a weekend forecast while this is going? So here we go. Let's see what Trenton has spun today. Oh, look at this. Look at you. Yeah! Moultrie. View it. Congratulations. A Moultrie camera is yours. How about a go for Trenton? Go! Bubba Moultrie will be sending that camera out to Trenton, and you can get us some great pictures. Now it's time to start looking around. Won't be long till fall will be here. So congratulations, Trenton, and thank you, Moultrie, for providing that. Here comes Trey Shoemaker. Trey's coming to the wheel. What do we say to Trey? Wow, what a win! All right, Trey, let it go.
Big spin.
Big spin. Trey, ready to go. And here it comes. Yeah. T-shirt. Wear it. Don't have it. So you can come right in here. It could be John Deere too, so easy. Could be right in here.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah, he takes the old Rick and Bubba conference room sign.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's good.
When we moved from the old studio, we no longer had a conference room. So there it is. It's a little sticky on the back, but you can pretty much stick it on the door at home as soon as you get there.
Yep.
How about a go for Trey? Go!
Well, Greg played that one double time,
He really did. Greg must have had another shot of coffee in there.
Yeah.
He said,
wow.
Hey, by the way, he said
fresh
it's
pot.
He said it's so hot in there.
I bet it
He
is.
said he's burning up.
Bubba, it's another shoemaker. The only thing better than one shoemaker? 3 of them.
That's right.
Here's
a
Trevor.
full house.
What do we say? Wow, what a win! Reverse. There's that reverse spin again. Come on, Trevor.
Big money.
They've already got a Moultrie camera in the shoemaker world. And oh, look at this! Look, come on, yeah!
Give me spam.
Been a big day for spam.
Gosh, Bubba,
there goes Speedy to get it. He only brings a can at a time.
Yeah, 1 can at a time. In here. The shoemakers have a Moultrie camera. They have the old conference room sign, and now they got a can of spam.
I tell you, they're going to have a big weekend.
Nice.
Huh? They're a can opener away from a heck of a weekend.
Somebody say, hey, give me a spam.
Oh, that's got the pull tab on it.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Congratulations.
Oh, boy. Nothing quite says the weekend like a can of spam.
No, I don't.
Up next, Bubba.
From the far west.
900 miles away. Here's Kim Jordan. What do we say for Kim? Wow, what a wheel. Let it rip, Kim. That's it. All right, here here we go. By the way, Greg is sweating profusely. Good. All right, so yeah. Bandana. Bandana. We don't have those anymore, so come on over, Kim, right here. These are the kind of things, the value on those you can't even put on a piece of paper.
That's right.
It just has emotional value. All these have lived in the Rick and Bubba studios and offices. A 3 on a string, Alabama Hall of Fame.
Commemorative
Music
thing.
Hall of Fame. There it is. How about a go for Kim? Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
Triple time.
Hey, drummer playing angry now. Okay. Oh, that's good.
He's
stuff.
got donuts waiting on him. Keep it up, Greg.
To wrap it up, here comes Trace Jordan. What do we say for Trace? Wow, what a wheel! All right, Trace, let it rip. Oh, little finesse. Little finesse.
We've seen that move a few times today.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see what we got here. Coming around. Yeah. Hat, hat, hat. Wear it. This hat is actually over on the shoemaker's head. One of the shoemakers has this hat on. Unfortunately, it's no longer in stock. Okay. So he has taken a Promise Keeper's hat. There it is, Promise Keeper's hat. There you go. What a day on the wheel. I mean, I don't know how you can beat that. I mean, we had so much winning. We had Greg really, when you have 12 people and probably 10 of them win.
I know.
That's a lot of drum playing.
That's big.
We have a surprise for Greg. That was
a surprise for Greg?
Yes. Jonathan Smalley brought him something, and he's been talking about it all morning. And maybe I know you're hot, buddy. Come on in here.
Can Greg stay in that room?
Come here real
to get
quick.
it?
Come here, buddy.
Come on, man. You've been hot, baby brother? It's a little hot in there. You want Mama to come get you a wet washcloth and put it on your forehead?
Yeah. Haley wants to give you this.
Oh.
I had this specially brought in for you.
Yeah.
How did you pull that off? We just talked about it earlier. Yeah, got it done.
Greg's getting an apple fritter. Look at that apple fritter face.
Heavenly donut, best one
You said it was the best.
Greg, is that from home?
Oh, thank you very much.
The edges are the best.
Okay.
Greg's got an apple fritter.
Thank you so much.
Did you order that online? How'd you get
How
that
you gonna
quick?
beat that?
You can't beat
We
that.
talked about it earlier, and y'all actually got a trip and went and got some goodies.
Yeah, and where she got it from?
It ain't fritter day, but it's a donut day. But I'd rather be.
He's all red faced like it used to be when we walked out of the gym.
Yeah.
He's got all red face.
How'd you like all them winners?
We got to quit spinning so many people.
That's a lot of people spinning the wheel.
Yeah,
isn't
it is.
Yeah, you had to play for just about all of them.
That's gonna be good. Right
Yeah.
there.
So, are you done? Will Rock and Roll City play in this commercial break too?
No, we're done.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think they need to play again.
I mean, Adler's in there ready to go. Tom's in there ready to
I
go.
think we're done.
Matter of fact, Tom wants y'all to practice this next week.
Tom, I know. They would like to see me practice a little more.
You got that one beat,
Let me tell you
right?
what. How about his goes? He was playing.
I was speeding them up.
Neil Peart called wants his speed back.
Want his speed back. And that was my feet.
I think Greg was a little bit playing angry because during the break when we played, he dropped a stick.
I did.
Pretty embarrassing. Brought shame upon the whole band.
Kind of talking about maybe replacing him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not helping.
Yeah. So all right.
I'll tell you, Tom doesn't miss a day, does he?
No.
Hey,
Tom's full blown
there,
in the
buddy.
band now.
He's in the pocket.
Yeah. Tom was up here on Tuesday night trying to set up rehearsal.
I know.
That's breaking the first rule of Rock and Roll Cities. We do not practice.
I'm gonna tell you what. Tom's got on his mind a Stones medley. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls wrap up the day.
Yep.
Anything we may have missed? 866 We Be Big is our number. All 10 lines are available. As we take this hour and wrap it up, for a lot of you, we'll wrap up the whole week. So more of the Rick and Bubba Show right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A healthy weight, more energy, and...
Get to playing it.
Yes, you did.
I think Speedy was playing the bagpipe there.
Yes.
I tell you, he's wearing out whatever he's playing.
That Brian Regan bit on the bagpipe.
That's so good.
Hey, please go watch that.
He cusses too much.
That's not.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Phone calls to wrap the hour up. Let's. You want to get in there? Let's go. 866 We Be Big. Some things that you need to know as the phone calls are coming in. Let me give you a heads up on Father's Day. All right, coming up 1 week from this Sunday. If you don't want to get Dad something from the Rick and Bubba store, I'd go ahead and move on that because you want to be sure you get it in time. Some great gift ideas for Dad at rickandbubba.com under the store. Also, if you want to get a signed copy of the brand new 31-day devotional Sin Always Matters from themannchurch.com, the 10th is the cutoff. If you don't order it by the 10th, if you want a signed copy, it won't get to you in time. So the cutoff on those is Monday. Also coming up this weekend, Speedy is out and about tonight. The Alabama State games in Birmingham, Alabama at the Legacy Arena. Good night.
Arena.
Well, I looked up and tried to look at TV4 while talking. Never do that. And he'll also be at the Birmingham Stallions Michigan Panthers game tomorrow at Protective Life Stadium, Birmingham. So if you want to see the hype from Speedy, there's so much hype from Speedy this weekend in Birmingham that you can't even get around.
He's a man on the move.
He's a man on the move.
Well, you know what I get to do? Your worst nightmare, your wife and her sister having a garage sale.
Oh, your wife and your sister-in-law and her sister? Oh, my gosh.
Luckily, it's not at my house, but I get recruited in hauling stuff over there and back.
You are Mr.
It's his
Hawley.
worst nightmare.
Yes.
And I don't know why it's like you forget how it was last time, so why you keep having them.
Right. Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
But anyway, so while you're doing that, that'll be mine.
Okay.
If you weren't so busy, I'd invite you to come and
You know,
maybe
Greg,
hype it up.
Unfortunately, Greg, would love to join you, but I'll be in southern Missouri.
Well, I have
But Rick, you are going to be doing a marriage conference, which I think Greg is being a good husband by,
he really
by
is.
moving
I
things
might
around.
use him as an example, which is a rare thing I do usually when I'm out speaking. Using Greg as an example. But so tonight, a men's event there at Minor Baptist Church. Sherry does a women's event tomorrow. We both do a marriage event tomorrow night. And then I'll handle the Sunday morning service as well, all at Minor Baptist Church. Go to all of it or some of it by going to rickandbubba.com under events, and we look forward to seeing all of you tonight, Lord willing. Bubba, somebody's going to win $50. In the golden ticket seats, here they go. You've heard them all before, but Haley and Grayton Smalley, Kristen and Elizabeth Caudle, Jennifer Mitchell, Alan Clements, Kelly Weldon. Here come the Shoemakers, Trenton, Trey, and Trevor, Kim and Trace Jordan. So, Bubba, I need a number from you between 1 and 12.
Rick, let's remind everybody these numbers are shuffled up.
Yes, they are.
I'm going to say, what about lucky number 7?
Lucky number 7 is Kristen Caudle, who's having a birthday.
Happy birthday!
And that's a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney and the gang. And so it looks like the birthday girl just got $50 worth of American Express.
She can't win, though, Rick. She can't win. She's not eligible. She's a staff member now. She won the staff lanyard.
Oh, that's right. You got the lanyard.
I'm just kidding.
On a technical ruling, though, if the event no longer exists, then there's no way she could be deemed working at it. Would you agree?
Yep.
Congratulations, Kristen, and happy birthday.
Is that what it is? I don't know what they are.
No, I said, who got that as a prize? I mean, brought that in here.
Oh.
I did.
I can't believe this baby here didn't go.
And you know why? And you know why I brought it in here? Because I have two. Yeah. So there you go. To the phones. Anything else, men? I think we covered it all. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, wherever you get podcasts as well. All right. So let's go to Lee. Lee, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Lee.
Lee's quiet.
Hey.
Oh.
Go ahead, Lee.
Go ahead, Lee.
Expecting a girl.
Okay, Lee gave up.
I don't know. I just was in my mind.
Craig, Alex City. Craig, go ahead.
Green Acres.
Thank you, Craig. You don't let us interrupt you there by answering the phone.
Sorry, Craig.
I understand that you're playing with Lincoln Logs, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You remember the toilet paper shortage? I think all of it could have been going to the White House.
All right. Craig. We're not going to do potty humor on the president. Yeah. Let's go to Clay in Tallahassee. Clay, go ahead.
Hey guys, happy Friday.
Hey, you too, buddy. Thanks.
Hey, I know you probably beat pickleball to death this week, but I want to share my story. So I probably never would have played, probably because of the name and the perception of the game.
Sure.
But my neighbor is a special agent for a law enforcement agency, federal agency. I probably shouldn't say which one, but he got permission to form this group. And first of all, the name of it, he named it Murder Cat Pickleball, so that's kind of cool. And he's the manliest man I've been around, and he invited me to play. had a blast. Obviously, like all the stuff that goes along with it, how fun it is once you actually start doing it. But it was this guy, my neighbor, that's just such a manly man, federal secret agent, and named his group Murder Cat Pickleball. And anyway, they kind of solved all those problems you talked about.
Well, you might have heard earlier that's kind of where I see the warning here. You have something to where the non-athletic have finally found them an activity, but sooner or later the athletic are drawn to it, like your friend. And then before you know it, the same people that don't get to play other sports are not going to get to play this either.
Yeah.
And so that's should we just let them have it?
We're going to have to number the courts, like court 1 are the elite players,
Right.
and so on.
Well, I'm watching right now, and I understand this, and I've seen this hesitation far too many times in our 28 years of marriage. My wife cannot quite decide whether she wants to bring me into this world or not.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell that she's right now, it's just the women getting together having fun, and they keep bringing up, let's bring our husbands.
Yeah.
And I can just watch Sherry change the
it's a
subject.
bad idea.
Yeah.
You know, she's thinking, if I bring him in here, everything that we're accomplishing will soon be destroyed. Yeah. And there are just certain areas I probably don't belong.
Yeah.
And
you try to break the rules and have strategy around that.
No, that's nobody said that.
Yeah, I
But
know you.
no, I've already said this. If I play, and Bubba taught me this back when he was doing tennis, even though he loves his wife dearly, he was wise enough to not play doubles with her, because you're fine until they don't make a shot or something doesn't happen, and you go, hey, you're killing us. Yeah. Hey, baby, that's yours.
No, I don't say anything.
Right.
I just look, and
That's
I
all it took?
get what. And I'm like, I'm just breathing. I'm not saying anything.
Let me tell you,
there's no look. I'm just, hey, next point. Here we go.
Of all the words of wisdom, I love, there's been so many from Bubba. I will write this one down on this kind of stuff. I don't play with my wife on my team or against her, because I want to ride home with someone who loves me.
Yeah, that's my goal. I had to
That's
play
a good
against
one.
her one time in a tournament. You know,
I remember I played against Sherry in a charity softball game and made her cry, which she brings up often.
Yeah, never forget.
Yeah, and that's
Never forget.
I'm like, I sure would like to forget that if you would allow it.
No way.
Yeah. She goes, I couldn't believe it. I got up there trying to bat, and you start screaming easy out. Don't hit it to you, or you're going to get me out. And I said, I was just funning in the game, baby. She goes, you know, I'm your wife. I said, oh, no, I knew that at the time. That's why I thought it'd be funny. And
her not as much.
Not as much.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jack out of Coleman. Jack, go ahead.
Morning, man.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, is there any way that we could get Henry the horse to make a guest appearance in Rock and Roll City? The way Adler loops his guitar and plays the drum, but we could get Henry the horse to loop guitar and just smash the drums to pieces.
The only issue there is now they're two individuals. If you make Henry the horse also the guitar player, well, worlds collide. Yeah. That's now you know those two distinct identities now just kind of morph into one.
Yeah. Plus, extremely hard to play the guitar with hooves.
It is
too.
Very difficult.
Yeah. It's open. It is hard. Yeah, it's just going to be open. You know, there'll be no chords.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go to
Eat at Dad. Great burgers every day.
let's go to Cowboy at Lake Martin. Cowboy, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey,
I got a question for Adler. We have a 7-month-old son, and my wife's wanting to teach him the baby sign language. And I saw the other day in a clip and in the commercial that Adler was doing that to his kids during the pandemic, teaching them. I wanted to see how that was going and if they stuck with it or not.
Sign language?
It's actually pretty, honestly, Greg, stop looking at me like that.
Greg taught me. I tried to teach our dogs.
It's honestly very beneficial, especially when they're learning to communicate. So just stick with the basics, like you want to drink milk. Do you want
is that how you
more?
do milk?
What is milk?
Milk is like you're milking a cow, I guess. They're like, do you want more food or all done? And those two, just those
Are
things.
those the
are
real
very-
signs, or are
all
you just
done.
making those up?
No, those are the real.
Well,
More. This was more, and this was all done.
They're not deaf, are they?
My daughter's kids.
Your kids can hear, can't they?
Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth? What?
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without 'em. brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in the house.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They all up in the house. Rick and Bubba's in the house.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick